Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First Officer Douglas Richardson here. Just to let you know, we're making our final approach now into what I am fairly sure is Fitton Airfield. Unless it's a farm. Or just possibly the A45. It's not the sea, because that's blue. I should perhaps explain that Captain Creef and I have a sportsmanlike little bet on today about who can fly the best after drinking a litre of vodka through a straw. The captain went first. You may have noticed the takeoff run was a little bumpy, particularly over the golf course. Now it's me to land. Just as soon as I decide which of these two runways to aim for. And I'm happy to tell you that I feel lucky. So, on behalf of all your crew today, may I just say, Geronimo!
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Abu Dhabi. Blessed.
Ah, yes, of course. May.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Can't.
Here we are, gents. Coffee with nothing in it, tea with everything in it. Great cabin address, Douglas. I love cargo flights.
Thank you, Arthur.
Ooh, Eno.
Ooh, Eno.
Ooh, Eno.
Ah, yes. Sewell.
Oh, what are we playing?
Brian's of Britain.
There must be loads of them.
Well, not to worry as they come to you.
Who's that guy? Grey-haired, did that game show. Can I have a pee, please, Bob? What's his name?
Your hope being that it was Brian?
Yeah, Brian... Brian...
Bob Holness. It was Bob Holness.
That's it! Oh. Well, does he count anyway?
Does Bob Holness count in our list of people called Brian? What the hell? Yes, he does. Well done.
Golf Tango India. Expect 20-minute delay, due runway inspection. Enter the hold at Arden. Maintain 7,000 feet.
Golf Tango India. Roger, hold at Arden. Maintain 7,000 feet. Can you confirm delay only 20 minutes?
Probably. All depends, really.
Thank you, Tower. Hugely informative as ever. Out. Sorry, chaps. Looks like we better divert to Bristol.
Bristol? Why?
Fitton's got a runway closure. We'd have to hold for 20 minutes.
But Bristol, that's miles away.
Yes, luckily enough, though, we're in an aeroplane. Specially designed to be good at going miles away quite quickly.
Yeah, but my car's at Fitton.
Oh, well then, let us by all means circle round it until we drop out of the sky.
Do you know, Martin, all these years and I've never been to Bristol.
Well, get ready for a treat.
I don't know. I was rather hoping not to break my duck.
Skip, are you sure there's not enough fuel to wait? Because there's always a little bit left when the gauge shows red.
Yes, oddly enough, Arthur, a jet aircraft isn't as precisely similar to a Vauxhall Corsa as a stupid person might imagine. We're going to Bristol.
What do you reckon, Douglas?
We could go to Bristol, I believe people do. However, we've easily enough fuel spare to hold for 20 minutes, maybe even 30.
No, I'm sorry, but we're diverting.
Yeah, hang on a tick, though. If Douglas reckons 20 minutes...
No, let's not hang on a tick. Let's listen to the captain, shall we?
Of course, Martin. If you say we divert, then divert we shall.
Thank you.
Unless, of course, we were to smell smoke in the flight deck.
What?
I'm just saying, if by any remote chance we smelt smoke in the flight deck, we would, of course, be duty-bound to land at the nearest available airfield with immediate priority. In this case, by a happy coincidence, Fitton.
Yes, maybe, but I don't smell smoke in the flight deck.
How about now?
What are you suggesting, Douglas?
We tell the tower we smell smoke, which we do. We get to land straight away. They check the aircraft, don't find anything. One of life's little mysteries. But jolly good boys for taking no chances. Everybody's happy and there's jam for tea.
Right. That's really clever.
No, I'm sorry, but absolutely not.
I used to do it all the time at Air England.
Well, you're not at Air England now. Where you are now is in the co-pilot seat and on the way to Bristol. You'll like it. They have a lovely suspension bridge.
Well, Shall I just satcom Carolyn before we make our final decision? It's rather an expensive diversion.
No, we have made our final decision. I have decided, and as Carolyn knows, whilst in flight, I am supreme commander of this vessel.
Golly. Captain Bligh flies again.
Douglas, I'm not impressed by your Air England mates. When you're on Captain Bligh's aircraft, you can do it his way, but when you're on mine, you do it mine. Is that understood?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is what?
Yes, it is understood.
Yes, it is understood what?
Yes, it is understood, please.
I'm waiting.
Martin, you're not seriously asking me to call you sir?
Yes, I am. Why is that so hard to believe?
Well, to select just one reason from the 15 or 16 that present themselves, I'm old enough to be your father.
Not unless you started very young.
I did.
Right, well, I think your age and your previous role is giving you a rather skewed view of the chain of authority on this aircraft, and maybe a little observation of the formalities will help remind you which one of us is still the captain. So, is that understood?
Yes. Sir.
Thank you. Fitton approach, Golf Tango India. In view of your delay, request diversion Bristol.
Martin, you're a Burke.
I'm not a Burke, Carolyn. I'm an airline captain.
Wrong on both counts. You're a colossal Burke, and you're not an airline captain. I don't have an airline. I have one jet. You cannot put one jet in a line. If MJN is anything, it is an air dot.
Look, I'm sorry, Carolyn, but I can't just magic up extra fuel.
Yes, and I can't just magic up £7,000 to spend on you taking a scenic tour of the West Country. And where were you in all this, Douglas? Don't tell me you voluntarily went to Bristol.
I did suggest an alternative plan to Sir, Carolyn, but Sir quite properly reminded me that Sir is in command. And we should all obey Sir at all times.
Who reminded you?
Captain Creef, or as I am privileged to call him, Sir.
Martin, you are many things, but believe me, you are not Sir. If anyone is Sir, I am Sir. And as Sir, I am telling you from now on, diversions are out.
I see. So if an engine catches fire on takeoff, shrug shoulders, keep upper lip stiff and press on for Portugal. Got it?
All right, Biggles, you divert if something goes very, very seriously wrong. And I am talking, oh dear, surely we had two wings when we started wrong. Otherwise you press on like a brave little soldier and you stop treating my company as a bottomless money pit.
That is completely unfair.
Is that right? I tell you what, then. Why don't you explain to me why you had the cargo hold heated to 30 degrees all trip?
Did we?
Didn't you even know?
Well, the thermostat's in the hold, you see, and...
You are allowed to look in there when you do the walk-round, you know. It's not secret. Do you know how much it costs to keep a large metal room toasty warm 30,000 feet up in the air? It is surprisingly pricey, so listen. Next Thursday, you're going to Abu Dhabi, and you're going cheap. You will fly the most no-frills, most cost-effective plane it is possible to fly. You will make EasyJet look like Air Force One. Understood?
Yes, Carolyn.
And who are the lucky passengers on Scrooge McDuck Air?
No passengers. Some oil exec has moved out there and we're bringing him everything he owns. Furniture, clothes, carpets, cat, the lot.
All right, what time's the pickup?
There's not going to be a pickup.
What?
Well, you remember that thing I said 15 seconds ago about no frills? Well, astonishingly, that's still in effect. There will be no taxis. You get to my house at 6:30 and I'll drive you.
No. I'm sorry, Carolyn. You simply can't treat us like this.
Fine. Then do by all means feel free to resign, Martin, and take a job with one of the many companies eager to sign up the only commercial pilot in the skies who took 7 goes to get his license.
Look, Carolyn, you cannot penalise me for taking a rational command decision based on reasonable air safety concerns.
Yes, I can.
Well, technically you can.
Good.
But...
Then technically I will. Now, please, go and be somewhere else.
Well done, sir. That's her told.
Morning, Mum. Come in.
Do you have coffee?
Yes?
Can I have the coffee without talking to you?
Not really.
Oh, come in, then.
Here you go. Do you need a hand?
Yes, pass me the shampoo and catch hold of this. All right, good girl. Oh. Who's going to be a lovely, clean doggy?
You know, but chaps will be here soon, don't you?
What time is it?
6:15. Oh, damn.
What?
I'm trying to train myself always to talk in 24-hour clock like Martin, but I keep forgetting.
Well, what should you have said?
Well, 6:15. But not the 6:15 I was thinking of. You see, I was thinking of the one there's two of, but when you do it right, there should only be one. And what I was...
Arthur, light of my life, do please shut up.
Right. Yes, sorry, Mum. I'm just so excited about the trip.
Arthur, you've been on hundreds of trips. Hasn't the novelty worn off a little?
No, never. It's just always exciting. That amazing moment when 12 tons of metal leaves the Earth, and no one knows why.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, but, you know, not really. I mean, we know you need wings and engines and a sticky up bit on the end for some reason, but it's not like we actually know why a plane stays in the air.
No, Arthur, we really do. we do know that.
Oh, how then?
Well, because... will you give me that towel? Okay, good doggy, keep still. Because there are 4 forces acting on the plane, and so long as 2 of them are bigger than the other 2, the plane flies.
Mum, I don't mind that no one knows.
But we do, that's it. What I said, that's how.
Well, what are the 4 forces then?
Yes. Well, I will tell you what they are. Lift, weight,
Up and down?
No. Those are up and down. No, it's lift, weight...
Left and right?
No. Lift, weight...
Engines?
No. Well, yes, sort of. Thrust. Lift, weight, thrust, and...
Time.
Drag. Lift, weight, thrust, and drag. So, the weight and drag are overcome because the engines give the plane thrust and the wings give it lift. And that's how a plane flies.
How do the wings give it lift?
What?
The wings are really heavy. How does bolting 2 ginormous lumps of metal to a ginormous lump of metal give it lift?
Well, because they are wings. Well, they're like birds' wings.
Yeah, but birds' wings flap. Ours don't flap. They've got flaps. But I once watched the flaps all the way to Stockholm, and take it from me, they are seriously misnamed. So why does having wings make a plane leave the runway?
Ah, they're here. Now go and wait in the car with them. I need to clean my teeth.
Yeah, but how do the wings...
Answer the door.
Okay, I'm going.
There we are, Snoopadoop. Who's a lovely clean girl. Oh, Goopy.
Hi there, Douglas.
Morning, Arthur. You're revoltingly chirpy for 6:30 in the morning. Where's your mother?
She's just brushing her teeth. She says to wait for her in the car. Where's Martin?
Who can predict the movements of the Supreme Commander? Perhaps God wanted to pick his brains about something.
How do you mean?
Never mind. But what's this? Who is this commanding presence hoving into view? Can it be Sir? It can.
Morning.
Greetings, oh sir.
Don't call me Sir, Douglas.
Sir's mind is fickle and changeable. I shall endeavour to remember, sir, but from time to time my natural awe at the majestic figure cut by Sir may bubble up uncontrollably. And
Thank you, Douglas. Truly, you are an hilarious pilot. Where's Carolyn?
Sharpening her teeth.
Brushing.
Brushing her teeth, yes, sorry. Well, in you get then, Sir of Sirs. You're letting the cold in.
I can't. You're in my seat.
Your seat? You have a seat?
Yes.
In Carolyn's car?
The front seat is my seat.
What, did you call shotgun?
I don't need to call shotgun. I'm the captain.
The captain gets the front seat in the aircraft, Martin, because he's driving it. Not in any vehicle he happens to be in.
I always sit in the front seat in the taxi.
Only because the taxi goes to your house first. This time I got here first, and so here I am. Voila.
Tell you what, if it makes it easier, I could go in the front.
Shut up, Arthur.
Right.
Douglas, I've got to do the briefing. How am I supposed to give the briefing from the back seat?
I'll still be able to hear you. I'll be in the same car and everything. And my legs are longer, yards longer.
But I don't...
Oh, all right. I'll toss you for it.
Hey, no, that's not fair. You know about me and coin tosses.
Heads or tails?
Oh, bloody hell. Tails, then.
Oh, that's odd.
Did I win? Did I actually win? That never happens. That's the first time in a run of about 500.
Just get on with it.
Oh, now, that is nice. Comfy. Now listen up, chaps. Here's the briefing. Fairly straightforward. Weather's good. Clear skies expected at Abu Dhabi. Our alternate is Dubai. I'll operate out. Douglas, you operate back. Trust that's all clear?
Aye, aye, Captain Ahab.
I suppose he's a friend of Captain Bligh, is he?
The three of you should go for a drink sometime.
Okay, Team Useless, we're late.
But that's because you were...
Shut up and listen. Here's your briefing. Douglas will operate out, Martin back, clear skies at Abu Dhabi. Your alternate is Bahrain.
Carolyn, I've already
No,
done...
really? Shut up and listen. Alternate Bahrain, but of course you don't need an alternate, because today's the day we try running MJN as a profitable business, rather than a charitable sanctuary for rubbish pilots. Wait a minute. Martin, swap seats with Douglas.
What?
He's too tall, I can't see out of the back window. Oh, come on, chop, chop.
I don't believe
I am
it.
going to count to 1. 1.
Look at all this lot. Carpets, vases, and a storage heater.
Why would you want a storage heater in Abu Dhabi?
Well, there is a lot of heat to store.
Right, we're done. Arthur, we're done.
Coming, Skipper.
What are you doing back there?
I'm just trying to soothe the cat. Ow! Ah,
God, what happened?
I failed.
Good heavens, are you all right?
I think so. He's sweet, really. He was just playing.
At what, being a leopard?
I wouldn't have thought he could get his paw through the bars.
Nor did I. He really can, though.
Do you want to go and sew yourself back together?
No, I'm fine. Ish. Are we done?
It seems so, and now it's back to the boring old plane flying.
Oh, yes, about that. I wanted to ask you something, Skipper. Mum was telling me this morning that planes fly because they've got wings.
Is there anything that woman doesn't know?
But she didn't really explain. Why do wings lift us up?
Ah, well, essentially...
Douglas, he asked me. Listen carefully, Arthur. The wing is curved on top, but flat on the bottom. When it meets the air, it splits it in two. The air that goes over the top has further to go, so it has to go faster to keep up with the air underneath. That reduces the pressure above the wing, giving us lift.
Ah, fantastic. Thanks, Skipper. I totally get it now.
You're welcome.
Except, why does it have to?
Why does what?
Why does the air on the top have to keep up with the air on the bottom? Why don't they just split up?
For the sake of the kids?
Fuel system checked?
Checked.
Hydraulics checked?
Checked.
Transponder checked?
Like a picnic tablecloth.
In general, plane not broken?
Plane, so far as one can tell, not broken.
Great. I'll go and do the walk around then.
Not forgetting, of course, to check that the cargo hold temperature...
No, obviously not forgetting that. Douglas, do I have to remind you again who's in command?
Could it by any chance be you, Captain Queeg?
Queeg? You're just making them up now.
Bonjour, Go Tango India, maintain 340, direct Châtillon.
Mais oui, mon ami. Out.
Post-takeoff checks complete, Douglas?
Thank you, Captain Perkins.
Oh, knock it off, Douglas.
Not what of?
Yes, all right, I've never heard of Captain Perkins. Happy now? You win again in the game of referencing fictional captains I don't recognise. But you know, that's because instead of reading The Adventures of Captain Perkins in my punt at Eton College, Oxford, I was rereading Principles of Climatology for Pilots and underlining bits in red, all right?
All right. Feel better?
Yes.
Good. I said, thank you, Captain Perkins. Brian Perkins.
Oh, right. Hanrahan.
Lunch is served, gents.
Ah, excellent. What have we today?
Oh, heaps of deliciousness. I spent hours on it.
Arthur, I very much hope that you mean by that you spent hours removing the lids from our delicious catered food.
Which, to be fair, we are perfectly prepared to imagine of you.
Okay, you see, The caterers were one of the things Mum thought we could tighten our belt around. She thought that with me not having terribly much to do on cargo flights, I could try my hand at doing the meals.
Did she? Did she really? And what have you prepared?
Well, 2 separate meals, as per. For someone, this.
My God.
I call it my orange platter.
Really? I wonder why.
Oh, because everything in it...
Yes, Arthur, I can see why.
What makes the mashed potato orange?
Cooking it in the same saucepan I used to curry the baked beans.
And the other option?
Ah, my signature dish. Behold, surprising rice.
Good Lord.
What are those bits?
Ah, you see, Skipper, if you don't mind me saying so, that question is entirely against the spirit of surprising rice.
Arthur, you're aware the point of giving us separate meals is so that we can't both get food poisoning. There's really not much point if you're just going to poison us in 2 different ways.
Oh, come on, chaps. I tried my hardest, you know.
That's what we're afraid of. Arthur, sorry, but please take these away, humanely destroy them, and see if there's anything edible on the plane. Douglas, SATCOM, please. Carolyn, what the hell are you trying to do?
What's the matter? Has Arthur told you about the accommodation already? I told him to wait till you landed.
What? No? What about the accommodation?
Oh, nothing. You love it. It has old world Bedouin charm. What did you want, then?
The food, Carolyn. We're skilled professionals doing a difficult and dangerous job. We need proper catering.
Skilled professionals don't go to Bristol. Ask anyone. Skilled professionals don't forget to check the cargo hold heating. Speaking of which, did you check it?
Yes, of course I did. How could I forget with everyone reminding me twice a minute? I checked it before the walk round, and I checked it after the walk round, and it was definitely off.
On.
What?
Sir means on, naturally. It was on. Whoops. Must go now, Carolyn. Here comes a mountain. Cheerio.
Douglas, is this some half-baked revenge attempt? Because if so, it's really pointless. Why would she believe I deliberately turned it on?
Why, indeed. But I had this sort of feeling you might hope she did, what with the cat in the hold and all.
Oh, God.
Precisely. I did try to remind you.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Do you think it's dead?
No, definitely not. Not yet.
Oh, God.
Probably feeling the chill, though.
What flight time have you got?
A little under 8 hours.
How long can a cat survive in an unheated hold at 34,000 feet?
Oh, I used to know this one. It's always coming up in pub quizzes.
Yes, all right.
Now then, is it 3 hours and 28 seconds, or is that a weasel in a submarine?
You don't know.
I regret not, but I wouldn't hold out too much hope for the answer being 8 hours.
Oh, God. I'm going to have to kill the client's cat.
It's looking that way.
I can't kill the client's cat.
That's also true.
Well, what else can I do?
I suppose you could always...
I can't divert. She'll hunt me down. She'll actually hunt me down with knives.
Whereas if we carry on and freeze the client's cat to death...
Also knives. Big knives. If we did carry on and the cats didn't make it, do you think they'd be able to tell how it died?
Again, I fear you flatter my knowledge of cat pathology.
I don't see how they could. I mean, it's not as if it's going to freeze into a block of ice, is it?
Not unless it's a cartoon cat, no.
I mean, it's not as if the cat CSI is going to descend on us.
I wouldn't have thought so. They're so busy these days.
I mean, I know it's a bit rotten for the cat, but £10,000 to divert is quite a lot, isn't it?
A fair bit. And Carolyn?
And the knives, yes. So, what do you think? Is that reasonable? That's reasonable, isn't it? Isn't it?
It's a command decision, sir. All yours.
Right, I found some biscuits and some strepsils. Who wants what?
I think we can probably risk both having the biscuits.
Skipper, are you all right?
Yes.
Are you sure? You're a sort of grey colour. And you didn't even try the surprising rice.
I'm fine.
No, really, it's something...
Arthur, you were asking why the air over the wing has to keep up with the air underneath.
Oh, yes, do you know?
Indeed I do. Attend. The air is not passing over the wing is passing through the air. So, the curved upper side stretches the air forced over it apart, reducing pressure, producing lift. The lift pushes up, the weight pushes down. So as long as the lift is more than the weight, up we go. And that, my friend, is how an aeroplane flies.
Got it. Right. Yes. Crack it. I completely get it now.
Good. You see, it's actually quite easy to grasp when it's explained properly by someone who understands.
So that's why planes can't fly upside down.
Yes, they can.
Can they?
Well, of course they can. Haven't you seen the red arrows?
But doesn't that mean the curved side of the wing is on the bottom? So the lift is pushing down, as well as the weight? How does that work?
Yes, Douglas. How does that work?
Well, Arthur, there's a very simple explanation. But just to finish what we were saying, Martin, I think it's entirely up to you whether you let the cat in the hold freeze to death.
What?
Douglas!
Skipper!
No one wants to hear the explanation. What a shame.
Why? Why would you do that?
I'm not doing it on purpose, Arthur.
Then why are you doing it at all?
It seems the cargo hold heating may not have been turned on.
Masterly use of the passive voice.
But, Skipper, it's really cold as high up as this.
Yes, thank you, Professor Science.
So we should turn the heating on.
Yes, okay, good idea. You could do it. Just climb out over the wing, wrench open the whole doors, swing yourself in and adjust the thermostat.
Okay, how will I rectify...
Not really!
Oh, I've got an idea. We could divert. If we landed now, the cat might be okay.
Well done, Arthur. Why didn't we think of that, Martin?
Arthur, I know he's a lovely cat, but it costs thousands and thousands of pounds to divert. And you remember your mother and her thoughts about that?
Right. Yes. But, you know, it's just a sweet little pussycat.
It's not! It's a crazed psycho cat! Look at yourself, Arthur! You have open wounds!
Yeah, I suppose so, but it's going to get really cold. And, you know, die.
So, you want me to divert, is that it? You want me to ditch in Nowheresville, Normandy? You want me to tell Carolyn I do have the absolutely cast-iron excuse she demanded for diverting, and it goes meow?
Yes, please.
All right. Fine. Fine. All right. It's only a job. There'll be other jobs. France Control, this is Golf Tango India. Request immediate diversion to nearest airfield.
Roger, Golf Tango India. Do you have an emergency?
Well, we've got...
One moment, please, Tower.
What is it, Douglas?
Captain. I do believe I can smell smoke in the flight deck. Can you smell smoke in the flight deck, Captain?
Yes. Yes, I can, Douglas. Could you request an immediate diversion, please?
Certainly, sir.
That was Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore. It starred Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. It also featured Ewan McIntosh as Carl, the producer was David Tyler, and the programme was a positive production for the BBC.
Your seatbelt fastens like this and unfastens like this. An invaluable lesson there for any of you who have never been in a car. In the very unlikely event of an emergency landing, your inflatable safety jacket is under your seat, and that is precisely where I recommend it stay, given that the largest body of water between here and Luton is an open-air swimming pool in Daventry. Finally, please keep your mobile phone switched off for the duration of the flight. Obviously, they have no effect whatsoever on our navigational equipment, or we wouldn't let you have them. But they drive me up the wall. Thank you, and enjoy your flight.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Boston. Fitton approach. This is Golf Echo Romeo Tango India, climbing to 6,000 feet, left turn, direct Luton.
Okie dokie. Have fun.
Carl.
Roger, Golf Tango India.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Don't fly into anything I wouldn't fly into.
Post-takeoff checks complete.
Thank you, Douglas. Could you balance the fuel, please? Douglas, the fuel.
Sorry, Captain. Can't help you.
Simon says, could you balance the fuel?
By all means. You know, you can give up any time you like. It's been 6 trips.
No, I can get you. Besides, I want another go, and I could do better than last time.
What? Even better than... Shall we play Simon Says, Martin? OK, I'll go first, Douglas. Tell me when you're ready, Martin. I'm ready, Douglas. Oh. I don't know, Martin. You've set the bar punishingly high.
Ah, gentlemen.
Oh, dear.
What?
It's always trouble when we're gentlemen. I prefer it when we're imbeciles.
Or dolts.
Dolts is good, yes.
No, this is good news. I have another job for you.
We've already got another job this week.
Indeed you have. So stand by for another job. The fine people at Algonquin Charter Air have excellently grounded a Gulf Stream at Luton, which leaves them with a whole parcel of cross-Americans who aren't in America, but would like to be. And guess who's making their dream come true? Our very own selves.
We can't do it.
We can do it, we will do it, and we are doing it. Does that answer your question?
It wasn't a question, Carolyn. It was a statement. The Istanbul trip is Thursday night.
I know. We get back Thursday morning.
But we have to have 12 hours rest between trips.
I know, because you are lazy, lazy pilots. So, we get to Boston Wednesday morning, 12 hours break. Fly home Wednesday evening, arrive Thursday morning, 12 hours break. Off to Istanbul, perfect.
But I've got my EasyJet interview on Wednesday afternoon.
Ah, well, easy jet, easy go.
You can still do that. I don't care what you do in your 12 hours. You can sleep or try to sneak away from my company like a snivelling rat. It's all the same to me.
Douglas, help me out here.
Oh, nice try.
Damn!
Please tell me you're not still playing Simon Says.
I'm afraid I can't do that for 2 reasons.
Good evening, sir. Welcome on board today. Good evening, madam. Welcome also to you today on board. Good evening, sir. Welcome to being on board to you today. Sir, excuse me.
Yeah? What?
May I inform yourself that NJN does run a fully comprehensive non-smoking service, and as such a result of this, all cigarettes, cigars and cigarillos must be extinguished upon embarkation and retained in a state of extinguishment until termination of disembarkation. Thank you, sir, for your cooperation.
I'm not cooperating.
No, not yet, but I'm sure you're going to in a minute, and then, thank you.
Do you know how much I paid to be on this flight today?
I bet it was loads.
Yeah, good guess. It was loads. It was so much that it seems to me that, I can pretty much smoke where I like, okay?
But it's very dangerous to smoke on an aeroplane.
No, it's not.
I don't know what to say now.
How old are you, Sonny?
28 and a half.
Well, I was smoking on airplanes for 20 years before you were born. Why do you think the no smoking signs go on and off?
Actually, ours don't, mostly. Although one of them flickers. And there's one we can't turn on at all because it makes the cabin smell of fish.
Well, that sure gives me confidence. So, we're all done here, right?
Yep.
And I can smoke.
Hello, welcome on board. It's my pleasure to serve you today. Please do let me know, or a member of my team know, if we can help you at any time, such as, for instance, by extinguishing that cigarette for you.
Hey!
Oh, dear. Arthur, get this gentleman a fresh glass of wine, please. This one seems to be a bit cigarette-y. Thank you so very much, and please do enjoy the rest of your flight.
Douglas, could you give me the fuel check at the last waypoint? Simon says, give me the fuel check at the last waypoint.
Certainly. 10 minutes early and 700 kilos up on flight plan.
Nearly got you there, didn't I?
No. Ah, here we go again. Let's see what vital part's fallen off the old girl this time. Ah.
What is it?
Shall I tell you an interesting thing about this thin metal tube full of petrol we're flying hundreds of miles above the Atlantic Ocean? It's on fire.
Douglas?
Master caution fire, Captain. Smoke detector, passenger loo.
Ah. Carolyn, we've got a...
Yes, I know. Keep your goggles on. It's just stroppy, Mr. Lehman in 3B. Hang on.
It's taken!
Sir, please extinguish your cigarette. Take the paper cup off the smoke alarm. Make a mental note that that trick never works. And return to your seat.
Nope.
Martin, give Douglas your hat. Do it.
You didn't say Simon Says.
I am not playing your game. The man in the loo refuses to come out, so give Douglas your hat.
I'm sure to you those two sentences follow another naturally, but I don't quite see the
I don't need you to see. I need you to give Douglas your hat.
I don't want to give him my hat.
If it helps, I don't want to take his hat.
Oh, for goodness sake. Why don't people just blindly obey anymore? He needs your hat because I want the captain to go down there and strike terror into his heart.
But I'm the captain.
I am only too painfully aware that you are the captain, Martin. But Douglas actually looks and sounds like a captain. You're not going to strike terror into anyone's heart unless you chat them up in a bar.
Right. Well, let's just see about that, shall we? Mr. Lehman.
Yep.
I notice you're no longer in the toilet cubicle, sir.
I bet the guys call you Captain Hawkeye.
Are you aware that 10 minutes ago I was on the point of aborting the flight?
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Looks wet down there.
Because, sir, I was under the impression that the aircraft was on fire.
No, it was just me smoking.
Yes, I know.
Right, so you weren't on the point of aborting anything now, were you?
Sir, as the commander of this vessel, I must demand...
Okay, that's about enough. What are you gonna do, Commander? Have me arrested? No. And I'll tell you why not. Because your tin pot little one-airplane outfit needs me and my business about a zillion times more than I need you. You think you can scare me by marching down here in your Fisher-Price when I grow up I want to be a pilot costume? Give me a break! You're not the commander of anything. You're a little guy who can't get a game with the big boys and wears a uniform like a rear admiral's to make up for the fact that he's basically just a flying cabbie. Am I right?
No! No, you're not right. You're a very rude man. You can't speak to me like that. I'm the captain.
Okay, Captain. You run along now and, try not to cry into any important equipment.
I'm not crying. Your smoke got in my eyes.
How did it go?
Fine. Arthur?
Well, anything you say 5 times is obviously true.
Yes, Skipper?
Right. Arthur, did you see me inform Mr. Lehman about our non-smoking policy?
Well, I wasn't really looking. I mean, I certainly didn't notice if he made you cry. Or not. I mean, he probably didn't.
I was not crying. His smoke got in my eyes.
Smoke gets in your eyes.
Shut up, Douglas! Now, Arthur, we've already had one fire scare on this trip. We can't afford to take chances, and since we know that Mr. Lehman has been fully informed of the policy, and therefore certainly won't be smoking in the loo again...
Actually, I think he might.
No, Arthur, he won't.
The thing is, though, Skip, with all due respect, but what I've got that you haven't is that Mum sent me on a course on understanding people in Ipswich.
And if I ever want the people of Ipswich understood, you'll be the first person I call. Meanwhile...
Yeah, but it means I can now read people. You know, like a book.
Have you ever read a book, Arthur?
Yes, actually. White Fang. Twice. Anyway, bringing my people reading skills to the table, I'm able to reveal to you now that Mr. Lehman didn't show any of the 5 indicators of true resolve to change his behaviour patterns. And therefore, in a nutshell, I reckon he might smoke in the loo again.
Listen carefully, Arthur. He definitely won't. And therefore, if the smoke alarm does go off again, it can only be a real fire. And so I'm authorizing you, in that unlikely event, not to waste time knocking, just to override the door lock and immediately discharge the fire extinguisher into any flame you see.
Ah, any flame I see.
That's right. Even if it's just a little, tiny, glowy one.
Aye, Skipper. Okay, he's up. He's on the move. Okay, he's in.
Okay, Arthur, stand by.
Okay.
Stand by. Oh, no. Emergency. Emergency. The plane is on fire. Arthur, for the love of God, save us all.
Yes, Skipper!
Hey, what the... Oh, God. Oh, my chest.
Fire's out.
Good evening. This is Captain Creef speaking.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, a passenger has been taken ill. So if there is anyone with medical training on board, could they please come to the flight deck door? Thank you.
OK, we've moved him to the galley.
How's he looking?
Well, he's covered in foam and he's had a heart attack. Otherwise, great.
Right, I was just thinking, maybe we ought to turn the plane round.
Well, yes, of course we should. Haven't you done it yet?
Oh, right, because on the other hand, obviously Carolyn's not going to like it much.
Martin, that's irrelevant. It's a serious medical emergency. You ditch into the nearest airfield, and we're, 20 minutes off Midway, so 40 minutes closer to home. There's no question we have to turn round. It's the decision I imagine you have come to, Captain.
Yes, it is, exactly. Shanwick, this is Golf Echo Romeo Tango India. We have a serious passenger medical emergency and wish to return as soon as possible.
Roger, Golf Tango India, stand by, I'll coordinate.
Okay. Carolyn will understand, won't she? I mean, a life's at stake. I'm sure I saw a doctor on the load sheet. Here we are, 7A, Dr. Thomas Price. Where is he?
Lying low, I should think.
What? Why?
Too scared of being sued.
You're joking.
No. Especially going to America. If he tries to treat him and anything goes wrong, he's looking at a huge malpractice suit.
But surely no one will sue someone for trying to save their life.
Let's face it, if anyone would, Mr. Lehman would.
Go and have a quick look at him for me, would you? Simon says, go and have a quick look at him for me, would you?
Then Simon shall be obeyed.
Golf Tango India, very little traffic on your track this evening. Maintain 330, turn right to Reykjavik, and when in range, contact Iceland 118.05.
Oh, Reykjavik, really? I was thinking we could just go back home.
Well, Reykjavik's much closer. I thought you said it was a medical emergency.
Okay, right, yeah, Roger. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Creef here again. I'm sure you'll understand that as we have a passenger on board in need of urgent medical attention, we will have to make an unscheduled stop today in Reykjavik. I do apologize for the inconvenience, and once again, if there is a person with medical training on board, please do make yourself known to us. Thank you.
Reykjavik!
Carolyn, hello.
Reykjavik!
Carolyn, you sound like you're coughing up a hairball.
Why in the wide world are we going to Reykjavik?
Because, and I know on a busy flight you may have missed this, your son hosed a passenger down with a fire extinguisher and gave him a heart attack. So I thought it might be a touching gesture if we tried to get into a hospital.
And what's wrong with the hospitals in Boston?
Nothing's wrong with them. They're terribly good, but they're 1,500 miles away.
But do you have any idea what it'll cost to land in Iceland and find everyone accommodation and reroute tomorrow and miss Istanbul?
A man may be dying back there.
A horrible man.
Carolyn, just because a passenger is rude to you doesn't mean they deserve to die.
Okay. Martin, listen. We are almost halfway. Boston can't be more than, just 40 minutes further? And putting aside the thousands and thousands of pounds it will cost, look at it from his point of view. He lives in Boston. If we carry on, he goes to hospital in his hometown. His family and his friends are right there.
Friends?
He's rich, he'll have friends. If he goes to some hospital in Iceland, he'll be alone in a foreign land. His family will have to fly over to be with him. Maybe they'll be too late. All for the sake of 40 minutes.
Shanwick, this is Golf Tango India. We wish to cancel our emergency. We'd like to continue to Boston.
Oh, better now, is he? That's nice. Roger, Golf Tango India. Route direct to 51 North, 30 West, and resume your previously cleared track.
Good command decision, Captain. See you later.
Sorry to disturb you again, ladies and gentlemen. Just to let you know that we will, after all, be continuing our journey to Boston. And I repeat, if there's a doctor on board and they retain even a hazy memory of their Hippocratic oath, it would be really super to see them in the galley. Thank you.
What are you doing, Martin?
I'm trying to flush out Dr. Price.
No, why are you turning back to Boston?
Oh, well, I was just thinking it over, and I realised it's actually almost
Carolyn
as quick
got to you, didn't she?
What? No, she didn't get to me. She just happened to make a couple of valid
Martin,
points.
turn the plane round.
No, I've made a command decision.
It's the wrong decision. Boston's an extra 40 minutes away.
Yes, well, 40 minutes, that's not all
If
that.
he dies 30 minutes out of Boston, just as he would be getting into the ambulance in Reykjavik, what are you going to tell his family?
Hello, Shanwick. It's Golf Tango India here again.
Oh, if it isn't the bouncing bomb. Where can we tempt you with this time? Tenerife's very nice this time of year.
Reykjavik will be fine, thank you.
Are you sure now? I mean, don't rush into anything, because I have literally nothing better to do with my time than ping you around the Atlantic Ocean all the livelong day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Creef once again, just to let you know that I misspoke a little just now. We will in fact be diverting to Reykjavik Airport as planned. Oh, I know, trying to save someone's life is such a chore, isn't it? Speaking of which, if there is, in fact, and despite the deafening silence so far, a doctor on board, and if that doctor has quite finished his chicken casserole, blueberry cheesecake, and, coffee with milk, no sugar, then maybe such a hypothetical doctor might like to stop flicking through the duty-free catalogue and thoughtfully pulling on his sandy moustache and walk the hypothetical 7 rows to join me with the patient here in the galley. But if there isn't a doctor on board, then never mind.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Mr. Price, is it?
Dr. Price?
Oh, a doctor! Good Lord, what a stroke of luck. The very thing we're looking for. Well, this is the patient.
Okay, let's have a look, okay? Uh-huh.
What do you think?
I think probably a bridge.
A bridge?
Yeah, a tunnel's obviously out of the question, but if you really need to get past him, you could use a couple of drinks trolleys and a stretcher to rig up a rudimentary cantilever bridge. That, at least, is my professional opinion as a PhD in civil engineering. Or has one of us made some sort of really embarrassing mistake?
I'm so sorry, I didn't...
Yeah, oh, and by the way, I don't know anything about medicine, but this guy doesn't need a doctor.
What?
Not anymore.
Turn the plane around.
You're not listening to me.
No, and far more importantly, you're not turning the plane around. Do it, now.
I can't turn the plane around.
Martin, if there is one thing you've proved on this trip over and over again, it's that you can turn the plane around. Or were we just caught in a slow-motion hurricane?
But Mr. Lehman...
Is dead, God rest his grumpy soul. So he doesn't need an ambulance, he doesn't need a hospital. All he needs is to be taken home to Boston.
Douglas...
You could tell her we no longer have enough fuel left to get to Boston safely.
Yes, thank you, Carolyn.
But we do.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, but she's right. We should go to Boston.
Fine, fine, we'll go to Boston, but only if...
Yes?
Douglas talks to Shanwick.
Douglas?
My pleasure. Hello, Shanwick. Greetings once again from the merry men of Yo-Yo Airways.
Well, goodbye then. I feel someone should, say a few words. Hamilton R. Lehman. Born 1943 in America, probably. Died 2008 in the sky. Definitely. Non-vegetarian option. I didn't know you for very long, Mr. Lehman, but I'll always remember you as a shouty man. You loved to shout. Shout and smoke, those were your twin passions. And so, in a way, I suppose you died doing what you loved. Shouting and smoking and covered in foam. I don't know if you like that. You probably didn't. Still, goodbye. Rest in peace. Thank you for flying MJN Air.
Do you think we'll make it in time?
Remember how I didn't know 3 minutes ago? No new information has come in since then.
Right.
You all right?
Yeah, it's just, hasn't been a great trip, has it? I think possibly I made a few... Well, I didn't exactly. I've got this interview when we get back, if we get back in time, which I doubt, and I just wondered if, as a captain, there's things... I mean, I only ask because, of course, you were a captain for a while, and I just wondered if... I mean, this is a bit difficult, but could you give me some advice?
Well, the main thing is you've got to stop asking for advice.
Great, thanks.
That's okay. You can start as soon as I've given you mine. You're the captain, Martin. And one of the many excellent things about being captain, along with the irresistible sexual magnetism and first crack at the cheese tray, is that you're always right. So by all means, take opinions, but remember, you don't have to listen to Carolyn, you don't have to listen to ATC, you don't even, and savour this because I shall never say it again, you don't even have to listen to me. You're the boss. What you say goes.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Okay. Thank you. But, Douglas?
What?
Simon says, could you give me some advice?
Well done.
My turn, my turn.
All right. Tell me when you're ready. Simon says, tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Come again?
I'm ready. Oh!
Goodbye, thank you for flying MJN Air. Goodbye, thank you for flying MJN Air. Goodbye, thank you for flying MJN Air. Goodbye, oh, that's it. All done, Mum.
And we're all finished at the pointy end with a cheeky little 12 minutes in hand before we go out of hours.
Great. Well, the paramedics are back there in the galley with Mr. L, so as soon as they're ready... Oh, speak of the devils. Well, the angels.
Are you Carolyn Knapp's happy?
Yes.
Did you call up an ambulance crew, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Why? Well, because... look at him.
We are looking at him, and we'd like to know what you expect us to do with him.
I have to tell you, I really don't mind. Once he's off my plane, as far as I'm concerned, you can let your imagination run wild.
Ma'am, he's dead. He's been dead some time. We are an emergency service. This guy, not so much an emergency.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Carry him to the hospital over my shoulder?
Ma'am, you need to contact the coroner's office. They'll send out a vehicle.
When?
I don't know, when they can. You just give them a call tomorrow morning, see when they can do.
Tomorrow morning?
Yeah, they'll be all closed up now.
So what are we supposed to do? Just leave him here until they're ready for him?
Absolutely not.
Good.
You're going to need to remain in attendance.
What? We can't.
Just one moment, if you please.
Martin, don't.
Sir?
Madam, I don't think you appreciate that I am the captain of this aircraft, not her.
Yeah, and?
And I just saw him move.
No, you didn't.
I absolutely did.
This man's been dead for some time, sir.
I don't think so. I am telling you, I just saw him move.
What movement did he make?
He did a little wave.
I don't think so.
Well, I do think so, and I am an airline captain, the commander of this vessel, and I am willing to swear anywhere that he absolutely did. He gave me a little wave, and then he pointed at you, and then he tapped his watch as if to say, why aren't I in the hospital already? And then he relapsed into his unconscious state. So it seems to me you can either refuse to take him, and I can while away the hours I spend waiting with him, filing a complaint against you for negligence, which will tie us all up in endless red tape, until I eventually agree that maybe what I saw was just rigor mortis. Or you can take him with you now in your big empty ambulance to the hospital to which you are going anyway, and we can all hope and pray he doesn't die on the way.
Okay, Lucas, patient seen exhibiting vital signs. Get him on the gurney.
Thank you so much.
Where is he?
Well, if last night's anything to go by, he's telling the whole story to every third person he meets. It slows him down a tad.
While we're waiting, can I just have a quick look in duty-free?
No, Arthur, you do not need any more Toblerones.
Mum, they've got the white ones.
Aha! There you all are. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, Martin. Still feeling pretty chipper, I see.
And why ever not? 12 hours restful rest, a beautiful blue sky to fly in, and a certain sense of a job rather well done.
Yes, Martin, we're all delighted by your newfound butchness. Now, can we please just get through customs and go home?
Is this your bag, sir?
Yes. I'm sorry, Carolyn. Do I detect a note of tetchiness? Surely you haven't already forgotten how I single-handedly saved you from losing out on a trip worth tens of thousands of pounds.
I'm just going to take a look through it.
Yeah, fine.
Not yet, you haven't. We've still got to get back on time.
You needn't worry about that, Carolyn. Clear skies, no wind, no pesky passengers to peg out midway. Istanbul awaits us. As indeed do the good people of EasyJet. Await me, anyway.
What's this?
What?
What's this?
Well, since you ask, It's a nose hair clipper, okay?
It can't go in your hand luggage. You need to put it in the hole.
They're nasal clippers. What am I supposed to do with nasal clippers?
I'm sorry, sir. That's federal law.
You do realise we have an axe on the flight deck, don't you?
What?
Of course, Captain, there is a time and a place for the strong-arm tactic.
We have a fire axe, so you're stopping me from equipping myself with the deadly power of the nose hair strimmer on board a plane where I can, should the mood take me, brandish an axe.
I am not sure what you're telling me, sir.
He's not telling you anything. He doesn't want his silly old clippers anyway, repulsive object. Come on, Martin, before you say anything
And besides that, I'm the one flying the bloody thing. If I want to crash the plane, I don't even need an axe. I just need to push on the big metal column in front of me.
And there it is.
Sir, I am arresting you under Section 6 of the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2002.
What?
You were heard in the presence of witnesses to make a threat against the safety of the aircraft. Please come with me. Sir!
You idiot, Martin. You colossal idiot.
But I've got to fly the plane in 40 minutes.
Oh, no, sir, I don't think so. Come with me, please.
Come back. Bring it back.
So, Arthur, shall we take a look at those Toblerones? Good evening. This is First Officer Douglas Richardson. Just to let you know, we're now making our final preparations to fly you to the moon. While we're airborne, I do hope you'll take advantage of the opportunity to play among the stars. Those of you sitting on the left-hand side of the aircraft should have an excellent view of what spring is like on Jupiter, and on the right-hand side, Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Cabin doors to automatic.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Cremona. Very good, very good. Okay, my turn.
All right, do come fly with me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of MJN Air, I'd like to invite you to come fly with me. Let's fly away.
Martin, what on earth are you doing?
Carolyn, yes, nothing.
What's going on in there? You've been on stand for half an hour. I've been waiting for you in the porter cabin.
Yes, we saw your light was on and we thought you might still be there.
But you didn't come in.
No, we saw your light was on and we thought you might still be there.
Well, come in now. I want to talk to you. Well, heaven knows that's not true, but I have things to tell you. Oh, at last. Now then, guess who's got a job tomorrow? I'll give you a clue. It's us.
And they called Hitchcock the master of suspense.
Anyway, you'll like this trip. You are taking a film star to Italy.
A film star?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Hester Macaulay.
Oh, yes, wasn't she?
Hester Macaulay?
Good Lord, Arthur, I didn't know you were here.
Hester Macaulay? The Lady of the Lake? In my cabin?
What were you doing behind there?
And what are you talking about, idiot child?
She was Griselda, the Lady of the Lake, in Quest for Camelot.
Oh, was she?
Yes, she's the one who tells Arthur to bring her Excalibur.
Bring her Excalibur? Surely she gives him Excalibur.
How could she give him Excalibur? Excalibur's a person.
Right. Keen Arthurian scholars, were they, these filmmakers?
Well, I say person. Obviously, it famously turns out he's a vampire.
Arthur, there's something on your face.
Oh, got it?
No, lower. It's hanging off the bottom of your face. It's a sort of huge shelf of bone and flesh, and it's flapping about, making a horrible noise. Will you make it stop?
Right, yes. Sorry, Mum.
Thank you. Now scatter to the winds, all of you. Martin, flight plan. Douglas, load sheet. Arthur, coffee.
Right.
Fly, my pretties, fly.
Come on, monkey face.
Righto.
Cremona. So I imagine we're staying at the Excelsior?
Then carry on imagining, Douglas, because that's as close as you're getting. Miss Macaulay will be at the Excelsior. You will be over the road at the Garibaldi.
Oh, no, the Garibaldi's an absolute dump.
A dump, yes, but a keenly priced dump.
If this was a proper airline, we'd be staying at the Excelsior.
Agreed. And if you were proper pilots, you'd be flying with a proper airline. Pass. Now, go and do me that load sheet. 1 passenger and a dozen shirts.
One of our sweatier actresses, is she?
No, the film's set in fascist Italy, and apparently the studio needs some extra black shirts for the,
Extras?
Yes, playing...
Black shirts?
Precisely.
Good morning, madam, and welcome... No, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am, and welcome... No, she's not the Queen. Good morning, Miss Macaulay, and no, madam.
Thing is it unprofessional to tell a passenger that you once made a collage of their face out of pasta shapes?
I really don't know.
You see, part of me thinks...
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say no? I meant care. I don't really care. Morning, Martin. You're looking very smart.
No, I'm not. No more than usual. This is how I always look. What are you saying?
Yes, you're quite right. It was an unforgivable compliment. I do apologise. Now then, Arthur, spot test.
Oh, great. I love these.
What can you tell me about the group of people we passed just now waiting outside the porter cabin?
Right. I didn't really notice them. Mostly men, I think. I think one of them had a beard. That's it.
There were about 30 of them, all wearing homemade suits of armour and singing a song about a dragon.
Yeah, now you say that.
Suits of armour? Why on earth?
As it was written, so it shall be!
Thank you, yes, thank you. Oh, hello. MJNS?
Yes, hello. Good morning, Madam, and Madam Macaulay, Miss Macaulay.
Oh, thank you. But please, call me Hester.
Yes, the full title's rather a mouthful, isn't it?
This is First Officer... I mean, I'm Captain Martin Creef, but this is the First Officer Douglas Richardson, the co-pilot.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Co-pilot. Is that like being a co-star?
I suppose it is, yes.
Well, not really. I mean, co-star is equal with the other co-star, whereas the co-pilot is junior to me.
Oh, yes, I'm sure he is Captain Creef.
Oh, please, call me Madam. Martin!
Thank you, Martin. I will. And who is this?
Hello. I am Arthur.
What?
I'm Arthur.
King of the Britons.
Steward of the aeroplane.
He really is called Arthur.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Arthur. I thought you were one of those idiotic fans.
Yes.
Now, I wonder if I could just have a quick word with the manager?
Oh, yes, of course. Just through that door there.
Thank you so much, Captain. Martin.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Hester.
Oh, quite welcome, Hester. Quite.
Jealous.
Oh, hello. You must be Miss Macaulay. How splendid to meet you.
Where's the manager? I want to speak to him.
Well, I'm her. Carolyn Knapp Shappy, owner and manager.
Right. Then what the hell is going on here? I arrive at what I'm assured is a competent and discreet private charter firm to find the entrance thronged with my fans.
Would you call them a throng?
Through which I have to fight my own way.
I'm not sure 30's a throng. A gathering, maybe.
Because no one is there to meet me, to help me from the taxi, to take my luggage, to show me to the...
I'm so sorry. I had no idea. We'll make arrangements immediately. Now, may I ask the precise nature of your disability?
What? You're not disabled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you couldn't get out of a taxi without help.
Listen, have you even flown a film star before?
We took Norman Pace to Farnborough. He's a lovely man.
Well, I am not Norman Pace.
I was beginning to suspect as much.
Listen to me, dearie. One more crack out of you and the executive producer of this film will cancel the contract and rebook me on a flight with a professional company.
I'm so sorry if I have in any way offended you. Nothing could be further from my intention.
That's better. And another thing. Is that strange little red-faced man actually a qualified pilot? I mean, am I safe to fly with him?
I can assure you that Captain Creef is very nearly the best pilot in the company.
And beside that, we have the artificial horizon.
Gosh, yes. What does it do?
Well, it just tells you if you're flying level or not level. And if you're not flying level, you can correct it on the basis of that and fly more more...
Levelly?
Levelly.
Lovely.
And these are the altimeters?
Really? They sound like a nice middle-class couple, don't they?
How do you mean?
You know, oh, do come in. Lovely to see you. Now, have you met the altimeters?
Oh, I see. Yes, that's very good. Yes, the altimeters. Mrs. and Mr. Altimeter. I'm Greg Altimeter, and this is my wife, Catherine Altimeter.
Exactly. Yes. Why do you need two?
Just in case one goes wrong.
That's the theory, anyway. In practice, it's like Confucius says, man with one altimeter always no height, man with two never certain.
I know loads like that. Confucius, he say... Oh, they've all gone out of my head.
Oh, never mind. I probably ought to go back now, actually. Thank you so much for showing me around up here.
Yes. Right, yes, of course. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Who knows, maybe you can show me around a film set one day.
Maybe. Who knows?
Never eat yellow snow!
What?
Confucius, he... Well, that's not one of the best ones.
Okay.
What a lovely woman.
Oh, did you like her? You seemed rather cool and distant.
Oh, no, did I? Really?
No.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Might I ask yourself at this time if yourself would care to partake of the enjoyment of the in-flight entertainment system we do provide on the aircraft today?
What?
Shall I put the telly on?
Well, that's sweet of you, but I'm quite happy reading my book. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all. Except... I'm sorry about that thing when you met me and you thought I was a fan.
Oh, no. I should apologise to you. It's just those ridiculous Camelot idiots. They follow me all over the world, singing and chanting and telling me they're my biggest fans. It gets to one a little sometimes, you know?
Right. I see. Still, though, I just want to say I am your biggest fan.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Enjoy my Clytemnestra, did you?
Your Clytemnestra...
My career-defining Clytemnestra at Stratford. Or perhaps you preferred my Olivier Award-winning performance in A Doll's House.
You performed in A Doll's House?
No? Well, perhaps you're more of a movie buff.
Yes, I just love...
Look, don't tell me. I'm keen to guess. A Light Shines Darkly? Tails You Lose? Fardels Bear?
No, I love...
Because I hope you weren't about to suggest that you're my biggest fan, based on 2 miserable weeks I spent up to my bosom in Pondweed, filming some ridiculous fantasy dreck I only agreed to because my little cat needed a dialysis machine.
Right. No, I like the other ones. Did your cat get better?
No, she died.
Oh, dear. Still, you know what they say about cats?
What?
They've got 9 lives. So, maybe... she's still alive.
Get out of my sight!
Righto.
Everything all right in here?
Yeah, I'm just getting out of a client's sight.
So often the key to a happy flight.
Can you please explain to me what the hell is going on here?
Difficult book, is it?
Not the book. The fact that having assured me I would have no more trouble from my weird fans, you appear to have assigned me one as my steward.
I apologise, madam, but can I congratulate you on the hardline manner in which you dealt with the menace?
What?
Oh, it's just that so many people, faced with someone shyly telling them they liked their work, would simply have smiled and said, thank you, but not you. You let the bastard have it with both barrels. Well done, you.
Listen, it's not too late for me to walk out on you, you know.
Yeah, that's true, so long as you can phone your executive producer before we take off. May I just remind you all electronic equipment must be switched off until after we take off.
I am the executive producer.
How can I make Madam's journey more comfortable?
That's better. I want that Camelot freak kept out of my sight. You can do my stewardessing. And you can start by bringing me a lemon tea.
Instantly, madam. Arthur, put the kettle on and dig out those lemon hand wipes.
Wow, this hotel's amazing. Look, that whole wall's a waterfall.
Well, don't get too attached to it. The Garibaldi is pretty different. Though, to be fair, it does also have water running down the walls.
Miss Macaulay, May I present the Excelsior?
Oh, it's lovely, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Buongiorno, signor.
Oh, buongiorno. Do you speak English?
Of course, sir.
Good, great. One room, please.
Certainly. What name is he?
Mrs.
Martin.
Yes?
I don't use my real name. The fans, remember?
Oh, yes, of course. What name do you use?
Oh, various ones. Often cartoon characters.
Oh, wow. Did you nick that off Notting Hill?
They nicked it off me.
So, what name shall I use?
You choose?
Yes. One room, please, for Ms. Jessica Rabbit.
Martin!
Oh, God, no. I mean, I didn't mean you look like... Not that you don't look like... Well, that you do, but... not Jessica Rabbit, Mrs. Snoopy.
But why only one room? Where are you all staying?
The Garibaldi.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't stay there. It's ghastly. They tried to put me up there when I did Who Do You Think You Are?
Oh, you have Italian relatives?
God, no. But when the BBC offered to fly you to wherever your family are from, you don't say Kidderminster. The Garibaldi is the most awful dive. I insisted they move me.
Oh, dear. Well, Carolyn can't have known that when she booked it for us, can she, Martin?
No.
If I were you, I'd just stay here. Oh, unless you have to.
Captain?
No, we don't have to. Good Lord, no. 3 more rooms, please.
Certainly, sir. What names?
Oh, can I be goofy?
Douglas Richardson, Arthur Shappy, and Captain Martin Creef.
Oh, you're a capitan.
That's right, yes, I'm an airline captain.
So, did you want a suite?
What?
Well, generally, when the air crews come, the capitani likes a suite.
Yes. The thing about that is...
No, sir, I ask because I'm sorry we have none left today.
Well, yes, I would have liked one. I mean, obviously, I'm an airline captain. And frankly, this is very shoddy. I mean, I'll rough it this once in one of your normal 5-star rooms, but I'm very disappointed.
Well, you could always take the state rooms.
What?
The state rooms on the 5th floor. The whole of the 5th floor.
Yes, Martin, why don't you?
Right. Yes, I will. Yes.
Nonchalantly done.
And anything else I could do, you have my number, so don't hesitate to call.
Wow, Skip. 5-star hotel, eh? This is the life.
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
No, we're going straight back down to the lobby, refunding those rooms, and we're going back to the Garibaldi. I'm so sorry to disappoint you.
No, it's fine. I don't like big hotel rooms anyway. Too many drawers.
Drawers?
Yeah. Because, you know, you've got to put something in every drawer, haven't you? Or it doesn't feel like home. And sometimes in these places, I have to split pairs of socks.
Hello. I was here 15 minutes ago.
I remember you.
Yes, I imagine you would do.
It's very exciting for us, you know. We don't often get to rent out the state rooms in the winter.
No, I bet you don't. The thing is, I've been up to have a look at the rooms, and to be honest, they're a little stately.
Well, they're state rooms.
Yeah, yes, I appreciate that, but there comes a point, don't you feel, when a stateroom crosses the line from being a nice, stately room for a statesman to lie in state and becomes, you know, just terrifyingly huge and expensive. So, if you could possibly just refund me the...
Ooh.
I don't like the way you said, oh, please tell me it's a cultural thing, and that's just how you begin the sentence. Oh, don't worry, sir, that will be no problemo at all.
No, the problem is, somebody just tried to rent these state rooms, and we had to turn him down.
Great, he can have it.
No, he's gone now. We don't know where.
What did he look like?
He was a big man with a big coat and a big beard.
Right, so in the 8 minutes since I was last here, Brian Blessed strolled in, tried to rent the most expensive suite in the hotel, and then left disappointed for a destination unknown.
I didn't get his name.
Bluto?
Despite you just telling me you never get any bookings for it during the winter.
What can I say? We were lucky.
Yes, well, you make your own luck, don't you? How about the other 2 rooms, the normal-sized ones? Can you refund those?
This maybe we can do.
Right, great. Oh, for heaven's sake. Arthur, go to Douglas's room, 312. Stop him unpacking. I'll meet you there.
Right.
Hello?
Martin, my favourite aviator.
Oh, God, what have I done now?
Nothing. You simply find me in a rare good humour.
Certainly rare.
I am in Italy on a sunny day. My flight home is not till midnight. The studio have coughed up the money like lambs, and generally all is rosy. Unless you were about to tell me otherwise.
No, everything here's fine.
Excellent. Well, such a good mood am I in. I thought I would treat you 3 to dinner tonight.
Well, that's very nice of you.
And not only that, but at the Excelsior.
Oh, no. The Garibaldi will be fine.
Oh, no, ridiculous. The Garibaldi is far from fine, or you wouldn't be staying there.
No, actually, I had a look at the restaurant. They do a very nice Italian burger thing. Looks good.
I don't know what you're playing at, Martin, but stop it. For reasons of my own, I particularly want us to eat at the Excelsior this evening, so that is where I shall see you. 7:30, sharp.
Oh, terrific. 3:10, 3:11, 3:12.
Ah, Martin, hello. No.
No what?
No way. Absolutely out of the question, Jose.
You don't know what I'm going to ask?
Oh, but I do.
Hello, Skipper. Don't worry, I filled Douglas in.
Oh, well done.
So, if Arthur can be relied upon, which I concede is far from a given, you're going to ask if, to save your skin with Carolyn, I will leave this lovely five-star hotel room and go to the Garibaldi.
Yes.
While you stay here in the five-star hotel's stateroom suite. Well, obviously, I'll have to think long and hard about this one. No.
Douglas.
Sorry, I like it here. I have 2 fluffy dressing gowns in case one of them goes wrong. And there are complimentary mixed nuts, which is charming.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've returned this room to the hotel. You can't stay here.
Fair enough. Then you go to the Garibaldi and I'll have the staterooms.
Look, Douglas, I'm trying to tell you, you're right.
So glad we agree.
You're right. You can't trust anything Arthur tells you. Of course I'm not staying in the staterooms. I got them refunded too.
What, after I'd gone?
Yes, after you'd gone.
Oh, well done, Skip. I must say I'm surprised, because that receptionist seemed pretty fun.
I'm very persuasive. So, all the rooms are refunded, and we have no choice but to go to the Garibaldi, OK?
Spoil sport. All right, give me 10 minutes. I have things to pack.
You can't have unpacked already.
I didn't say they were my things.
Don't forget the mixed nuts.
As if I would.
Gosh, it is different here, isn't it? Are those real?
No. They're decorative stuffed cockroaches. Ah, well. See you at dinner then, chaps.
Bye. Is he gone? Right. Buongiorno, excuse me. I made a mistake. I just want one room, please. If we can return these two. Oh, thank you.
What's going on, Skip?
All right, Arthur, listen really carefully.
Oh, dear. I hate these.
You and I aren't staying here tonight. We're staying in the Excelsior, in the staterooms.
But I thought you managed to return...
No, of course I didn't return them. But here's the important thing. You mustn't tell Douglas that we're staying at the Excelsior. You mustn't tell Hester we're staying at the Garibaldi. And above all, you must not tell Carolyn anything at all. Got that?
No.
OK, look, here we are. We might just be able to pull this off. Arthur, you promised me you didn't tell anyone where she was staying.
I didn't. Honestly, I didn't.
You must have done. Oh, God. Do you think she's seen them? Hello?
What have you done?
Yes, I do.
Ah, Hester, I was just...
Don't Hester me, you ridiculous, incompetent little man. Just explain to me how it is that... No, actually, don't explain. I don't want to hear any more of your stuttering and toadying. I just want you to make them all go away!
Well, she's no Norman Pace, is she?
Douglas, what are you doing here?
Oh, I saw you beetling off, and I just had a hunch this might be an interesting place to come and have a drink. The Horde of Knights is an unexpected bonus.
What am I going to do?
About what in particular?
About everything.
Ah, everything in particular. Well, as I see it, your problems are a vastly expensive non-refundable stateroom suite, a hotel lobby's worth of gormless fans, and a furious actress.
Yes.
And your assets are a dozen black shirts.
What?
Well, the answer's obvious, surely.
Not to me.
Ah, interesting, because it is to me. So, suppose I were to sort all this out for you, and suppose once it was sorted out, there was still a nice Excelsior hotel room left over.
Yes, you can have it.
Excellent. Attention, oh spotty knights. I have a proposition for you. Am I right in thinking that you are here lying in wait like grubby leopards for Hester Macaulay?
Yes!
Well, as the more astute or the least unastute of you will have noticed, she's not coming down until you go away.
Well, we're not going away until she comes down. Yes.
What a delicious metaphysical conundrum. And one to which, luckily, I have the answer. I can arrange for 12 of you to not only meet Miss Macaulay, but to actually shake her hand, after first washing your own 16 or 17 times, naturally, on condition that the rest of you immediately go a really, really long way away.
How do we pick which 12? Well, we could cut cards for it.
Oh, come. What sort of opportunity does that give you to demonstrate your strange, unsettling devotion?
You mean you want us to fight for it?
No. I want you to bid for it. Do I hear, for instance, €500?
500 euros?
It seems I do. After you, Miss Macaulay. Miss Macaulay, on behalf of us all at MJN Air, allow me to say how sorry we are for all the trouble and inconvenience you've suffered.
Well, so you bloody well should be.
Indeed, we bloody well should be, and so we bloody well are. Firstly, let me assure you that the medieval contingent have now been entirely vanquished. And furthermore, in recompense for your suffering, I have been authorized to secure for you perhaps the most luxurious accommodation in Italy, not already bagsed by the Pope. Behold. Your staterooms.
How did you time your speech so that it ended precisely on the ding?
I rode up and down the lift a few times practicing.
Well, it's a nice room.
It is a nice room, and beyond lies an even nicer room, which leads into a frankly astonishing room. And beyond that, an airing cupboard, which I admit is an anticlimax.
This is certainly more how I expect to be treated.
Well, of course it is. And not only that, but we have paid for the hotel to lay on a team of staff who will be exclusively dedicated to looking after you during your stay. Allow me to introduce your butler. Sadly, none of them can speak any English.
Pleased to meet you.
And then this is your under-butler, your under-butler, and your under-butler-butler. And this is your chef, your wine waiter, your pastry cook, and your pudding smith.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
Are you all right?
That's Cremonese dialect for the pleasure's hours. Finally, your laundryman, your knife and boots boy, the man whose job it is to fold the end of your loo roll into a V shape, and your stable lad.
Why on earth would I want a stable lad?
Don't you? Umberto, you're fired.
Oh. Isn't there a maid of some sort?
Oh, yes, of course. Umberto, you're rehired. Woohoo! Now, all of you, get out. Out!
Curious uniform they have.
Yes, I rather like it.
If I was an Italian hotel manager, I wouldn't give my staff black shirts.
Ah, but that's the beauty of it. Gives them an exciting ninja look, don't you feel? It's perfectly simple. Hester stays in your staterooms, paid for by the proceeds of the handshake auction. I stay in Hester's old room here. You stay in my old room at the Garibaldi.
And me?
Also in my room at the Garibaldi.
Brilliant. Bagsy, I get the floor.
Why would you want the floor?
Are you joking? I sleep in a bed every night. Oh, there's Mum.
Carolyn? I thought she was flying home.
Not till tonight. She was very keen to take us for dinner here first. God knows why. Carolyn, hello.
Martin, what is going on?
Nothing. Everything's fine. Hester's happy. The accommodation budget's balanced. Everything is absolutely fine.
Where are all the fans?
Oh, you heard about that, did you? Yes, well, we did have a momentary glitch with some enthusiasts, but don't worry. We sent them all away.
You sent them away? Why on earth did you send them away? They were my revenge.
What?
Yes. Why else did you think I told them where she was staying?
You told them?
Of course I told them. As soon as the studio paid up. No one calls me dearie and gets away with it. And then I specifically booked this table for us to survey the mayhem. Douglas, didn't you explain this to him?
Douglas explain it?
Yes, it was his idea in the first place.
Douglas?
Mixed nut?
Good afternoon. This is your captain speaking. Just to say there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Hello. Captain Creef here again. Still no need to panic. I repeat, there is no need to panic. Or to look out of the windows. Everything's fine.
Actually, I wasn't being entirely straight with you just now. You see,
It's this damnable sleeping sickness of mine. Normally, I control it with a mysterious stimulant from South America, but blast it, my supplies run out. I'm afraid our only hope now is if by some chance someone on board knows how to prepare the stimulant and could...
Yes, we get the message. Arthur, take Martin his coffee.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Douz.
Here you are, Skipper. Wow, is that the Sahara?
The vast sandy thing on the ground, that's the chap, yes.
Wow, it's brilliant.
Always at hand with the mot juste, aren't you, Arthur? Yes, the Sahara Desert is brilliant, just as the Niagara Falls were brilliant, the Northern Lights were brilliant, and that chap from Ryanair burping the theme to the Muppets was really brilliant.
Come on, that was brilliant. Wow, camels!
And how would you describe them in a word?
Brilliant!
Thought so.
What are they all doing there?
Filling up. Douz is the last town in Tunisia before the desert. It's like a big camel petrol station.
What would you know about petrol stations?
I've seen them. I drive past them. Sometimes I stop for a Kit Kat.
What, doesn't your car need petrol, Douglas?
No, Douglas's car does not need petrol.
Wow. Well, maybe I should get one.
Yes, Arthur, you keep lumbering on after the uptake. It's sure to tire eventually. What Martin's getting at, and this isn't for your mother's ears, is, you know how we have to run off a couple of litres of fuel before every trip to check for water droplets? Mm-hmm. Well, there's nothing in the book to say where you have to run it off to.
I think there's a general understanding that they didn't mean into the tank of the first officer's Lexus.
Then they should have said so. I'm not a mind reader.
Well, you can run a car on aviation fuel.
Oh, yes. It's a bit like giving a bunny rabbit cheetah food, but it doesn't half make it go, as I imagine it would do the bunny rabbit.
Golf Tango India, good evening. You're clear to land at your discretion on 27. Wind is 200 at 25.
Roger. Ooh, breezy.
You still happy to take the landing, or shall I?
Oh, I suspect I'll muddle through, Martin. I was doing my logbook the other day, and I noticed that this happens to be my 2000th landing.
Oh, wow, is that true? That's amazing.
Oh, not brilliant. I'm crushed.
No, it's not true, Arthur. It's just another transparent attempt to remind me what a mighty sky god he is.
Of course it's true. Why would you doubt it?
Well, my suspicions were first aroused by the use of the phrase, I was doing my logbook. The last time you did your logbook, you could have had it signed off by Douglas Bader.
Don't listen to him, Arthur. 2000 landings, precisely.
Wow. And how many takeoffs?
Oh, nothing like as many.
Because, of course, takeoffs are cancelled all the time. Landings almost never.
That's right.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, hang on, we've lost one of the hydro systems.
Possibly. The thing about Gertie, though, bless her, is she is rather the aeroplane who cries wolf. I particularly enjoyed her last ground proximity warning, the one when we were on the ground.
The contents have fallen to 0. Standby pump 2 on. Check pressure. Pressure's falling. No, we really have lost number 1 hydraulic system.
Ooh, what fun.
Right. Number 1 hydraulic system lost. No special procedures. Note, lack of rudder will reduce max crosswind limit to 25 knots.
Won't it just? Arthur, break the emergency glass. I require my Biggles hat.
Douglas, this is serious.
Douz Tower, this is Golf Tango India. We've lost our number 1 hydraulic system. No operational effects. We continue to make our approach.
Roger that, Golf Tango India. We'll have the fire truck on standby.
You're quite the little ray of sunshine, aren't you, Tower? Hello, Carolyn. This is the pointy end. Just to let you know, I'll be landing today without number 1 hydro.
What? Why?
Oh, I don't know, just to see if I can. All right, everyone, hang on. We're going in.
I have control.
What?
I have control. I have control. Control. I have it.
Martin, you gave me this sector, and I'm well within my limits.
I know. I'm sorry, but we can't be too careful.
Too careful?
I have control.
How do you mean, too careful?
Douglas, I have control.
You have control.
And shut down checks complete.
Well done, Captain.
Good Lord, Douglas. You made a right old meal of that, didn't you?
Not really.
What? You did 2 go-arounds, then you finally slammed it onto the ground like you were trying to wipe out the dinosaurs.
Oh, I'm not denying a right old meal was made of it, but I was not the chef du jour. Captain Creef kindly took control.
What? Martin landed it? With a hydro failure and a crosswind? Martin, you get flustered trying to parallel park. Why on earth would you take control?
I am the senior pilot on board, Carolyn.
Yes, but Douglas is the better pilot on board. You do see how better trumps senior, don't you?
And for your information, a firm landing is generally the safest.
If that landing had been any safer, it would have killed us.
You know what they say, a good landing's any landing you can walk away from. A great landing is one where they can reuse the plane.
Mum, I was just taking a look outside, and the company who subcontracted to us, are they called Panda Charters?
Yes, why?
And they're hiring us because they had a tech failure?
Yes, why?
Look over there. It looks like quite a big tech failure.
Good Lord.
That is a very broken plane.
Do they have hyenas in the Sahara?
Not big enough to attack 737s, but I take your point.
Well, let's turn this round as quickly as possible. I'll be back in an hour, and watch out for anyone trying to steal our engines.
Have no fear. Martin will be in control throughout.
Are you all right, Mum?
Gosh, it's hot.
Ah, Sahara not only brilliant, but hot. I see where Arthur gets his way with words.
So they're officially the national cricket team?
Apparently, of Scotland.
I didn't think Scots played cricket.
It seems at least 11 of them do.
And the Scotland-Tunisia cricket match, is that a regular thing?
A hotly contested Hiberno-African derby, I've no doubt.
What are you doing now, Arthur?
Oh, nothing. You two carry on. Act natural.
Why are you taking our pictures?
Mum's reprinting our company brochure, and she said I could have a go at taking a picture of a cover.
Oh, dear. Does that mean we're losing the current one?
The one with Carolyn strangling a customer.
I always thought that summed up MJN Air rather well.
She's adjusting his pillow. But yeah, it does look a bit strangly.
Hello?
Hello, Captain. Compliments of the airfield manager, and would you please be able to settle the bill?
Yeah, actually, I'm the captain. Hello, the one in the captain's seat wearing the captain's hat.
Sorry, Captain. Compliments
Yes,
of the...
all right, give it here. Yes, fine. What's this?
Fire truck.
Yes, I can read what it says. What does it mean?
Really, Arthur? The front page of MJN's brochure, our gallant captain quibbles over a bill.
Not quibbling, Douglas. It says $300 here for a fire truck.
I don't know. It's not usual.
Oh, really? You know, Martin, these little airfields do rather try things on sometimes if they suspect you're not.
What? Not what?
Oh, nothing.
Would you like to speak to the airfield manager, sir?
Yes, I would. I'll show him whether or not I'm... that.
Andre? Ah, you have.
Hello. Are you the airfield manager?
I am, yes. Yves Juteau at your service. You must be the captain.
No, actually, I'm... Oh, yes, Martin Creef.
I'm delighted to meet you.
Are you French?
Ah, my cover is blown. Originally, yes. You're not the only ones who used to have an empire. Huh? Now, will you take coffee?
No, I don't want coffee.
Oh, then coffee you shall not have. So, how can I help you?
It's this bill.
Yes?
Well, firstly, you're charging us for 3 hours on stand. We've only been here, what, 1 hour 54?
I regret we charge per hour, or per part of per hour.
That's still only 2 hours.
You are expecting to leave within the next 6 minutes? You had better, if I may attempt an idiom, get your skates on. But yes, by all means, between friends, let us call it 2.
Thank you. Now, this weather report, $80?
Yes.
It's a very glossy folder.
Thank you.
Containing 1 sheet of A4 printed off from Google Weather Maps.
You would prefer 2 sheets?
Which says it's going to be hot.
It is going to be hot.
Do you really think that's information worth $80?
Without it, you cannot take off, so... I would say so. Anything else?
Yes, actually, fire truck.
Yes?
Well, what do you mean, fire truck?
I can find no words that describe a fire truck better than fire truck.
But why are we paying for it?
Because you called it up. You radioed you were landing with a hydraulics failure. We mobilized the fire truck.
We don't pay for that.
Then who pays for that?
Nobody pays for that. It just happens.
I don't know what your fire trucks do, Captain, but our fire trucks do not just happen.
Oh, I suppose you think I'll believe anything, do you?
I'm sure you will believe almost nothing. However, if you pass me the bill, I will send you an amended one.
You're taking off the fire truck?
No, I'm taking off the third hour. The fire truck remains.
Right. Well, I've made my point anyway.
You've made it. I have disagreed with it. I'm going to do nothing about it.
I don't mind the singing, but if you could possibly all keep to the inside of the minibus, that would be super.
Bring your bike here.
Thank you. They're a very spirited bunch, aren't they? I was expecting the Scottish cricket team to have a certain doer quality.
Well, you can't blame them. They're just delighted to be getting home. We all are. Really, on behalf of my crew, I can't thank you enough. We are so grateful.
Oh, thank you. But really, there's no need.
No, but there is. I mean, we can't get over it. It's so public-spirited of you. So generous.
What? How do you mean, generous? What's generous?
Well, so come and rescue us like this.
Well, it's my job, isn't it? I mean, I'm getting paid.
Oh, really? Who by?
What? By your firm, Panda Charters.
No, I don't think so. I mean, they went bust, you know. You did know that, didn't you?
No, I did not. They omitted to mention it.
Well, that's why we're here. The airport manager wouldn't let us leave without paying our bill. Oh, incidentally, don't cross him, whatever you do. He is a right bastard.
Ah, Martin. How did you get on?
Oh, yes, pretty well. They're just sending out the new amended lower bill now.
Gosh, well done.
Oh, it's nothing really, just a matter of showing them who's in control. He's a nice enough fellow. Really, he's just one of those little men who've got a little job and so have to spend the whole time proving they're just as good as anyone else. You know the type.
It rings a faint bell.
Right, come on then, let's get out of this hellhole. Arthur, will you put that damn thing away before I make you eat it?
Sorry, Mum. Everything tickety-boo, Carolyn?
No, it's not. We're doing this whole damn trip for free. Panda Charters went bust. That's why their plane looks like that. The airfield manager stripped it of parts in lieu of payment.
Goodness, that's hardcore.
Excuse me, Monsieur Juteau's compliments and the revised bill.
Right. Aha. 2 hours. See, not so hardcore as all that. Not when stood up to.
And the fire truck?
Doesn't matter about the fire truck.
What about a fire truck?
Nothing. Doesn't matter. Right. Do you have a card reader or...
what's this? Safety infringement penalty, $600.
What?
Yes, the manager anticipated you might like to talk to him about that. He is on the radio.
Safety infringement. What's safety infringement?
Good afternoon, Captain Creef. I hope you are enjoying your free hour.
Never mind about that. What's this about a safety infringement?
Sadly, there was a small one.
What? It wasn't there on the last bill?
Indeed not. But when you did me the honor of visiting my office to complain about the last bill, you crossed the apron. Did you not?
Yes.
And were you wearing the regulation yellow reflective safety vest? Voila.
But it's a deserted airfield. In the middle of the day, in the Tunisian sunshine.
Nevertheless, it is wise to be in good habits.
Well, we're not paying for it.
Then we have a problem.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Carolyn, I'm dealing with this. It's under control.
Shut up, Martin. We're already thousands of pounds down on this trip. All I want to do is get home. Monsieur Juteau, hello. So sorry about the misunderstanding. Yes, of course we'll pay the bill.
Well, if you'll just give your credit card to Habib there.
Well done, monsieur. It's a good week for you, isn't it? Bankrupted these guys, fleeced us. I hope you feel really big now.
These guys? The gentlemen from Panda Charter? They are with you?
Yes, they are, poor sods, because you wrecked their business and pulled their plane to shreds.
Martin, that is enough.
Hello, are you listening to me?
I'm sorry, I was just arranging something.
Hello? The payment's gone through.
Excellent. Thank you. Regrettably, though, as you are carrying Panda Charter's crew and passengers, I must hold you responsible for their debts. I'm afraid you may not leave until they are paid off.
Oh, now, come on.
How much?
$12,306. But let us call it 12,000.
Yes, well, nice try, but that's entirely illegal.
That's debatable.
Unfortunately, we don't have time to debate. It must be off now. See you in court. Maybe.
Of course, what is not debatable is whether it is illegal or not to take off without clearance from air traffic control. He definitely is.
Who's going to stop us?
No one is going to stop you. But when you get home, your national authorities, whom I would notify, would immediately suspend your operator's license. Also, I was playing for time. I am going to stop you by parking the fire truck across your nose, although on the upside, this time I will not charge you for mobilizing it.
Chaps, I was just taking a look outside and...
Yes, we know. Hey, pal.
Yes, sir. How can myself be of assistance to yourself?
When are we getting this thing moving?
I do regret to inform yourselves that the delay that's going on currently is still currently ongoing. But we will keep you fully informed as to the developments of any developments as they develop.
Well, how about breaking out the drinks trolley?
Aye, nice one.
Unfortunately, no drink service is scheduled at this time due to technical difficulties. We do apologise for any inconvenience.
What technical difficulties stop you giving out drinks?
Mum's locked the cupboard.
All right, I've had a look. As well as the fire truck, he's put a tractor behind us and a baggage truck on each side.
OK, so we can't go backwards or sideways.
Explain to me how we were planning to go sideways.
All right, then, Captain, I'll just sit back and watch you masterfully sort it out, shall I?
I don't have time for your stupid squabbles. This is serious.
Yes, you're right. We can find a way out of this. The most important thing is to keep cool.
What was that?
That was the air conditioning dying, Captain. But carry on. You were just telling us about the most important thing.
Why? I mean, why?
4 excellent questions. And the answer to all 4 is because we've run out of fuel.
What? We can't have done. I mean, we've just refueled.
Hey, what's happened to the air conditioning?
Monsieur Juteau?
Good afternoon.
We seem to find ourselves a little light on fuel. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Yes, we have retrieved our fuel from your aircraft in lieu of payment.
Monsieur, without fuel, our air conditioning unit will not work.
Oh, dear me. What an unintended consequence. May I suggest, then, that you work fast to resolve the situation? The temperature is currently 35 degrees. That's in the shade, not in a metal tube, in direct sunlight.
All right, Caroline, I've been looking at the chart. There's an airstrip at Kabili, only about 20 miles away. If we could just get as far as there, we could refuel properly.
Well, that's great. Problem solved. All we need now is enough fuel to get there, our enemy to give us takeoff clearance, and for that fire truck to disappear. Simple.
Yes, I'll tell them. Okay. Ow! The passengers have a few requests.
What?
Well, more beer. They were very clear about that. Look, to make sure I remembered, they wrote it on me.
Oh, yes, so they did.
Yeah, so beer, definitely. Water, some of them are keen on. And an umpire.
An umpire?
Yes.
Why do they need an...
They started without. All right. Mum, you can't go in there.
Why not?
They're in their swimming trunks.
In their swimming trunks?
Yes, it's got really hot in there. And in here. I mean, it's just hot generally. I think it's because we're so near the Sahara Desert.
Yes, all right. Very well. Martin, you and... Where is Douglas, anyway?
How's that?
Douglas, I wish to have a little word under the wing. Now.
Carolyn, what can I do for you?
What are we going to do?
I don't know. What are we going to do?
No, seriously, what are we going to do?
I really don't know.
Of course you know.
You've slightly lost me.
You always know. You've always got some sort of trick or loophole, or you know someone who knows someone. What is it this time?
No, really, this time I'm stumped. But don't you worry. Martin's in control. I have no doubt he'll come up with something.
I thought so. This is all because Martin took the landing off you, isn't it? So now you're not going to help.
Martin needs no help from the humble likes of I. Martin
Oh, stop it. Just stop it, will you? I need you to get us out of this. This is serious.
No, it isn't. As it happens, I don't even have the answer. I mean, the fire truck's easy enough, but not the rest of it. But in any case, we both know that if you really want to get away, you can.
How?
By swallowing your pride and paying the man.
What with?
With a little tiny bit of all your money.
I don't have any money.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I've seen your house. I've seen your car. I am currently standing underneath your aeroplane.
I had money. 8 years ago, I had money after the divorce. More money than I knew what to do with. And as you say, an aeroplane. More aeroplane than I knew what to do with. But then I started to run an air charter business. Now I have 3 mortgages on the house. I have to keep the car, because I have to have something smart to pick clients up in. And I have to keep the plane, because, well, the minimum number of planes for a viable airline is 1. But I don't have any money. Why do you think I'm always going on at you two for how much you spend? Do you think I enjoy it?
Well, yes.
Yes, well, all right, I do a bit. But also, literally, every trip we do has the potential to bankrupt the company. And this one could bankrupt me.
Gosh, I had no idea.
No. Well...
But if you've been losing all this money, why have you kept on doing it all these years?
Because I am the Chief Executive Officer of MJN Air. It's a good thing to be. It's better than a little old lady.
I see.
So, will you please return to the aircraft, put on the rest of your clothes, sit down nicely with Martin, and think of something.
Right you are.
Oh, and Douglas, your solution to the fire truck. You're not thinking set fire to the manager's office so it has to move, are you?
I wasn't, no, but I am now. Are you up for that?
Douglas, that's a terrific idea. Will it work?
It worked when old GW and I did it with that snowplow in Vancouver, but I don't really see how it helps us, I'm afraid. We still won't have any fuel, and we still won't have clearance to take off.
Could we go and get fuel in jerry cans and bring it back here?
If we had about 8 years, yes.
We can't steal back the fuel he took off us.
I'm sure he's locked it away somewhere.
Besides, it no longer meets the quality criteria.
Martin, that really doesn't matter. I think we can give ourselves a license to bend the rules just a tiny bit in this situation.
Oh, like you need an excuse. The man who hasn't bought a gallon of petrol since... Oh.
What?
Well, just a thought. If you can feed a rabbit on a tiny bit of cheetah food, can you feed a cheetah on lots of rabbit food?
Oh, you mean...
What do you think?
Yes, I like it.
Yeah, that might just work.
What might?
I don't know. I just like talking like this.
It's a great idea, Martin, but it'll only give us a couple of dozen litres at most. We couldn't even fly the 20 miles to Kabili on that, even if we had clearance.
Could we just drive there?
No!
Sorry, Skipper.
Sorry, Arthur, I know you're trying to help, but no, we can't just taxi our plane out onto the main road and drive it 20 miles to Kabili.
Why can't we?
What?
The deserted main road, straight road, through the desert.
No, we couldn't. Could we?
Arthur, do you know what you are? In a word?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Hey!
All right, boys. Martin and I have done the sneaky bit, and I don't think anyone saw. Now, the less sneaky bit, which people will see. So it's all about speed. We get out, we do it, we get back in. Understand?
Yes. Right.
Are you ready?
Aye.
Then onwards for England, Harry and St George. Sorry. For Scotland, cricket and St Wisdom. Places. Okay, remember, bend from the knees, not from the back. And 3, 2, 1, lift! Yes, it's coming! Yes! And carry! A bit more! Nearly there! And drop! Hey! Back on the plane! Go!
Engine bleeds on. Auxiliary power off.
Martin, we don't have time for the checks.
Golf Tango India, what do you think you're doing?
Hello there, Douz Tower. Sorry about this. Love to stay, but we've just remembered a pressing engagement.
You cannot take off. You are forbidden from taking off.
Duly noted. I'm afraid your little fire truck was slightly in our way. Hope you don't mind us moving it.
And how far do you think you'll get with no fuel?
No fuel.
Whatever gave you that idea?
We've got fuel.
How?
Let's just say next time you want to starve an aircraft of fuel, don't surround it with 4 petrol-driven vehicles.
You stole the petrol from my trucks?
As the voice recorder in this flight deck will forever record for posterity, absolutely not. Wouldn't it have been clever if we had, though?
It doesn't matter. You do not have clearance. Repeat, do not have clearance to take off.
Take off?
You said anything about taking off?
Wouldn't dream of it, against the law, you know.
Plus, we've nothing like enough fuel to get us there. In the air.
On the ground, though?
Taxiing down the long, straight, deserted highway to Kabili.
We should be fine.
Right hand down a bit, number one, and be sure to indicate when joining the road.
Right hand down a bit it is, Captain.
You can't take that on the road. It's against the law.
Is it? I'm not sure it is. What do you think, Carolyn?
It might be. Not very well up on the Tunisian highway code.
Well, I'll tell you what, Eve, old chum. If you can get the Sahara Desert Traffic Police mobilised in the next 40 minutes or so, I suppose we'll find out. Bye.
Do they drive on the left or the right in Tunisia?
I think when they're driving on an empty highway through the desert in an aeroplane, they probably drive pretty much wherever the hell they like.
We are the self-preservation society.
2 miles to go, Martin.
Thank you, Douglas.
Do you want me to drive for a bit, darling?
No, thanks, dear. You know I get car sick in the passenger seat. Are they ready for us in Kabili?
They are.
Arthur, today has been the most fun I have ever had in my life.
Good. Arthur, is it possible you've had a little drink?
I have had a little drink. Oh, and look, I think I found the photo for the brochure.
Oh, yes, let's see. Ah, Martin.
Striking.
So, Arthur, in your quest to find the one image which perfectly sums up MJN Air and everything it stands for, you've elected for a shot of 12 Scottish cricketers in the Sahara Desert wearing swimsuits and carrying a fire engine.
Yes.
The awful thing is, I sort of know what you mean.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Apologies to those of you who have been watching the in-flight entertainment this evening. Unfortunately, a mechanical fault seems to have developed, and I'm afraid we will not be able to bring you the last half hour of our feature presentation. However, as luck would have it, I happened to see this film a couple of days ago. And I'm happy to tell you that the bald guy was in the pay of the mob all along, and that woman from the West Wing shot Bill Paxton, but they caught her in the end. I hope that helps.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Edinburgh.
And lastly, your roster for the next 2 weeks. On the 18th, you're going to Oslo to pick up a CFO.
Wow. What, for government scientists to study?
CFO, Arthur, not UFO. Then nothing till the 24th, when I'm afraid you're taking a stag do to Rome.
Oh.
Yes, I know. They bring us 3 millennia of art, culture and architecture. We bring them 13 city boys to throw up on it. It is heartbreaking.
Where did you go for your stag night, Douglas?
Which one?
Any of them.
Oh, the first one was the best. Soho 1977 with my brother, Geoffrey Bernard, Peter Cook, and a kink.
What's a kink?
One of the kinks.
Which one?
Oh, I know nothing about pop music. Whichever one it is that can fit 3 golf balls in his mouth.
After Rome, a little treat, because guess what's happening on the 28th?
Ah, the Six Nations final.
Burling Day.
Indeed it is.
Yes.
What?
Ah, of course. You hadn't joined us by last Burling Day, had you?
What's Burling Day?
Mr. Burling is a retired gentleman who lives in an enormous house in Sussex with his enormous pile of money and his enormous wife. And his big treat is that once a year he hires us to take him to the Six Nations rugby final, wherever it is. Where is it this year, Carolyn?
Edinburgh.
Where he proceeds to get heroically sloshed and spends the rest of the year sleeping it off.
Right, so what's so special about that?
Oh, no reason. It's just fun after a year of CFOs and stag do's to take a nice old boy out on a spree. All right, Arthur, nearly there.
Why do we all have to pick him up anyway?
It's just a little courtesy Mr. Burling likes, that's all.
Never seen you like this with a client, Douglas.
Ah, well, Mr. B is something special.
My dear boys, cometh the hour, cometh the men, the magnificent men in their flying machines, no less.
Hello, Mr. Burling.
Arthur, my dear boy, how are you? Now, Hope you've been brushing up on your rugby since we last met.
Oh, yes, ask me anything.
Who won the last Grand Slam?
France.
What colour do Italy play in?
Red.
How many points for the conversion?
3.
Excellent, very good.
How many did I get right?
Not a single one, but weren't you quick?
I was quick.
Like lightning, dear boy. Absolute lightning and a new face, I see.
Mr. Burling, may I introduce Martin Creef?
Hello there, my little man. Ah, Creef. Any relation to Jolyon Creef?
I doubt it.
But one never knows, one never knows.
One never does, but one can have a fairly strong hunch that no one in one's family has ever been called Jolly on.
Well, you're quite right, of course. My chap was a Moncrief, like Algernon. In earnest. You know you're wild, my boy.
I'm wild? In what sense?
No, Oscar Wilde. Dear me, Douglas, you seem to have landed yourself a bit of a chump.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, granted, my little man, granted. No doubt you're a valued alumnus of the University of Life. Or possibly Exeter. Douglas, old man, I take it congratulations are in order. Final return to the captain's seat, of which you are such an ornament for so long.
No, still in the co-pilot's seat. But still terribly ornamental.
You don't mean that this young man's the captain?
Yes, that's right. Does that concern you?
Oh, not in the least. I'm all for youth opportunities. I was just thinking what an awful slap in the face it must be for Dougie here.
Oh, no, not really.
Oh, but yes, really. I mean, do you have to do everything he says?
Well...
And Arthur, my boy, are you still going around with that delightful girl with a squint?
No.
Did she say she couldn't see you anymore?
Yes, she did.
Yes, I have to admit I prepared that one in advance. I was dreading that you might still be together, so I couldn't use it.
Well, we're not.
Well, it wasn't a big risk, I'll admit. Just look at you. Right, that's enough pleasantries, I think. Shall we go?
But now I've got a new way of remembering, because Ireland wear green, because shamrocks are green. Scotland wear blue, because it's cold in Scotland. England wear red, because the flag's red, white and blue.
England wear white.
Oh, yeah, England wear white, because the flag's red, white and blue. France...
Yes, jolly good. Martin, Mr. B's all settled, and I've got the weather for you.
Never mind the weather. What was all that?
Or what?
That astonishing display of synchronized sycophancy.
Oh, very good. Have you been working on that for a while?
You said he was a nice old boy. He's a horrible old boy.
What, Mr. B? No.
It's just his way, Martin. A little harmless joshing.
He called you a failed criminal and Arthur a repulsive half-wit.
And you?
I know what he called me. Now, how is that harmless joshing?
Well, I think for someone from his background...
Oh, I see. I know what this is. It doesn't matter how nasty he is, so long as he went to a jolly good public school like you two.
Oh, now, that's not fair at all. Arthur went to a ghastly public school.
It's true, I did. I mean, once I was top in my year. Me.
Well, for the duration of the trip, can we all please try to have a little professional dignity and not go all gooey just because a man in an embroidered waistcoat calls us dear boys?
He didn't call you a dear boy, he called you a little man.
Martin, you don't understand that.
He understands perfectly, Arthur.
Hang on. I know that tone of voice. What are you trying to stop Arthur from telling me?
I wouldn't dream of trying to...
Well, I was just going to say, what about the tips?
Oh, I see.
Now, look.
Now it begins to make sense. Big tipper, is he? How nice. So he can treat you how he likes so long as he pays you off at the end of it. How very dignified.
It's not like that.
How much does he give you then? Go on.
It's not a question of how much. Well, if you must know, last year he gave us £500 each.
Oh. Very nice.
Yeah, but that was unusual.
True, that was because England won. We can't expect that to happen this year.
Oh, aren't England good anymore?
Not good enough to win a match between Wales and France, certainly.
All right, let's get... Oh, hello.
Carolyn, a flight deck visit. What a nice surprise.
Really? Is it really such a surprise to see me on Burling Day?
Perhaps not.
Perhaps indeed not. Open your flight bag.
If you insist.
What's going on?
It's a Burling Day tradition. A little contest Carolyn and I have, and that I win.
It's not a tradition or a contest. It is systematic theft. You see, Martin, Mr. Burling is partial to 25-year-old Talisker single malt whiskey.
As am I.
As is Douglas. The difference being, of course, that Mr. Burling is a paying and valued customer, whilst Douglas is merely a sneaky, thieving pilot.
You drink his whiskey on the trip?
No, of course not. I steal his whiskey on the trip and drink it later.
Well, not this time. Philip, Arthur, come in here. You know Philip from the fire crew, don't you?
Of course. Good morning, Philip.
Hello, Mr. Richardson.
Good. Philip, frisk him properly.
Sorry about this, Douglas.
Quite all right.
What am I looking for?
Tubes, reservoirs, bottles strapped to his legs, anything that can hold liquid. Now, let's see what we have in your flight bag. Hip flask, an obvious decoy. Still. Ah, water. Thought so. A shampoo bottle. For coloured hair. Surely you're not tinting, Douglas?
Oh, does coloured mean dyed? I thought it just meant full of colour.
Yes, of course you did. Well, that seems to be shampoo. And what's this? Nail varnish?
Nail varnish? Well, go on, sniff it. It is nail varnish.
Yes, it is. What do you want nail varnish for?
If you must know, I find it prevents cracking and splitting.
Well, I had no idea you were such a pretty pilot, Douglas.
Anyway, are you satisfied, Carolyn?
For now, yes. But let me tell you this, Fingers. On your return, Philip here will be once more frisking you with digits dexterous with practice. And I shall be going through your flight bag with the very finest of tooth combs. And if any of these things have magically transformed from water, shampoo, and nail varnish into 25-year-old scotch, I shall know about it. Now then, Arthur.
Yes, ma'am.
I have here 13 little miniature bottles of Talisker. Guard them with your life. When it's time to give Mr. Burling another whiskey, you take one of these and a fresh glass. You open it in front of him, listening for the crack of the seal breaking, like so. And you pour it out for him with one hand.
Why only one hand?
Because with the other hand, you will be most likely fighting off the Yogi Bear of the drinks trolley, First Officer Richardson. Here they are. Oh, except you can't give him this one. The seal's been broken. Would anybody like to try it? Oh, what am I thinking? You're all about to go on duty. What a terrible shame. Oh, well, cheers. Oh, that is terribly good.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to... Well, gentlemen. Well, gentleman. Well, Mr. Burling. Hello, Mr. Burling.
Hello, Arthur.
Oh, hello. Anyway, welcome aboard. The captain has now, at this time, disilluminated the seatbelt sign.
Yes, I saw.
Right, so you can, if you wish, avail yourself of the opportunity to disengage your seatbelt at this moment in time.
Never did it up in the first place. I'm not a girl.
Right. Actually, I like doing it like this. It's more like a chat, isn't it?
It is. The snag being, of course, that the last thing I want from you is a chat, whereas the first thing I want is another whiskey.
Ah, righto.
Yum, yum.
Mr. B, what did you mean before when you said you weren't surprised about Fliss and me breaking up?
Well, she was from a good family, wasn't she?
I like them.
There you are, then. Even if she didn't get fed up with you, which frankly she surely did, doubtless her people put their foot down.
Why?
Well, for a start, you're 28, you have a ridiculous job, and you still live with your mother.
Well, yeah, but not in the... Ooh, still lives with his mother way. People are thinking when they laugh about it. I just live with her because we get on really well, like friends, so why pay rent?
That is precisely what people are thinking when they laugh about it.
So, you don't think anyone will want to be with me?
Well, Arthur, what it really boils down to is, I'm bored of talking about this now. When do I get to visit the flight deck?
I'll go and see.
London, good afternoon. This is Golf Echo Romeo Tango India, maintaining flight level 250, direct Pole Hill.
Roger, Golf Tango India, maintain 250.
Hello.
Direct Edinburgh,
Would you like your coffee yet?
Arthur, what's the matter?
Nothing. I just wondered if you wanted your coffee.
And the thought reminded you of your cousin Vladimir, who died in a coffee mine?
No, I'm fine. I'll go and get it. Oh, and Mr. Burling was wondering if he can come up to the flight deck yet.
Of course. Send the old boy up.
What? No, of course not. What's got into you both? You know the law.
Yeah, but it's Mr. Burling. He always visits.
Oh, I see. I wasn't aware that the air navigation order finished, quote, unless, of course, he went to the right school and is liable to tip you £50,000 at the end of the flight, unquote.
Ah, but that was only because England won.
Fine, £100. So much the more reason not to disregard... What the...
Hello? I got bored waiting, so I thought what I'd do is just assume it would be fine.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but it's not. CAA regulations and the UK law forbid any non-crew member on the flight deck during the flight.
Oh, nonsense. Sort this out, Douglas.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Burling. If the captain insists, there's nothing I can do.
Oh, dear. I was right. It is humiliating. You must feel totally emasculated. Ooh.
So will you please return to your seat?
All right. You mustn't expect much of a tip from me, though, I'm afraid.
Can I just emphasise, this is entirely the captain's decision.
Yes, I get the point, though the fact remains, Dougie, I'm not enjoying myself. What shall we do about that?
Well, now, how about if I came back with you, show you the flight plan, the charts, the weather maps?
Ah, yes, that might help.
Or just get on your hands and knees and let him use you as a footstool.
Oh, and bring your hat. I like wearing your hat. Though it's not as good as your captain's hat. Well, I need hardly tell you that.
All right, thank you. Do apologise, sir, but they assure me the limo is on its way and will be with us momentarily.
Well, I don't suppose it will be here momentarily.
I'm sure it will, sir.
No, I mean, it's not going to wink into existence beside us for a moment and then disappear, is it?
No, it's not.
And yet, curiously, if it did, we would still be one up on our current situation.
As I say, sir, I apologise.
Is that it?
Yes.
Captain, the other two have explained to you, I hope, that I'm rather a generous tipper.
They did mention it, yes.
But that the level of my tips depends entirely on the quality of the, well, I was going to say customer service, but let's be straight with one another. The 2G'ing I receive.
I gathered that, but I'm afraid, sir, that I like to think of myself as not quite so easily bought.
Ah, well, I see. Then I shall see you after the match. Oh, and for the avoidance of doubt, it occurs to me that in a fairy tale, I would be so impressed by your failure to be bought, I would, at the end of the trip, give you an even bigger tip than anyone else. What you should know about me, though, is that I like being toadied to, and I pay people to do it, so you won't be getting a sausage. Cheerio.
Hello, Arthur Shappy.
Hello, Witless. It's your mother.
Oh, hello, Mum. How are you?
Too busy to tell you. How is it going? Did you get there on time? Is Mr. Burling happy?
Yeah, it's all fine. Martin's showing Mr. B to his limo. Douglas and I are going to watch the match in the plane. Mr. Burling says I'll never find another girlfriend.
Oh. Well, Mr. Burling, the 70-something retiree from Sussex, is, of course, one of the country's foremost relationship experts.
Oh, no, is he? I didn't even know that.
But what he doesn't know, that we know, is the peculiar and unaccountable pull you have over bossy pony club types with Alice bands and stupid names.
Yeah, I do have that, don't I? Like Minty and Libbit and Pogs.
Oh, no, please don't listen. Sounds like you're brainstorming names for a Labrador puppy. Look, where are you anyway? You sound as if you're in a wind tunnel.
Oh, I just popped onto the roof of the plane.
The roof? What the hell are you doing up there?
Well, the picture on the rugby went all funny, so Douglas said I should shin up onto the roof and twiddle the aerial. Only now I'm here, I can't seem to find it.
Oh, you idiot boy. This is go and water the window boxes all over again, isn't it? Yes, oh. Douglas is just trying to make a fool of you. Though one would have thought all the fish in that particular barrel had been shot long ago. Get down immediately and make sure you don't break any of those miniatures.
The miniatures?
What? Arthur, do not tell me that you left Douglas with the miniatures.
No, I've got them here with me. It's all fine.
Then why did you start to say the miniatures then?
I didn't.
You did? I heard you.
No, I was just singing to myself.
Singing? What were you singing?
The miniature walked through the door.
Oh, well done, Arthur. You did the trick. Look.
I didn't find the aerial.
Oh? Well, you must have knocked it by accident or something.
I don't even think there is an aerial up there.
All right, you got me. It was a bit of a joke. Still nice to get some fresh air and exercise, eh?
Douglas, Mum was just wondering, while I was up there, you didn't steal the posh whiskey, did you?
Arthur, would I do a thing like that?
You've done it on every single Burling day so far.
Well, not this one. Your mother's been too clever for me. Go and check.
Well, they're all still here.
Exactly.
And they're full. But maybe you swapped them for tea or something.
Well, even if I did, how would I get it off the plane? But if you're worried, see if the seal's broken.
How?
Pick one at random.
Right.
And open it up. There you are. Still Virgo intacta. Well, not anymore, of course. You can't save him that one. Shall I take it off your hands?
No.
Fine, be like that. Now, come on. Wales are 5 points up. Quick.
He runs. He scores.
God, he is insufferable.
What, old Mr. B? No, he's a nice old boy, really.
Douglas, I'm really surprised at you. I didn't think it was your style to roll over and grovel just for a big tip.
We can't all have your high moral standards, Martin. Yes! Nice kicking, Cymru.
Why are you cheering for Wales? You hate Wales.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
You say that every time we fly to Cardiff, often to the handling staff. Dread to think what they do to our cases.
No. All one union, aren't we? Got to support anyone against the French.
That's not why I'm supporting them.
Martin doesn't want to hear
Yes,
why...
I do. Why, Arthur?
Well, imagine the size of a tip Mr. Burling will give us if his side win.
But England aren't playing.
No, but Mr. Burling's Welsh.
He's not Welsh. How can he be Welsh? He's English. He sounds more English than the Queen.
Posh Welsh. They sound like us. Still Welsh, though. He hates England. That's why he gave us such measly tips last year.
Measly?
Yeah, I told you. Last time we only got 500 quid because England beat Wales. The time before that we got £6,000. And Wales weren't even playing that time.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
You made it clear where you stood on the matter, Captain. To be honest, I was shamed into silence by your rectitude. His dignity is beyond price, I thought to myself, and far be it from me.
Yes, all right. And imagine what we'll get if Wales actually win.
Oh, here we go.
The whistle goes, and Wales are triple crown champions.
Yes!
2 tries in the second.
Bread of heaven, yum, 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 yum. Bread of heaven, here I come.
Congratulations, sir. Marvellously played.
If it isn't little Captain, no tips, please, we're British.
Well, yes, since you mentioned that,
You know, there's a little, very little, tiny, really, part of me that admires you, my boy. I mean, obviously, I don't admire your manner, or your job, or your appearance, or anything about you at all. And I seem to have lost the thread of my remarks.
you're just saying you admire me, sir.
I very much doubt that.
No, you were. About the tips, but the thing is...
Ah, yes, that's right. You don't want a tip. The land of my fathers has won the Triple Crown. I'm all set to give off money like a money geezer. And yet you want toady. That's almost enough to make me admire you if you weren't so obviously an odious little tick.
Thank you, sir. But about the toadying, I've had a slight change of heart.
Oh, I see. You want in on the tips, after all?
Yes, please.
Well, then, you, my boy, have much ground to make up.
Oh, hello, Mr. Burling. This is a pleasant surprise.
What ho, Dougie? Little Captain Thing here invited me up to the flight deck for takeoff.
Did he now? Good for Captain Thing.
So, if you'd like to take a seat here, sir, I'll get you some headphones.
I'd rather sit here.
Much as I'd like to help you, Mr. Burling, you probably can't sit in the captain's seat.
Oh, dear.
But if there's anything else I can...
You can let me make the man say, pull up, pull up.
What?
Mr. Burling has a particular fondness for the ground proximity warning.
Oh! Right. Well, yes. If you'd like to press this...
Pull up, pull up.
Ha-ha! Splendid!
Pull up, pull up.
Post-takeoff checks complete, Captain.
You see the match, Dougie boy?
I did indeed, sir. A famous victory. Jenkins did you proud.
Didn't he just? I support Wales, Marty. Did I tell you?
No, as it happens, you didn't.
Who do you support?
Wales.
Really? Where were you born?
Wokingham.
Well then, where's your national pride, you reptile?
Of course, you're right. Should support England.
No! Trick question. 10 out of 10 for toadying effort. None out of 10 for toadying technique. I detest anyone who supports England. Your people have oppressed my people for centuries.
Yes, I'm so sorry about that.
All right, I'm bored now. Take me back to my seat.
Oh, I'll do that, Mr. Burling.
No, I'll do that. Thank you, Douglas. And if there's anything else I can do for you...
Ah, well, funny you should say that while we're in the galley. I think you should know that the more I drink, the more generous I get.
I'll send Arthur to bring you miniatures straight away.
Yes, the thing about those miniatures is they're rather miniature, wouldn't you say? When you're celebrating a great big win, you rather want a great big whiskey.
Ah, well, let's see what we have in the cupboard. Well, this is what we give the stag parties. McHamish's Special Tartan Reserve.
I'm not sure it's quite the quality you're used to.
That will do nicely, my boy. The time for quality has passed. Quantity is the watchword now. And excellent toadying work, incidentally. You're a natural. Oh, and give me that as well.
Of course, sir.
Post-landing checks complete.
Thank you, Douglas.
Incidentally, Martin, where's your hat?
It's in the cabin.
What's it doing there?
It's not doing anything. It's a hat.
You see, I think it is doing something. I think it is adorning the head and loosening the pockets of a man who...
Yes, all right.
Ah, Arthur. How is the pride of Carmarthen?
Sleepy. If I had to describe him in one word, that is the one I'd choose. Really very sleepy. He didn't even wake up for my pre-landing safety announcement, and that's impressive because I did the version with the screams.
10 green bottles, hey-o all. 10 green bottles, hey-o all. And if 10 green bottles, hey-o all. And 10 green bottles, hey-o all.
Hello, Mr. B. We've learned it.
You like my song?
Indeed we do, but...
It concerns bottles. Yes. I don't seem to be making much headway with it.
Well, don't you worry about that. The important thing is we've arrived.
Yes, the journey's over.
Mum will be here any moment to pick you up.
So, if there was any last little thing
I
you
might
would...
have a little sleep.
No.
Good night.
Oh, no. Arthur, how on earth did he get hold of this?
I don't know, Douglas. Honest, I didn't give it to him. And I swear I kept the cupboard locked.
What's the matter?
Well, use your eyes, Martin. He's got hold of a half-litre bottle. Arthur, what were you thinking of?
It really wasn't me. I'm not completely stupid.
Well, it wouldn't be that stupid, would it? I mean, if... We wanted him drunk, didn't we?
Oh, Martin. You didn't.
Oh, Skip.
He asked me to. He said the drunker he got, the more generous he tipped.
Yes, up to a point, after which the drunker he gets, the more catatonic he gets.
That's why he's on the miniature, Skip. So we can, regulate the flow.
Hello? Are you ready to go?
Mr. Burling, wake up!
Please, wake up.
Come on, Mr. B, rise and shine.
Good evening, Mr. Burling. I trust you had a pleasant... Oh, good Lord. He's outdone himself this time.
Yes, with a little help from his friends.
All right. Well, Philip, do you think you can carry him?
Reckon so.
Good. Then you escort Mr. Burling to his limo and then return straight here for a lively game of Search the First Officer for Stolen Whiskey.
Okay.
Bye then, Mr. Burling.
Any last thing you want to say to us before you go?
Nothing at all.
Hey, on a wall.
Right. Thanks.
Hey, maybe when he sobers up, he'll remember he hasn't tipped us and send us something in the post.
Yes, maybe. Or maybe he'll just get the tooth fairy to pop it under our pillows for him on her rounds.
I know what will cheer us up. You didn't manage to get any of that Talisker off the plane, did you, Douglas?
No, as it happens, I didn't.
No. Well, I did.
What?
Yeah. I mean, not lots or anything, just... You remember that miniature you made me open, Douglas? But I couldn't serve to Mr. Burling? Well, I've still got it.
Oh, good work, Arthur. Well played.
Who wants a swig?
Yes, please. That's horrible.
What?
Well, it would be. I stole all the Talisker while you were on the roof.
But you can't have done. They were all still sealed when I came down. I opened one at random.
No, they weren't all still sealed. They all still made a noise. But you see, Arthur, there are two ways of making a whiskey miniature make a noise. One certainly is to get an unopened one straight from the factory, but another is to take an open one and to dab the side of the cap with 2 spots of clear nail varnish. Yeah. So while Arthur was bravely searching for the TV aerial, I opened them all up and switched them for McHamish Tartan Terror, Mr. B being in no state to tell the difference. And then I hid the Talisker on the plane to reclaim at my leisure.
Oh, so at least we...
I hid it somewhere no one would think to look for it or recognize it for what it was. Somewhere no one would touch it. I hid it in the McHamish Tartan bottle. Yes. Mr. Burling got his Talisker after all. Let's hope he appreciated it.
I don't think he did.
No, I don't think he did either.
So we don't have any good whiskey, or bad whiskey, or a tip.
No. Anyone care for a shot of nail varnish?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, lords and ladies, Your Majesty. This is your captain speaking. Captain, Wing Commander Sir Arthur Shappy, welcoming you aboard this world record attempting flight around the world. Passengers on both sides of the aircraft should have excellent views of the world. If you find we're going over a bit of the world you like the look of, do please ring your little bell, and one of the cabin crew will fit you with a parachute and chuck you out. Otherwise, enjoy the flight, and when we get to Sydney, do keep an eye out for the Sydney Harbour Bridge. I'm going to have a crack at flying underneath it.
Hey, Wing Commander, less yammering, more hoovering.
Sorry, Mum.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Fitton.
And there's another leak over here.
Righto, Martin.
God, the rain's horrible outside. And inside.
Douglas, you are 45 minutes late.
Oh, dear, how terribly remiss of me. And Mr. Goddard is, of course, so famously punctual. I do hope I haven't kept him waiting.
It's a job, Douglas. A job for which you are being paid like any other, and I expect you to be on time.
I am chastened and ashamed. Arthur, tea.
Yeah, will do, Douglas. Just trying to fix this leak first.
Oh, well, in that case, Arthur, tea.
Wow. You're making me tea?
I know, it's a topsy-turvy day of misrule, isn't it?
Cracking. Loads of milk, 4 sugars, please. Hey, Douglas, you know when you get something going round and round in your brain?
Yes, though I'm a little surprised you do.
A tune, I mean.
Ah, yes.
Well, I've got one of yours at the moment.
One of mine?
Yeah, something you were singing a few days ago, only I've only got the one line. How does it go after this? How does it go then?
Well, I hope after that it goes to a vet and is painlessly put out of its misery.
But what's the next line?
I have no idea.
It's something you were singing.
Are you sure you're not thinking of when Martin trapped my hand in the cabin door?
No, you were singing it this week.
Well, was it summertime and the living is easy?
No, it was more like
You do realise every time you do that it's completely different.
No, listen.
Please, Arthur, not again.
Sorry, Mum.
Oh, Douglas, I thought of another one this morning.
Oh, yes?
What are you doing this time?
Books that sound more interesting with the final letter knocked off.
What have you got so far?
Of Mice and Me. And 3 Men in a Boa.
Far from the Madding Crow.
Oh, very good. We'll have that. What's your new one, Martin?
The Hound of the Baskerville. I've taken the S off.
Almost good. Certainly better than when you took the S off the mill on the floss to make the mill on the floss.
Arthur, what have you done?
I'm making progress. I found the hole where the rain's coming in.
Found it or made it?
No, it was there before. I've just made it easier to see.
You mean bigger?
Biggerish.
Oh, for heaven's sake, it's now raining inside the porter cabin. Can we please just go into Fitton and wait in a nice coffee shop or something?
No. If Goddard turns up, we have to be ready in 20 minutes. Flight plan filed, aircraft checked, ready to go.
He's not going to call. We haven't heard a peep out of him for 28 days. He's clearly forgotten all about us.
We don't know that. Anyway, standby is the holy grail of the airline industry, being paid to fly without any actual flying. No risk of the 3 of you putting us into bankruptcy prison on the side of a mountain. God has smiled on us, and if he has chosen as his instrument a lippy telecom millionaire from Bracknell, who are we to argue?
Well, if we can't go into town, we could at least go and sit in the plane where it's dry.
Oh, God, do we have to?
Well, we can sit in the plane, or we can sit in the rain.
Can't we sit in the car or sit in a bar?
Douglas.
I'm sorry, I thought we were staging an impromptu tribute to Dr. Seuss. Well, this is much nicer.
How about a game of charades?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because, dear heart, none of us will soon forget the misery of you spending 25 minutes miming Apocalypse Now without knowing what an apocalypse was.
Oh, is it? No,
that doesn't sound anything like what I sang.
That I'm willing to concede.
Well, so long as we're in the plane with nothing to do, we could always review the standard operating procedures.
Oh, yes, that'll make the day fly by on silver wings.
It is a legal requirement, and we're here anyway.
That's why you were so keen to come out to the plane, isn't it? So you could get us to go through your rotten old ops.
Well, since I've gone to all the trouble of revising them...
Fine, we'll go through one.
No, I don't want to now.
Oh, come on.
No.
Martin, we're sorry. It's very good of you to do them. Please take us through one.
All right. Standard operating procedure. Evacuation in event of smoke or fire in cabin.
Hang on, is it okay for me to hear these?
Yes, they're not secret.
Oh, okay, carry on.
Set parking brake. Shut down engines.
Good idea.
PA announcement.
Yep.
First officer leaves through the nearest exit.
You bet he does, and enters nearest bar.
Captain dons cap, enters cabin to assist passengers. What?
Does what?
Assists passengers. What? What's so funny?
No, before that.
Captain dons cap, enters cabin to...
Don's cap.
Captain Don's cap?
Oh, yes. You have to don your cap before dealing with a fire.
Otherwise, how will the fire know who the captain is?
It's for the passengers.
The boy stood on the burning deck whence all but he had fled.
His heart was in his mouth, but lo, his cap was on his head.
Right, fine, forget it. Forget it. I'll go and sit on the flight deck and review them by myself.
Oh dear.
Oh, was that a bit...
Yes, a little bit. Oh. Do you think one of us should...
Yes.
Right, well, just you and me, Mum. You know, you can play charades with two people.
No.
Okay. Oh, Dad called this morning.
Ah, I thought he might.
Well, he did.
What did he have to say?
Oh, he asked after you, and the plane.
Oh, yes. In which order?
Not that order.
No.
And he said to tell you...
Not interested.
Yeah, but he said to tell you...
I know what he said to tell me, because he said it every 12th of November for 8 years. Not interested.
He still made me promise to say it.
Sorry. Go on, then. Get it over with.
He said to tell you he'd like to buy his plane back off you.
Not interested, and it's not his plane. Not that it matters, but how much was he offering this time?
£100.
100? Oh, that's just silly. Last year I turned him down for 125,000. Why would I go for 25 grand less?
No, not £100,000. £100.
No, dear, no. I didn't pick you up on it because, frankly, life's too short. But when he said 100, he meant 100,000.
No, he didn't.
Arthur, given that in your short life you have caught hold of the wrong end of enough sticks to build an entire wrong end of a forest, what makes you so sure you've got it right this time?
Because he made me write it down. Tell her, yes, he does mean £100. Not 100 grand, £100 and no pennies. I haven't got it wrong. No, write Arthur. Arthur hasn't got it wrong. Phone if you want details.
Martin.
What do you want?
Apologies, Martin. That was very childish of us.
Yes, it bloody well was.
Yes. Perfectly reasonable emergency procedure.
Are you being funny again?
No, I mean it. The hat makes it clear to confused, frightened passengers that you are in charge. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Entirely sensible.
It's nothing to do with showing off about being the captain.
No.
I mean, God knows I could write captain on my forehead in lipstick and people still wouldn't get it. What? What now?
Nothing. I mean, not you. I was just Hoping you weren't thinking of putting that in the operating procedure.
What do you mean? First officer leaves through nearest exit. Captain writes captain on forehead with lipstick. Dons cap, enters cabin.
In unlikely event of captain non-recognition, captain doffs cap, gestures to lipstick inscription.
Why do they always think you're the captain, Douglas?
Oh, that's easy. Because I don't care. Captains don't care. I've been a first officer, been a captain, been a first officer again, all the same to me. So long as you're happy, who gives a toss how many rings there are on your sleeve? Whereas you always look like you want to be the captain, so people assume you can't be one. You've got to lose that look.
But I have always wanted to be an airline captain.
Really?
Yes, ever since I was 6.
Ah, and before that?
I wanted to be an aeroplane.
I see.
Why, what did you want to be?
Oh, various things at different times. I studied medicine at university.
You wanted to be a doctor?
Well, I wanted to be a medical student. They seem to have the most fun. I'm not sure I ever wanted to be a doctor. Glamorous, but gloopy.
Coffee, chaps.
How about you, Arthur? What do you want to do if you grow up?
Huh?
When you were a boy, what did you want to be?
Oh, well, I was a bit like you, actually, Skipper. I always wanted to be a pilot, too.
Good Lord, really?
Yeah. Obviously, that was never going to happen.
Oh, well.
Although, actually, when I was 17, Mum did get me an interview at the Oxford Aviation Academy for my birthday. So I actually went up and I sat in the hall and the others started to come in and, I don't know, they all looked like proper pilots. Or at least, you know the Muppet Babies?
I fear they may have passed me by.
Well, it was this cartoon with baby versions of Kermit and Miss Piggy and everyone. And these guys look like Muppet Baby versions of, well, you two. Well, anyway.
Yes, I know, of him.
Yeah. And anyway, the woman came out and said, Arthur Shappy, you're up. And all the Muppet Baby pilots looked round to see who he was. So did I. After a bit, they decided he hadn't turned up and went to the next guy. So, you know, part of me always wonders what would have happened if I'd gone through that door.
Well, I can tell you, Arthur, they'd have made mincemeat out of you.
Really?
Absolutely. You'd be a hopeless pilot. They'd have laughed you out of the room.
And you're not just saying that to make me feel better?
Not at all. You wouldn't have had a cat's chance in hell, would he, Martin?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, you guys are great.
There isn't, though. After the age of 30, you just don't meet anyone new. You're on your raft with your friends and everyone else is on their raft. Sometimes the rafts bump into each other, but there's no raft hopping. And I've managed to get on an all-boys raft.
Well, what about cabin crew?
Well, for two very different reasons, I'm afraid neither Arthur nor Carolyn quite float my boat.
Well, there's always weddings. I met all 3 of my wives at weddings.
Really?
Of course. The 3rd one I met at my wedding. Which was a trifle awkward.
Yes, I imagine it would be.
Yeah, my 2nd marriage wasn't my favourite.
Which one was?
Oh, the current Mrs. Richardson. Hands down. She's smashing. Look, I got her this for our anniversary.
I think you may be showing me the wrong bag.
No, that's the one.
You've got her a bottle of brown sauce. You incorrigible old romantic.
Ah, but it's her favourite brown sauce. Only they changed the recipe in Britain, and now she doesn't like it anymore. But I did some research, and they still make it with the old recipe in Greece. So last time we were in Thessaloniki, you remember, back when we used to fly planes for a living instead of sit in them, I got her this. She'll love it.
Oh, you sod. That actually is romantic.
Arthur, listen carefully.
Uh-oh.
I've just been talking with your father.
Right.
He's now offering to buy Gertie for £1.
Right. And are you thinking of... Because I'd probably give you 10.
In exchange for which, he will take Gertie and with her all of MJN's debts.
Oh.
So, what do you think I should do?
Ah, Carolyn.
What?
Well, it's 2 hours to dusk and he's clearly not coming. Can we have a little snifter?
No, get out.
Pardonnez-moi.
Carry on, Arthur.
Well, what do you want to do?
I want to know what you think.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes. I mean, let's be clear, not in your capacity as astute financial analyst. In your capacity as someone who might one day come into this money, or lack of money.
Oh, right. Well, I don't want to I think you should do whatever you think, but just thinking about myself, I don't know what I'd do with the money that would be better than getting to go up in the plane all the time with you guys. But that's just me being selfish.
No, she didn't really go for the drinks idea. Water it is.
So, what is it exactly that's so special about... I don't even know her name.
Helena. Oh, I don't know. I mean, she's clever and funny and kind and beautiful and so on and etc. You know, the standard specs. But I think if I'm honest, what it really comes down to is she thinks I'm terrific.
Does she?
Yep. The bee's pyjamas, the cat's knees, really terrific.
That's enough to make you happy together, is it? Your shared belief in the terrificness of you.
It's not a bad start.
Does it make you happy? Truly happy?
Oh, well, come on. No one's truly happy.
I'm truly happy.
Oh, God.
No, Arthur, you are cheery. No one's interested in the secret of true cheeriness.
No, that's not true. I'm fairly often just completely happy. Like, for instance, when you get into a bath quickly and it's just the right temperature, and you go, oh. I mean, no one really gets any happier than that.
What a depressing thought.
No, it's not, though. Because those sort of things happen all the time. Whereas you're hardly ever, you know, blissfully happy with the love of your life in the moonlight, and when you are, you're too busy worrying about it being over soon. Whereas the bath moments, there's loads of those. Oh, like when you realise your knuckles are ready for cracking.
What?
Oh. See, I was happy then. Oh, wait, I've got another one.
Did you order the motivational seminar by Forrest Gump?
Apples!
Oh, no, please spare us the crisp crunch of the first bite of an apple.
No, of course not. No one really likes apples. That would be like liking wood. No, I mean this.
What?
This. Tossing an apple from hand to hand. It just feels really nice. I could do it for hours. Try it.
You know, there is something rather pleasant about it.
Oh, for goodness sakes, I don't believe
Try it. See?
Well, it's satisfying. I wouldn't say I was happy.
Give it a bit longer.
Good grief. The world's least impressive troupe of jugglers. What on earth are you doing?
Nothing.
That's it! Oh, Arthur, you made me drop my apple.
Martin, surely the only professional pilot who cannot successfully juggle one apple.
That's the tune, though.
Oh, we're busy doing nothing, working the whole day through, trying to find lots of things not to do. We're busy going nowhere, isn't it just a crime?
We'd like to be unhappy, but we never do half the time.
All right. Who wants a drink?
Really? You seemed quite anti the idea just now.
Yes, well, I have perked up somewhat since then. And anyway, for goodness sake, Goddard's obviously not going to call. It's an hour before dusk. After 28 days of silence, he's forgotten about us.
Except he's guaranteed to call if we have a drink.
Well, you better hurry up then. He's 3 drinks too late for me.
Douglas, have you been drinking?
I cannot tell a lie. What am I saying? I'm terrific at telling lies. I mean, I'm not going to tell a lie. Yes.
I thought it was water.
That's the beauty of vodka. Colourless, odourless. Proof that God loves pilots. Or at least the Russians do.
Arthur? One for you.
Oh, thanks. Can I have pineapple juice?
No, it's all right. We've decided he's not going to call. You can have wine.
Oh, OK. But can I have pineapple juice?
Yes, fine.
Thanks, Mum.
A dance to the music of Tim.
Very good. The Da Vinci Cod.
Oh, James Bond. The man with the golden goo. Goldfinch. Octopus!
Octopus? That's just octopus.
Yes?
Oh, please, someone save me from this. Not you, though.
Who is it?
Anonymous caller.
Could be anyone.
Probably not him.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Yes. Very well. Goodbye. Goddard will be here in 20 minutes.
Oh.
What do we do?
Why did you say yes?
He's paid us thousands and thousands of pounds this month just for me to say yes to that one phone call.
True.
We have to fly.
But
we can't fly.
I can fly right up to the sky.
You can't.
I can.
You can't.
No, but...
What?
I can.
No, you can't. We'll just tell him the plane won't start and refund him his money and... I wasn't going to tell you this, but as it happens, today someone
I'm sorry to interrupt,
No.
Carolyn, but you're not listening. I am fit to fly.
You're not. You've been drinking.
No, I haven't. I don't drink.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You do. I've seen you hundreds of times.
No, you think you have, but you haven't.
I have. You've been drinking tonight.
The thing about not being able to tell vodka from water is it cuts both ways.
So you're sober?
Very sober. 8 years for me, too.
You can fly.
I can fly.
I can fly too. I can bloody well fly as well as any fly.
Of course. I'm perfectly qualified to fly this plane alone.
Yes, but Goddard doesn't know that. He's hired 2 pilots. He's expecting a captain.
Well, we could always...
Oh, no.
Well, what else can we do?
Oh, no.
Arthur?
Yep.
Arthur Shappy? You're up.
Good evening, this is your captain speaking. Captain Martin Creed speaking. I shall be captaining the plane as your captain this evening. Okay, bye.
Good evening, Mr. Goddard. Welcome aboard. My name's Arthur. I'll be your steward today.
Yeah, cheers, Arthur, all right.
May I offer, sir, a drink, sir?
Yeah, hang on. Let me get myself sorted out.
Oh, absolutely, sir. But when you're all nicely settled in, would you like me to bring you a drink? That's all I was asking.
Yeah, all right. Mineral water.
Very good, sir. Would you like spill or sparkling?
Just hang on a minute, can you?
Martin, I'll take care of this.
Arthur.
Oh, yes. Arthur, I'll take care of this, Arthur. Sir, would you like a drink?
Yes, a still mineral water. No ice, all right.
Right. Go and get him one, Martha.
Martha?
Arthur.
What's up? What's going on?
No, nothing. He used to be Martha, now he's Arthur.
What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing.
Yes, you are. And why is your uniform so baggy?
I've lost a lot of weight recently.
Yes. From when he was Martha.
Right, I've had enough of this. I want to see the pilots.
Oh, no, I'm afraid that's quite impossible.
Take me to the pilots, now.
That's right. And catch and throw, and catch and throw, and catch and throw, and catch.
Look, what's going on with... Bloody hell.
I'm sorry, sir, but you're intruding on a standard pre-flight exercise to improve reflex time and hand-eye coordination. Could you return to your seat?
Yeah, that's right.
You're the captain, are you?
I certainly am. I am the captain.
Right. I want to smell your breath, both of you.
Be our guest.
All right, then. Fair enough.
Of course, if we've been drinking vodka, you wouldn't be able to smell it on our breath.
You've been drinking vodka?
No, we haven't. I was just saying, as an interesting fact.
Are you really a captain, mate?
Yes. You see,
Thank you, Douglas. I can deal with this. I am a captain, yes. And I can assure you that you may fully rely on my professionalism and my judgment.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. No offence.
Not to mention my 30 years of flying experience.
Hang on. 30 years? How old are you?
Well, if I qualified at 18, which I did, that makes me 48.
You don't look 48 to me.
The captain does have a youthful vigour.
Everyone comments on it.
Of course, he has a punishing moisturising...
All right. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but luckily for you, I've got to be in Madrid by 9. So here's how it's going to go. You are going to fly the plane.
Yes, sir.
Shut it. You are going to watch and not touch anything unless he tells you to.
I won't tell him to.
Good. And you are going to sit in your little kitchen with a litre of water each and sober up. And no one is going to juggle apples.
Zoom. Arthur, it's a hairdryer. You have to point it steadily. You can't just zap things dry like it's a ray gun.
Sorry, Mum.
Carolyn, I'm off now.
Cheerio. Oh, Martin, did you leave a bottle of brown sauce on the flight deck, you revolting creature?
Oh, no, actually, that's Douglas's. Has he gone?
Oh, the first whip of mopping up to be done.
Right, well, give it to me. I'll drop it off on my way home.
I'm sure he can go a couple of days without brown sauce.
No, It's a long, slightly weird story.
Then by all means, keep it to yourself. Goodbye.
Bye-bye, Arthur.
Bye, Skipper. I loved being you.
Oh, well, glad somebody does.
Ah, thank you for ringing back. Yes, I have a message for Mr. Shappy from the CEO of MJN Air. Gertie's staying with me, so up yours, Baldy. Yes, it is a business message. It's in code, you see. He'll know what it means. And that's from Carolyn Knapp Shappy, CEO, My Jet Now Air. Thank you so much.
Oh, Martin.
Hello, Douglas.
What are you doing here?
I just stopped by to give you this. You left it on the plane.
Oh, right. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Just thought I'd stop by on my way home. I mean, I'm not really on my way, actually, but to save your anniversary, I thought...
I know, and I do appreciate it. I really do. Well, I won't keep you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you next... Douglas, your epaulets.
What?
They've grown an extra bar.
Oh, look at that. How silly of me. I must have put on my old Air England ones by mistake.
When?
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 Well, when I got dressed.
Douglas, you were not wearing captain's epaulets during the flight. I would have noticed, believe me.
Yes, you would, wouldn't you?
Which means you must have...
Who is it, Dougie?
No one, sweetheart. Just someone dropping something off.
Oh, hello.
Hello, I'm Martin.
Well, thanks for that, Martin. I'll see you...
Martin! Oh, from MJN.
That's right, darling. Martin, this is my wonderful wife, Helena. Helena, this is my trusted and valued first officer, Martin Creef.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
We meet at last. I've heard so much about you.
So I gather.
Well, won't you come in for a drink?
Perhaps another time. I better get home.
Oh, what a pity. I've been dying to hear what he's like as a boss. I bet you end up doing all the work. I know I'd hate to be Douglas's first officer.
Yes, well, as a friend once told me, as long as you're happy, who gives a toss how many stripes you've got on your arm?
But I bet whoever told you that was a first officer.
You come to mention it, I'd rather think he was.
Hello, Carolyn. Listen to this. This chamber orchestra we're picking up, listen to what the conductors put under any special requirements. The first violins will not sit together. The second violins will not sit apart. The harpist will ignore you unless your aura is orange. There is nothing you can do to make your aura more orange. The tubist must on no account be given alcohol. The conductor must at all times be given alcohol. He will also require the toilet to himself for an hour before landing. And most importantly, the bassoonist, Madame Shushushka Bahush, will be working under the presumption that you are trying to kill her unless proved otherwise. So avoid approaching her with blunt instruments, sharp knives, or hot liquids. Terrific. How am I supposed to serve her dinner?
Carefully.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Gdansk. Amsterdam Golf Tango India, with you flight level 330.
Golf Tango India, radar identified, continuous cleared.
OK, here's another list. Everyone ready? Get set. The 7 deadly sins.
Yes, I know these. I know them.
Ah, the deadly sin of pride.
Stop it, Douglas. You're making it easier for Carolyn.
Ah, the deadly sin of envy.
Douglas, stop it now.
Ah, the deadly sin of anger.
Stop it!
Done.
Oh, Douglas was distracting me.
And done.
Oh!
OK, let's see. Yeah, Douglas got them all. Mum's got... Oh, sorry, Mum. There's no wrath.
You mean wrath? Of course there is.
No, I'm sorry. According to this book, there's no wrath or wrath. And you've missed out anger.
That is wrath, you idiot child. Have you never heard of wrath?
You've certainly witnessed it often enough.
Sorry, Carolyn, we have to go by the book, I'm afraid, so I come second.
Yep, looks like it, Skip. Let me just check. Oh, bad luck. You've got lust down twice.
Oh, naughty, Captain Creep. Which one did he miss out?
Pride.
Irony upon irony.
Let's do another. I'm going to win this one.
Are you now? Then perhaps we should make it a little more interesting.
I'm not betting, Douglas, I've told you.
Why not?
Because I always... because it's beneath my dignity as a captain.
I'll bet with you, Douglas.
No, you won't.
Oh, but Mum.
Don't oh, but Mum me. Who owns your car?
Douglas does.
Well, then.
But he still lets me drive it.
And at a very competitive hourly rate.
All right, no one's betting anyone anything. Arthur, what is it?
Okay, here's one. On your marks, get set, for 7 dwarfs.
Martin, don't forget lusty.
Shut up!
Done.
Oh, he distracted me again.
Done.
Oh, okay, this is unfair.
Yeah, Douglas got them all. Oh, and Mum's got... Oh, Mum. There's no loopy.
Isn't there? What's his name, then? The stupid one.
Well, I can't tell you until Martin's handed his in.
Oh, yes, I could still win.
I think you'll find I won.
I could still come second.
Second from last.
I could still not lose.
How many have you got?
6.
Ah, same as me. Have you got the stupid one?
Yes.
What is it?
It's... no.
Well, it was worth a try. Silly, dummy, dizzy, ditzy, Arthur?
Mum?
Oh, for God's sake, if those jumped-up buskers can't learn to leave the service bell alone, I swear I'll cut off their thumbs.
Come fly the friendly skies.
I'd better go. What was it then, Arthur, the last dwarf?
No, don't tell her. I'm going to remember my last one before you remember yours.
Oh, for goodness sake, Martin, how childish. Don't you dare help him, Douglas.
Scout's honour.
Right. Let's see what the loonies want now. Oh, loony.
No.
Madam, what seems to be the problem?
Someone has tampered with my armrests. Who's responsible?
Ah, and you must be the bassoonist, Madam...
Shishishkobush.
Gesundheit.
And how do you know I'm bassoonist? Have you been spying on me?
No, madam, but your conductor described you rather vividly. And I won't pretend it didn't help that you're sitting next to a bassoon.
Never am I separated from my bassoon.
Oh, the clingy type, is it? Now then, what's wrong with your armrests?
You tell me what is wrong with armrests?
With great pleasure. In a word, nothing. In 6 words, nothing is wrong with your armrests.
That's 7 words.
Armrests is hyphenated. Well, I'm glad we've had this chat. I'll see you later.
Mine are higher than the others.
I think not.
Somebody's tampered with them.
May I ask who and why? Or, if you prefer, whom and why?
Listen, I am one of world's leading bassoonists. And believe me, there are many bassoonists who'd be very pleased to see me come to no good.
And doubtless 1 or 2 cabin crew.
So what are you going to do?
What am I going to do about your theory that before takeoff, a bassoonist or bassoonists unknown broke into the aircraft, selected this seat, fractionally elevated the armrests, and slunk off to await the, to me, obscure, but to them presumably inevitable and deadly consequences?
Yes.
I am going to suggest you swap seats with your bassoon.
Ah.
Come on, Douglas.
No.
Please.
Sorry.
Just tell me. I've got to get my last dwarf before Carolyn gets hers.
There's a phrase you don't hear so much since the dwarf hunting ban.
I don't have to say anything. Just show me your list.
I couldn't possibly. I gave Carolyn Scout's honour.
You're not a scout.
You know what they say, once a scout, always a scout.
You were never a scout.
You know what they say, never a scout, always a scout.
Come on, Douglas. I just want to win something for once.
Oh, well, if that's what you want.
No.
Let's see. 20 quid says
no.
The ATC at Warsaw is female.
Douglas, I told you, I'm not betting female.
Yep.
But they're nearly all male.
Well, then you'll probably win, won't you?
You must know something. You must somehow know who's on duty.
How could I possibly know a thing like that? So, are we on?
Not for money.
Oh, have it your way. I bet you the cheese tray.
Not the whole tray, the emmental.
The brie.
Fine, I bet you the brie that Warsaw Control is female.
No, I said I bet she's female.
I know you did. But since you don't know either way, you won't mind taking the more likely bet, will you?
No. No, I won't.
Good, then I bet you she's female.
You're on.
Warsaw Control, Golf Tango, India. Could we have the latest Gdansk weather, please?
Golf Tango, India, wind 250 and 12, Secometas visibility scattered Santa Claus.
Bloody hell!
Well, I'm sorry, there are quite little Santa Claus.
Roger, Warsaw. I thought you knew it was a woman.
No, I just relied on you assuming I did. Never mind, Martin. You lose some, don't you?
The expression is, you win some, you lose some.
That's the expression, yes.
Come on, I win things sometimes.
Do you, Captain?
Yes, I do, First Officer. Don't forget that, If I'm such a loser, how come I'm the one with 4 stripes on my arm?
Ah, there you have me.
Well, I am. And that's when I'm at work, mind you, not just round the house to impress my wife.
How dare you bring that up?
Douglas,
I revealed something deeply personal and private to you in a moment of vulnerability, and you use it as a cheap shot.
I'm really sorry, Douglas. I didn't mean to... No, wait a minute. That's not what happened. You didn't reveal anything to me. I caught you out by accident after you'd done everything you could to hide it.
Nevertheless.
No, there's no nevertheless. That makes it fair game. How's it any different from all the things you constantly tease me about? Like my height. Or the number of goes I took to get my CPL. All the time I landed with the brakes on.
They're all funny.
Well, it's funny, you pretending to your wife you're a captain. It doesn't stop it being funny just because it's about you.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Miss Shishishka Bahoos, we meet again. Don't be shy about ringing that service bell, by the way. I don't want you to be worried about annoying me.
I'm not.
Now, that's a weight off my mind. Now then, how can I help?
What is this? Oh, my cashew nuts.
Can you be pointing at the salt?
This does not look like the salt I know.
And what does it look like? Tiny, transparent hand grenades?
It looks like broken glass.
It's salt.
Salt does not look this way. Salt is little round balls. These are big, jagged...
Oh, for pity's sake. Satisfied?
You have eaten my cashews.
I have eaten one of your cashews.
There were only 5 in the packet.
Now there are only
4. Can I have more cashews?
My pleasure. With salt or broken glass?
Salt. With salt. Only with salt.
I will make a note of it.
Golf Tango India, contact Maastricht on frequency 126.5. Golf Tango India, this is Amsterdam, do you read me? Golf Tango India, this is Amsterdam, I say again, do you read me?
Golf Tango India, apologies Amsterdam. Microphone intermittent. Roger Maastricht on 126.5.
Oh, bad luck, Captain.
No, that doesn't count. I was answering ATC.
Sorry, Martin. The bet was just who could hold their breath longest. So that's the Brie, Roquefort, and the squidgy one in the foil packet to me. Oh. Just the Emmental and the crackers still in play.
Coffee, gents. And a message from Mum. Have you forgotten to turn the seatbelt signs off, you pair of... Have you forgotten to turn the seatbelt signs off?
No, not forgotten, no.
Oh, passenger derby.
We thought so, yes.
Great. Can I do the commentary?
If you'd be so kind.
Brilliant. Hang on.
OK, chaps, ready?
So this is for the Emmental.
Well, Arthur, what are the puddings today?
Oh, strudel and cheesecake.
Perfect. Martin, I see your Emmental and I raise you my cheesecake.
I see your cheesecake with my strudel.
Excellent. All right, Arthur, take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Douglas. Well, welcome to the 535 from up in the air. The conditions are perfect. The seatbelt sign's been on for over 40 minutes. I've been round with the drinks trolley twice, and they're really squirming for the off. The favourites, of course, are the runners in row A today, the trombone player who looks like Winston Churchill, and the little clarinetist with the head that's too big for him. Who do you want, Skip?
Who looks keenest?
Well, they're both pretty wriggly, but the trombonist is making little meowing noises.
I'll take him.
Douglas?
Where's the older lady in the Harry Potter glasses?
Row C.
OK, I'll take her. I happened to watch her claiming overhead luggage space, and it was a very promising display. Some really useful elbow work.
Oh, well, it's not fair if you've already...
Too late.
And they're off! And it's Trombone Churchill taking an early lead. He had his seatbelt undone behind his paper, classic manoeuvre there. But he's slow out of the chair, and it's Little Big Head who's up in the aisle first. Little Big Head looking strong, but oh, he's tangled with a strayed cellist. And now Trombone Churchill's making up ground, but who's this sticking up on the outside? It's Harry Potter's granny. She's past Little Big Head. She's past Wandering Cellist. And in the final straight, it's neck and neck between Trombone Churchill and Potter's Grand and Trombone Churchill as they reach the door, and Trombone Churchill takes an elbow to her gut, and it's Potter's Grand. She's in, and she's safe. Yes! Bad luck, Skip. Not your day.
Not my life.
Good evening, madam. Beef or trout?
Beef, please.
And for you, madam, beef or trout?
Who are you?
Arthur. Oh, I mean, my name is Arthur. I'm privileged to be serving yourself as part of your onboard team on board today on board.
No, this is no good. Where is the old woman?
Right. I don't know who you mean by that, madam, but I wouldn't call her an old woman.
Old woman!
Oh, dear.
Yes, ring out wild bells in the wild sky. And who, I wonder, is the wild bell ringer? Who could it possibly be?
It's me! See, my light is on!
And yet nobody's home. My dear Miss Shishishkobohoosh, how can I help you?
This boy. Who is this boy? I have not seen this boy before.
And your theory, no doubt, is that the bassoonist Black Hand gang, having been cruelly foiled in the matter of the armrests and the cashew nuts, have sent him to serve you a poisoned trout.
Do you not believe I have enemies?
On the contrary, I find that astonishingly easy to believe. This, however, is not one of them. This is my son Arthur, and I promise you he couldn't hurt a fly.
Oh, thanks, Mum.
Because the fly would outwit him. If you will excuse me, I have a violinist fight to arbitrate. Oh, and Arthur. Goofy?
What?
The thing we were talking about earlier in the flight deck. The last one of 7. It's Goofy, isn't it?
Oh, no, Mum. Goofy.
What was that? What's going on?
Oh, nothing doesn't matter.
It's a code, isn't it? What does it mean? What's happening?
No, really, nothing.
Do you think I don't know about these codes? I know all about them. Inspector Sands, fire in the theatre. Mr. Westman, bomb on a train. What's Goofy?
It was just a private remark.
What does it mean? You must tell me now.
Yes, you're quite right. That's what we do. We alert crew to emergencies, not with the convenient intercom in the galley, but by furtively whispering the names of Disney characters at each other. Donald Duck means lethal bird strike. Dumbo means pilots dropped his magic feather. Shere Khan means tiger in the flight deck. You happy now?
No. What is Goofy?
Goofy is a cartoon cow.
Mum, he's a dog. Here we are, gents. Cheesecake for you, Douglas, and strudel for you, Douglas.
Thank you, Arthur, and thank you, Martin.
Enjoy it. I didn't want it anyway.
Isn't that lucky?
I mean it. Strudel's horrible. No one likes strudel.
I refute your argument thus. Strudel's terrific. Everyone likes strudel.
All right, then. I bet you more of the passengers choose cheesecake than strudel.
Very well. I bet you 20 quid more of the punters pick strudel than cheesecake.
There you go, Skip. Your luck's changing. You can't lose this one. Cheesecake's always more popular.
Oh, no. It must be a trick. He must know something.
What could I possibly know?
Well, I don't know. The orchestra is sponsored by the Anglo-Polish Strudel Appreciation Society or the International League Against Cheesecake.
Well, you can take strudel if you like.
Yes, I'll take strudel.
Fine.
No, hang on. This is how you diddled me with the female air traffic controllers.
Crikey.
You made me pick the bad bet. You want me to pick strudel. I want cheesecake.
Fine. It's yours.
Hang on, that was too easy. You knew I'd work that out. I want strudel.
Are you sure?
Yes. No. Yes. So therefore, no. No. Yes.
Strudel?
Strudel.
All right, then you're on.
Oh, God, I've ended up with strudel. No one likes strudel.
It seems an odd choice, certainly. I'd have picked cheesecake.
Oh. Cheer up, Skipper. You never know your luck.
I always know my luck.
Well, I wouldn't be too sure of that, Skip.
Yes, Arthur, what are you doing with your face?
I'm winking.
You're only supposed to use one eye.
I know, but I can only do that if I hold the other one open with my finger, and I thought Douglas would notice.
You're making the mistake of thinking Douglas cares.
Cheesecake or strudel, madam? And may I especially recommend the strudel? It's a lovely strudel.
Yes, all right, the strudel.
Good choice. And for you, madam, there's our splendid strudel. Tender, delicious slices of piping hot apple with a rich golden brown crust, or a bit of old cheesecake.
What's the cheesecake like?
Oh, you know, Cheesecakey. They're all much of a muchness, cheesecakes, aren't they?
What flavour is it?
I don't know. I'm not sure it even has a flavour. Cheesecake flavour. The strudel is apple.
It must have a flavour.
Let's see. Raspberry. Ugh, sounds awful.
Raspberry?
Oh, yeah. Still, boring.
I'll have the cheesecake, please.
Don't have the cheesecake.
What? Why not?
I can't tell you why, but don't.
Everybody, stop eating! The cheesecake is poison! The cheesecake is poison!
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention for a moment. I must apologise for my junior cabin attendant's slightly overzealous promotion of the strudel today. What can I say? The boy loves the strudel. And the strudel is certainly excellent, as, however, is the cheesecake. They are both delicious and non-poisonous choices, thank you.
You eat some, then.
I beg your pardon?
If it's so safe, let's see you eat a slice. Now.
Yeah. You eat it. Arthur, eat some cheesecake.
Best order ever.
You see? A revolting display, but I hope a reassuring one.
Look, everyone, she won't eat it. That must be what Goofy means. It's airline code for poisoning the cheesecake.
It's not poisoned.
Well, eat it then.
Yes, go on.
I don't want to.
Ha!
Why not?
Yes, why not?
Because it's horrible. All right? It's not poisoned, it's just revolting. Tastes like the pink stuff you bite into at the dentist. Laid on a bed of fish tank gravel. And if it was ever even shown a picture of a raspberry, it wasn't looking. But it is not poisoned.
A little underhand, wasn't it, Martin? Asking Arthur to cheat for you?
I didn't ask him to. It was all his idea. I won fair and square.
Did you? Arthur, how many people went for the strudel in the end?
5.
And the cheesecake?
8.
What? Even though they thought it was poisoned?
Sorry, Skip. Everyone hates strudel.
That'll be 20 quid, please, Captain.
Right. Double or quits. I bet you I can land in Gdansk on time.
No, that was the last bet. Rien ne va plus.
You can't stop now.
Sorry, bored of betting. And I need to devote my attention to consuming this mountain of tiny cheeses.
50 quid. 100.
Sorry, Martin, nothing doing.
Afraid of losing, are you?
Looking back on our time together today, Martin, do you think that's what I'm afraid of?
Well, I'm sure we can find something of mine you want. How about my spare captain's epaulets? Helena must be wondering why yours are so worn out.
All right, Sonny Jim. A month's salary.
What?
You heard. You want to bet? We'll bet. A month's salary says you don't land on time.
I didn't mean a month's salary's a bit...
You're right. We might as well do it properly. 3 months' salary.
No, I didn't mean...
I thought you wanted to bet. I thought you wanted to win at something.
Your salary or mine?
Yours if you lose, mine if I lose. Are we on?
You'll just radio an emergency or something.
No, no tricks. I'm quite happy to rely on your natural bad luck and incompetence. Are we on?
We're on.
Golf Tango India, for your information, Speedbet 007 has reported thundercloud build-up on your route 50 miles ahead. Advise your intentions.
Golf Tango India will advise. Douglas, how did you make there be a thunderstorm?
I fear you may be confusing me with Thor. Though, of course, I do seem to remember when you asked Warsaw for the weather earlier, something about scattered thunderclouds. But, because I'm wonderful, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll offer you a different stake.
Go on.
Instead of 3 months' salary, you may bet me all rights in perpetuity to the story of me letting Helena believe I'm a captain.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you lose, you never, ever get to tell, mention, allude to, or hint at that story, so long as we both shall live. Understand?
Yes.
I take it we're on?
No.
What?
I need that story. I have to have something. And now I've tasted having something, I can't go back.
And you'll pay 3 months' salary for the privilege.
Or I'll fly through the thunderstorm. I haven't decided yet.
So, Madam S.B.
My name is Zizishka Bush.
Believe me, I shall remember it as long as I live. Now then, I have eaten the cheesecake. Arthur has eaten the cheesecake.
4 slices.
And we remain both hale and hearty. Arthur disgustingly so.
Yes, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get a little, what is the word, deranged?
I suspect not the one you mean, but a good one nevertheless. Listen to me. I am in charge of your safety. I am a terrifically wise and capable woman with many years flying experience. And I personally guarantee that all shall be well and all manner of things shall be well. All right?
Yes, all right. Except my service bell, it seems to have stopped working.
Imagine that.
But still, in an emergency...
In an emergency, madam, you can tootle your bassoon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Captain Creef here speaking. We should be landing in Gdansk in just under 20 minutes. I apologize for our delayed arrival. We had to divert around a thunderstorm en route. Cabin crew, 20 minutes to landing.
Bad luck, Captain.
I had to go round it.
Fine.
It would have been reckless not to.
You don't have to justify it to me.
You accept the bet's off, then?
No.
But, Douglas, it was a thunderstorm.
God moves in mysterious ways in order to do lovely things for Douglas Richardson. But because I am even more wonderful than previously stated, my earlier offer still stands. Promise never to mention my wife's misapprehension ever again, and we're all square.
No.
Really? You'd rather pay me 3 months' salary?
Yes, I would. In fact, I'll give it to you now.
Well, you can't.
Nothing plus nothing is nothing adds another nothing, and that's a grand total of bugger all.
What are you talking about?
I don't have a salary. Look, when I had my interview with Carolyn, it wasn't to be captain, it was to be first officer, and by the end, I could see I wasn't going to get it, so I said, last-ditch try, I said I'd work for half of whatever she gave the last guy, and this funny light came into her eyes, and she said, a third, and I said no, and there were some pretty heavy negotiations, and we agreed on a quarter. Only then, when I was leaving, she said, how little would you take to be captain? And after some more negotiation, we decided I would be captain, and she wouldn't pay me at all. My salary is nothing, and 3 times nothing is nothing. So, I've tricked you. Yeah, now you're the loser.
Yes. The point of that story certainly is that I'm the loser. Bad luck, Martin.
Why can't I ever win something? Ever? Being someone who doesn't win often, I could take that.
Well, obviously I can't help you with that. But, changing the subject entirely, are you feeling quite well?
Yeah, just miserable.
Because you look rather poorly.
No, I'm fine.
I don't know, Martin. You're looking very pale. Positively Snow White.
What?
I was wondering if you had that nasty bug that's going around. The one with the 7 symptoms.
I might have that, yes. I've definitely got some of them.
I thought so. For instance, you might have been feeling rather lethargic.
Yes, I've got that one. That symptom.
Right, lethargic, perhaps to the point of feeling groggy, slow-witted, as if drugged.
Yes, I've got that too.
Then there's the mood swings. 1 minute you're euphoric, the next you're oddly irritable.
Yes, both of them. That's 4.
Right. There are physical symptoms too. Inflammation of the nasal passages leading to bouts of...
Yeah, got him. That.
And, of course, that can make you feel self-conscious.
What?
Shy.
Oh! Yeah, got that one.
Right. So my advice to you is that you seek out a healthcare professional.
Douglas, if you're just tormenting...
No, Martin, listen. If you have those 6 symptoms, I strongly recommend you seek out a medic.
Just tell me...
I can't tell you, Martin. I promised. Scout's honor. The person who can tell you is a GP. A quack. A sawbones.
What?
Someone who can tell you, in the immortal words of Bugs Bunny, what's up.
Oh.
Maestro, a pleasant hour.
Yeah, most satisfactory, thank you. You are feeling calmer, madame? I gather you had a troubled flight.
Oh, Maestro, you have no idea. With the armrests and the big salt and the Disney coats and the cheesecake. but the old woman. She's rude and ill-favored, but somehow I trust her. All is well. There is nothing to worry about.
This is Captain Creef with an urgent message for the cabin crew. Sleepy, dopey, happy, grumpy, sneezy, bashful Doc. Thank you.
Golf Tango India, I'm going to clear you to start after Golf Echo Echo.
Thank you, Carl. Ready to go after Golf Echo.
That's Golf Echo Echo.
Sorry, Tower. I thought the second echo was an echo.
What?
I thought you said Golf Echo. Echo. When in fact you said Golf Echo Echo. That is to say, I thought the first echo was echo and the second echo was an echo of echo. Whereas in fact both echoes were echoes and neither echo was an echo.
Then perhaps I'd better put you right to the back of the queue while you check your radio equipment, shall I?
Golf Tango India, ready to follow Golf Echo Echo.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Helsinki.
Oh, hello, Douglas. Good Lord.
Ah, morning, Martin. I wasn't expecting you just yet.
Evidently not.
Have you picked up the weather?
Yes, North Sea turbulence, clear skies at Helsinki.
Oh, jolly good.
Douglas, I can't help but notice you filled the flight deck with orchids.
Yes. Yes, I have done that. Yes.
Are you about to propose to me?
It pains me to break your heart, Martin, but no. These are for another man, a Finnish customs officer named Milo, to be exact.
And what does he have that I don't have?
Fish cakes. Also salmon, turbot, and langoustine.
Oh, Douglas, you're not smuggling again.
Absolutely not. Perish the thought. A simple exchange of gifts. You see, a friend gave me these orchids when we were in Cyprus, as a token of appreciation for the 16 jars of Béarnaise sauce I gave him, which were in turn an unwanted gift from a friend in Marseille. The orchids are lovely, but not quite my thing, so I shall pass them on to my friend in Helsinki, and who knows, he may wish to show his gratitude by presenting me with assorted fish and fish products, which would be just the very thing for a friend of mine in Zurich. They're rather short of fresh seafood in Switzerland. Don't know why.
I see. But if you just keep bartering each thing along, what's the point?
Well, put it this way. I have here about 500 euros worth of flowers, and I shall exchange them for about 560 euros worth of fish. And I started 3 months ago with a cheese sandwich. Right, that's most of them hidden away. Could you put this bunch under your seat?
Oh. Good morning, gents. Teas, coffees, keys, toffees.
Morning, Arthur. You seem a little low-spirited.
Do I?
No.
What is it this time, if the numbers you would have picked in the lottery come up again?
Oh, that was a great day, wasn't it? £60,000.
That you didn't win.
Yeah, but that's what my numbers were worth. Brilliant. No, nothing like that. No, let's just say I'm really looking forward to meeting our passenger today.
Ooh, who is it? Let's see. Mr. Arthur Milliner, stockbroker. Yes, he sounds enormous fun.
Oh, you're here already. What are you doing in here?
Arranging flowers.
Don't get sarcastic with me.
Sorry, Carolyn.
Excuse me, back in a minute.
Right, you've got clear skies at Helsinki. Your alternate is Stockholm. Douglas, you operate out.
Wilco, who's this Milliner chap we're flying then? Arthur seems very keen to meet him.
No idea. Internet booking payment's gone through fine, though, so...
Happy birthday!
Oh, you remembered!
Yes, happy birthday.
You thought I'd forgotten, didn't you?
Well, I wasn't sure.
Of course not. Not a special birthday like this one.
What's so special about 63?
Well, you know, because of the song. Do you still like me? Can you still see me? Now I'm 63.
Ah, that song. Carolyn, you're aware I had forgotten, aren't you?
Yes, don't worry. I forgot to put any money on your expenses card. Paying for your own hotel room can be your present.
That's a very big present.
I know, I'm such a lucky girl. You shouldn't have.
I didn't forget.
Didn't you?
Didn't you?
No, I hid my present under my seat. It's... these.
Oh, orchids are lovely.
Gosh, how generous of you, Martin.
Not that generous.
Pretty generous. Orchids are very expensive.
Quite expensive. Not all that expensive.
You'd be surprised.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you will.
My present, though. Time for my present.
Yes, I'm sorry, dear. What is it?
Well, it's a pretty special one. And it's in the cabin. So, are you ready?
Yes.
Mum, it's been 15 years since you've seen her. But today, for your birthday, get ready to meet your sister Ruth.
Oh.
And her husband Philip. And her grandson Kieran. Hooray!
Aren't you going to say anything to her, Granny?
Well, Kieran, when a lady is asked to drive 150 miles to meet her sister, she naturally assumes it's because her sister has something to say to her. But evidently not.
Arthur, during your no doubt meticulous planning of this occasion, did it occur to you that if two sisters haven't spoken for 15 years, there might be a reason for it?
No?
Well, regrettably, you'll have to tell your aunt she's wasted her time. We are about to leave for Helsinki, and I have much to do.
Aha! That's the second part of my present.
What?
I booked the trip, so we can all go together.
You booked the trip? You're Arthur Milliner?
Yes!
Milliner? Why Milliner?
Because it's not my name, but it sounds like a name that someone might have.
And Arthur?
That was the clever bit. It's the last name you'd expect me to use, because it actually is my name.
To be honest, Arthur, I think the moment you decided to book your aunt on a fake flight to Helsinki, you had us on the back foot, expectations-wise.
Arthur, a word with you in the galley.
I don't want to.
I want you to.
Oh, dear. This is a little awkward, isn't it?
It's not awkward for me.
Oh, good. Just the rest of us, then.
No, it's not awkward for my husband. It's not awkward for my grandson. We've nothing to feel awkward about. We accepted an invitation in good faith.
So, Philip, what line of work are you in?
My husband's deaf.
Ah, that explains much.
What does it explain?
Why he can't hear me.
Are you the captain?
No, I'm the first officer. This is...
I'm the captain.
You're very young to be a captain.
Oh, for goodness sake, you're an actual child.
No, I mean, wow. You're very young to be a captain. Did you display exceptional leadership skills and goal focus?
Well, it's not for me to say.
And yet.
Because I also display exceptional leadership skills and goal focus, and that's a verbatim quote from my report. Are you prepared to share the techniques of your success?
Oh, well, yes, there's probably a tip or two I can pass along. What do you say we have you up in the flight deck once we get underway, eh?
I am delighted to accept.
And the small matter of the anti-terrorism laws, Captain?
Oh, let's not get too hidebound by rules and regs, eh, number one?
Number one?
Douglas?
And when will we be getting underway, might I ask?
Of course, not having seen your sister for so long, it's possible you may have missed certain subtle signs just now that would warn the experienced Carolyn watcher not to bank on seeing Helsinki today. Sorry to rain on your parade, Martin.
No, my parade's fine. Bone dry. Bad news for the import-export parade, though, I'd have thought. I wonder how long fresh orchids keep.
Excuse me for a moment.
And how did you even pay for it?
With a credit card, online.
You don't have a credit card.
Your credit card.
My credit card?
No, because it doesn't matter, because it's your plane. So you're just paying yourself, it's free.
The fuel's not free. The landing fees are not free. The business we would have had if Mr. Arthur Idiot Milliner hadn't been hogging the plane isn't free. Douglas. Good. Arthur, go and tell Ruth and her hangers-on to sling their collective hook.
Okay. Sorry, Mum.
And Douglas, cancel the flight plan.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I'm not spending time and fuel taking my rotten sister on a jolly to Finland.
You know best. But she did come all this way.
Because she smelt a freebie.
Maybe. She still came, though. And then there's Arthur. Internet bookings, pseudonyms, secret phone calls to Lancashire. That's a lot of work he put in, especially for an idiot.
Douglas, call me a cynical old bat. Don't even think about it. But is it entirely without the bounds of possibility that you have an ulterior motive for this trip going ahead?
Carolyn, I hope you know me better than that. At any given moment, I never have fewer than 7 ulterior motives in play. But even so...
Would I have to talk to her?
Flying her to Finland in silence might seem a little eccentric.
And not just for the petrol, mind. There's Philip's loss of earnings to think of. There's general wear and tear.
So, Ruth.
I'm sorry. Is somebody talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Well, thank you.
For what?
For accepting you were in the wrong.
I didn't.
Well, you implicitly did by being the first to speak.
No, I didn't.
Well, you did. So apology accepted.
Apology not given.
Apology still accepted. Now, what did you want?
All I want is to tell you exactly where you can go, Ruth. And that
Carolyn.
is to Helsinki. Would you like to go to Helsinki?
Well, I suppose now we're here, and you've apologised.
I haven't.
All right, then.
Good.
Yes.
Hooray! Incidentally, Arthur, why on earth Helsinki?
I've just always wanted to go to Helsinki. It sounds really fun.
What have you ever heard about Helsinki?
Nothing. I mean the name. Helsinki. How could you not have fun in Helsinki? It's like half helter-skelter and half twinkly.
I've always thought it sounds like a sink in hell.
Well, now you spoilt it.
Golf Tango India, join the visual circuit at 3,000 feet, turn left, follow your nose, and if you get lost, stop and ask.
Yes, thank you, Carl. Roger.
Chaps, little chap here said you said he could come up.
I'm not a little chap.
Yes, you are.
Oh, yes, come on in, Kieran.
Skipper says you can go in.
Yes, I heard him.
Well, it's my job to tell you.
What a stupid job.
No, you've got a stupid job.
I'm at school.
Yeah.
Kieran, hello. Sit yourself down there. We call that the jump seat.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so this array of screens and dials might look very imposing, but it's actually not so very different from your dad's car. What?
I'm sorry, it's just I have Microsoft Flight Simulator X Deluxe Edition. I do 3 to 4 hours training every day.
Playing, you mean?
No, I use it as a training tool.
But it's a game, so playing.
Anyway, I'm probably familiar with more flight instrument layouts than you are.
Well, I doubt it, actually. I've also got Flight Simulator.
Oh, which edition?
95.
And how often do you train on it?
Play on it.
Most days.
Hang on, Martin. You come home after 10 or 12 hours flying an aeroplane, and then to wind down, you sit in front of a computer and pretend to fly an aeroplane.
Perfectly sensible procedure. Allows you to revise infrequently met hazards.
Yes, exactly. You see, Douglas?
I see that your life meets with the approval of the obsessive 14-year-old boy.
Obsessive is just a word the disorganised use for the focused.
It's not the only word they use.
Ignore him. Just ignore him. Now then, what did you want to ask me?
Well, let me start by getting an idea of your hinterland. What are your outside interests?
Outside of what?
Outside flying.
Outside flying?
Yes.
You mean, what else am I interested in apart from flying?
Yeah, like, for instance, I have grade 7 loot, and I'm not even going to take grade 8, because my tutor says I'd be better off spending the time getting to concert standard.
Well, no, I don't play the lute.
And I'm an orange belt in karate.
Orange, scariest of all the colours.
Yeah, well, it's scary enough that I'm classified as a deadly weapon and actually forbidden by law from using my skills except in self-defence.
Goodness, how you must long for someone to clip you round the ear.
Douglas!
So, this is your husband's famous executive jet.
It's not an executive jet. He's not my husband, and it's not his. But otherwise spot on.
Queer little thing, isn't it? Is the wing supposed to be doing that?
Yes, it is.
And this noise is normal, is it?
Perfectly normal.
And is this supposed to come off?
Yes. No, give it to me.
How is your ex-husband, anyway?
You know very well I don't talk to him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that ex-husband. I meant your other ex-husband.
He's fine, I believe.
Oh, good. I always liked Ian.
Yes, I remember.
Sorry to put my foot in it. I forgot you have such a complicated life.
I wouldn't call it a complicated life.
Oh, wouldn't you? What would you call it, then?
A life.
Hello, Ma. Hello, Auntie Ruth. Catching up. Great. Would you like a drink? Orange juice? Coke?
I would like a triple scotch, and I would very much like to be the one that fetches it.
Oh, that's brilliant, actually. Auntie Ruth, where's the cake?
What cake?
The birthday cake. Mum's birthday cake.
I don't know.
But didn't you get my email asking you to bring a cake?
Yes, I got it. I didn't reply, though, did I?
Just thought you might like to bring a cake.
Why? Because I'm just some stay-at-home housewife who'd be only all too ever so pleased to do the baking for little Miss Businesswoman Caroline.
No, I don't know. I'm sorry. I just wanted to surprise Mum with a cake.
Then you should have bought a cake, shouldn't you?
Yes, I should.
Well, then.
And that, I think, basically is the situation in broad terms.
Right. In future, it's fine just to say you don't know. OK, next question.
No, I don't think so. Time for you to pop back off to your granny, I rather think.
But I haven't finished.
Yes, you have. Douglas is quite right. We're very busy up here.
But, Captain, I wanted to ask the secret of your enormous success.
Would you say enormous success?
Of course. Command position by 32. That's remarkable. And there's always something to learn from the remarkable.
Yes. Well, I suppose that's true. I wouldn't say it myself, but that's the English disease, isn't it? We don't celebrate our success. We don't blow our own trumpet.
Can I just say, sir, how inspiring it's been to watch you fight that disease.
So, first things first. Which flying school did you go to?
You see, my story is even more remarkable than that. I actually put myself through my PPL and CPL.
Interesting. You didn't even think it was worth applying.
Oh, well, I did apply.
And turned down their offer?
I didn't get an offer as such at the time.
Not as such?
All right, not at all. So what? I did it the hard way. I did menial jobs and night shifts for years to save up for the flying hours and the instrument rating, and then I saved up all over again to do the retake.
You failed your instrument rating?
I passed it eventually.
Good for you. Anyway, I'm sorry to have wasted your time. I'll leave you in peace
What?
now.
No! Don't be like that! I'm a captain at 32! We just agreed that was impressive!
It's just your career template isn't a close fit with my own.
Oh? And what's your career template?
Christ College, Cambridge, RAF Scholarship. 2 tours of duty, conversion course at Oxford Air Training, 20 years with major airline, retire at 45, enter politics, reach cabinet level within 6 parliamentary terms.
And when will it be our pride and privilege to have you as Prime Minister?
I assure you I have no prime ministerial ambitions. Unless my colleagues insist that that is where my duty lies.
Oh, God, you're probably going to make it. Hello, Arthur. Kettle on?
Oh, you should have rung. I'd have made it.
No, I wanted a little respite from Junior Mussolini. What on earth are you doing?
I'm making a cake.
Are you? Right. Out of mud and gravel?
Chocolate mousse. We had 6 individual chocolate mousses left over from Cyprus. I thought if I kind of ground up these amaretto biscuits in them and then put it in a dish on top of the toasted sandwich maker, it would make a sort of...
It didn't, though, did it?
No.
And what's behind this sudden enthusiasm for patisserie?
Mum's birthday. I really wanted to surprise her with a cake.
I think you'll definitely surprise her with that one.
Hello, please, sir. Welcome to Helsinki. Your passports, please.
Good Lord, this is Helsinki Airport. I didn't realise Helsinki was some 2-bit town in the middle of nowhere. I wouldn't have come.
Madam, I can assure you Helsinki is a super fabulous modern city with 2 international airports.
Oh, and this is the smaller one?
This is neither of them. This is Rautavaara Airfield.
Caroline, I assumed you'd want the cheapest landing fees, and Mr. Milliner didn't specify... Well, no, obviously Mr. Milliner didn't specify.
No, it's fine. So you brought us all this way to sit at an airport for 4 hours?
Look, it wasn't my idea in the first place.
I've seen everything now, I really have.
Who's next, please?
She gone. Hi.
Okay, in you go. Oh, what is this strange leaky box?
It's a secret.
Okay. You know, an airport is not a good place to bring secret things in. Let us have a little look inside. Herra Issa! What is this, please?
It's a cake.
It does not look like a cake.
I know. I added powdered milk to make it less runny, and it didn't make it less runny. It just made it bigger and gave it a funny sort of smell. But it is a cake.
Sadly, this cake is not welcome to Finland.
What?
You can't bring it in. We have very strict rules about importing foods, and this definitely does not fit into any category we have. Or will ever have.
Milo!
Ah, Douglas!
My dear old friend, you don't look a day older than when we first met on that English-Finland school exchange. And to celebrate those dear old days, and because luckily I am enormously confident in my masculinity, I have bought you a bunch of flowers.
And for my part, I have remembered how much you loved our various fishes of the sea, and I have brought you 14 boxes of them.
What a thoughtful gift. Now, what's the problem with young Arthur here?
The boy is trying to bring in this bowl of... It's mainly chocolate thing. This we do not allow.
Ah, I see. But surely if he pays the new Anglo-Scandinavian mainly chocolate thing import tax I heard about on the news...
Ah, yes. Of course. 100 euros, please.
100? I heard it was about 50.
No, it is 100.
Well, I was surprised when I heard it, so the next time it was mentioned, I listened really hard, and I definitely heard that it was 75.
Okay, 75 euros, please.
Thanks, Douglas.
My pleasure.
Why, Douglas, why do we have to go in the cafe?
It's not even open.
It's for Arthur's surprise. He's hiding behind that counter. He's going to leap out with his sort of a cake.
Hi, chaps.
So you two wait here and start singing when I bring Carolyn in.
So, Kieran, I suppose while we wait, if you have any other questions for me?
Thanks. I'm fine.
You sure?
Yes. I'm afraid I rather miscalibrated your utility as a resource.
No, you didn't. You said yourself being a captain at 32 is remarkable. That's the exact word you used.
Well, that does puzzle me. How old are the other captains?
What other captains?
In the airline?
I'm the only captain.
But how does that work? You'd have to go on every flight.
Yes, of course. We're the pilots.
All right, everyone ready?
When you say that you're the captain, you mean you're the captain out of the two of you?
Yes, what's so funny about that?
Oh, nothing. Of course, that makes sense of everything.
What do you mean, everything?
No, the flying school rejection, the instrument rating failure, just the general way you are.
You little...
Martin!
Imagine, though, all this time, I actually thought you were a proper captain.
Right!
Martin, no.
Oh
dear. That's really bad.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
You hit me.
Come on, it was just a little clip round the ear.
Which means I can do this. Kaya! Oh, no! Kaya!
Ah, no, please! Yeah! Oh, please, stop! I'm sorry, I'm so sorry!
What on earth is going on?
Karen, not again. Stop that this instant.
No, Granny, it's all right. He hit me first, honest.
Of course he didn't hit you first. Your great-aunt may put on a lot of airs about this tuppenny-halfpenny little outfit, but even she wouldn't employ pilots who hit children.
Oh, God.
He did. He hit me. Douglas, didn't he hit me?
He may have given you a little clip round the ear.
Yeah, he hit me. He gave me a hit in the ear.
Clip round, not a hitting, a clip round.
You hit my grandson.
He seems okay.
You hit a defenceless child.
He's not defenceless. He's definitely not that.
Right. You could expect to hear from my solicitors.
Oh, don't talk rot. The boy's absolutely fine.
This is child abuse. This could go to the Court of Human Rights.
I really don't think it could.
You can't sue me. I should sue you for what your little boy's done to my pilot.
Please don't do that. I really don't want you to do that.
You've done it again, haven't you, Carol?
Carolyn!
You've done what you always do. You've bitten off more than you can chew. Run an airline, you couldn't run a sweet shop.
I didn't want to run the sweet shop. And I never said it was an airline. It's a charter plane, and I can run it. I've run it for 12 years.
Yes, and look at the state of it. Your plane's falling to bits. You've a Nissan hook for an office. And you've a daft pilot who fights children. You've messed it up, Carol. You've made a muck of it, just like at school, and with the shop, and with both your marriages.
Yes, I don't... You can't...
Hey! Shut up! You horrible arm!
What doing here? And what on earth is that bowl of mud?
It's a cake!
And he's just surprised you with it.
Roger, Golf Tango India, continue as cleared.
Thank you, Sweden.
So, what do we think of Helsinki on balance? Twinkly helter-skelter or sink of hell?
Sink of hell.
Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad.
Carolyn abandoned her sister and great-nephew in an airfield. Arthur paid €75 for a bowl of sludge and threw it at his aunt.
And you hit a child?
Yes.
And were beaten up by a child?
Yes.
The same child?
All right, Douglas, I was there.
Yes, you were. On the ground, squealing for mercy.
All right.
Are you ready?
Ready? Martin, dim the lights.
Right.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Carolyn. Happy birthday to you.
My goodness, well, you certainly have surprised me with a cake.
Thought we might.
Perhaps what's most surprising about it is that it's a fish cake.
Yes! You see, Douglas said you actually probably were expecting a normal cake a bit, were you?
A bit, maybe.
Yeah, so even if we had one, and we don't have one, it wouldn't be a proper surprise, whereas this would be.
Yes, it is, and these...
They didn't have candles in the airport shop. They only had...
cigarettes.
Yeah. And there's only 20 because...
They come in packs of 20.
Well, partly that, but also, as it turns out, that's as many cigarettes as you can stick in a fish cake.
Every day, a new nugget of knowledge.
It's lovely, Arthur. Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
And thank you for my orchids, Martin. They're beautiful. They're not quite as plentiful as the ones I saw Douglas giving that customs officer he's in love with.
Though, interestingly, about the same price. Oh, and here's my present.
I thought you'd forgotten.
Oh, you didn't fall for that, did you? No, my present can be seen if you look out to your right.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Wow. I've never seen them before.
Pretty, aren't they?
What are we looking at?
Your other right, Arthur.
Oh, wow. Brilliant.
Though I'm not sure you can claim to have arranged for the northern lights to be switched on for me.
All I'm saying is, if anyone you knew could, who would it be?
Well, thank you very much.
They rather put my fish cake in the shade.
It is, of course, a joint present from the two of us.
Hey.
All right, the three of us.
Hello.
Philip! We didn't know you were back there.
Rigorous cross-check of the cabin, was it, Arthur?
Philip, I don't know how to tell you this. We've left Ruth and Kieran in Helsinki.
Oh. Well done, you.
Hang on. I thought you were deaf.
Shh, it's a secret.
That was Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore. Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Ipswich.
Golf Tango India, continue as cleared. Thank you, Shannon.
Do you want any more of this one, Douglas?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm done.
All right. Arthur!
Yes, Kip?
Cheese tray is now open to Arthur's.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks, chaps. Oh, wow, almost a whole squidgy one. It's funny. This is like something I saw on a wildlife show last night.
I was just thinking something similar myself.
No, it's these African hunting dogs. And what they've got is they've got an alpha dog, beta dogs, and amigo dogs.
Amigo dogs?
Surely you've heard of amigo dogs. Spanish breed, very friendly. Often found in threes.
Omega? Do you mean omega?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Anyway, when they kill something, the alpha dog eats as much as he wants first, then the beta dogs have a go, and then the amigo dogs have the leftovers. And that's like us, isn't it?
Well, not really, because Douglas and I share the cheese tray.
So?
Well, so the alpha dog and the beta dog are eating together.
And which is which, pray?
I think that's perfectly obvious, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So do I.
Good.
No, I meant you're the two beta dogs.
What?
Because Mum always has the camembert off a tray before I bring it in.
What? There's camembert? We never get any camembert.
Though thinking about it, that is a secret.
Carolyn!
Gentlemen.
Carolyn, we have a complaint.
Oh, dear me. Tell you what, why don't you write it down, put it in an envelope, tear it in half, throw it away and shut your face. In the meantime, attend. Are you busy on Monday?
Yes.
Quite right. Full marks. Now, prepare to learn what it is you will be busy doing.
No, Carolyn, Monday's a day off. It's been on the wall chart for ages.
Wall charts can lie, Martin. Notoriously deceitful, the wall chart. Anyway, on Monday, you'll be delighted to learn I have booked us a refresher SEP course.
Oh,
Carolyn!
no.
What's that?
Safety and emergency procedures, amongst other things, jumping into a cold swimming pool in uniform and scrambling into life rafts.
Brilliant!
That's a bad... Oh, never mind.
Carolyn, I don't need a refresher.
Of course you do. Procedures change, Douglas. Aircraft change.
The only time this aircraft changes is when another bit falls off it.
Well, procedures change.
Is it still pull to go up, push to go down?
Yes.
I'm fine then.
You are all going because if you don't, the CAA will stop you flying. And although heaven knows that's not a bad idea, my job depends on preventing it.
Where is it?
Ipswich.
Oh, brilliant. Where I went before. Will there be more learning how to understand people?
No, Arthur. I think you understand as much about people as you ever will.
Thanks, Mum. What a nice thing to say.
Case in point. Oh, pipe down. Do you not have overtaking in Ipswich?
Give me another one, Mum.
All right. How many loudhailers are there in the aft cabinet?
Okay. And aft is the one at the front?
Back.
Back. I'm in the back.
The 4 comes before the aft that comes after.
I haven't heard that one before.
Now, that's because no one but Arthur has ever needed a mnemonic for fore and aft.
2 in the aft cabinet, none in the fore, 1 in the flight deck.
Yes, Martin, but please try and let Arthur answer 1.
How do you know all this stuff, Martin?
It is my duty to be familiar with the safety equipment of the aircraft I command.
Goodness. Hearken to the mighty woof of the Alpha Dog.
What?
Arthur was telling us about that documentary. Martin is labouring under the delusion that he is the Alpha Dog in this organisation.
Aha! Whereas you, of course, correctly reminded him that I am.
You have the loudest bark, certainly, but I like to think I'm the one who brings down the haughty beast.
Douglas, you give me a question.
Oh, I don't know any of this stuff.
Then how do you think you're going to pass the exam?
Luck.
You can't rely on luck.
You can't rely on luck.
Skip, you give me one.
Oh, all right. At what number of passengers does it become compulsory to carry at least 1 flight attendant?
Well, we always carry at least 1. So therefore, no passengers?
No, 19.
Oh, right. It depends, though.
No, it doesn't depend. The answer is 19.
Yeah, but if it's somewhere nice, Mum will come. Or if the passengers are important. Or if she's bored.
Yes, but if you say any of that, you'll fail. Whereas if you say 19, you won't fail. Do you understand that? 19. 19 passengers, 1 cabin crew, 19. 19.
Will you all please stop saying 19?
I didn't say 19.
That is exactly the problem.
Hello, Miss Snapshappy?
That's right, yes.
Hello, I'm Dr. Duncan, Peter Duncan, not the Peter Duncan.
Not which Peter Duncan?
Peter Duncan.
Who's Peter Duncan?
From Blue Peter in the 80s. And Duncan Deaths.
Oh, yes, I remember him. He was great.
Yes, well, I'm not him.
Oh. Jolly good. Now, this is Captain Martin Creef, First Officer Douglas Richardson.
Hello, Captain.
No, the other way round.
Oh, for the love...
And Arthur Shappy Stewart.
Right, so you're the advanced guard, are you?
How do you mean?
Well, just that the others haven't arrived yet.
Which others would those be?
Well, the rest of the airline?
Dr. Duncan, you see before you the airline. Drink us in.
There's 400 of you.
Are there, though? Count again.
Not 400.
4.
Right. That's unfortunate. I should probably speak to catering. Anyway, welcome. I'll be looking after the classroom side of things. And Mr. Sergeant, can I borrow you?
Good morning.
After a quick CRM lecture, Mr. Sergeant will be putting you through the pool drill. Then, after lunch, we'll have the exam. And finally, Mr. Sergeant will take you through the smoke-filled fuselage.
Metaphorically?
No, sir, not metaphorically, sir, no. We had a bit of a job getting our hands on a metaphorical fuselage, sir. And even if you can track one down, it's a bugger trying to fill it with a simile of some smoke.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Sergeant, were you in the RAF by any chance?
I certainly was.
And were you a sergeant, Mr. Sergeant?
No, sir, I wasn't a sergeant because, as we just established, I was in the RA bleeding F, not the bleeding army, so I was a warrant officer. And since my name is not Warrant Officer, this occasion no bleeding mirth whatsoever.
Right, good. Good to get that sorted out. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to dash off and do what I can to hold back 400 quiches.
Must you sit at the back, Douglas?
I always sit at the back.
But there's only 2 of us in a lecture theatre with 500 seats.
Some of which are at the back.
Sorry I'm late, chaps. Trying to intercept the caterers.
Did you manage?
No. Hope you've got an appetite. Right. Douglas, do you want to join us down here, maybe?
No, I'm fine.
Right. Fair enough. All right. Well, why don't we come and join you at the back?
Oh, for goodness sake.
Now then, I want to talk to you today about the potentially dangerous mindsets a pilot can get themselves into, and in particular what are known as the 6 deadly I's. These are...
Impatience, impulsivity, invulnerability, insecurity, indecision, and I know best.
Absolutely, yes. Gosh, well done. So, let's take them one by one. I know best is the anti-authority attitude that rules and regulations don't apply to you, that you make up your own laws. Now, I don't know if either of you have ever flown with anyone like that.
Yeah, me, I have. Yes, I definitely have.
Right. Well, don't name any names.
Oh, no, certainly not. No. Let's call him Dougal. Dougal ignores safety briefings, tech checks. He can barely be persuaded to file a flight plan. He basically thinks he's always right.
Has it occurred to you that maybe Dougal is always right?
It's definitely occurred to Dougal.
Okay. Great. Well, next, impulsivity. That's the tendency of some pilots to panic under pressure, to do the first thing they think of just for the sake of doing something. Now, again, you may never have...
Actually, that does ring a little bell.
Oh, well, again, without naming names?
No, that would be the height of iniquity. Well, this chap could be literally any of the other pilots in MJN Air. Let's call him Marvin. Once requested an emergency landing because his watch went off.
It was a new watch with a very odd alarm.
Oh, have you flown with Marvin, Martin? Curious chap, isn't he?
Then there's insecurity, always trying to prove he's as good a pilot as anyone else.
Marvin.
Impatience, sacrifices procedure or even safety to save time.
Dougal.
And finally, indecision, getting caught in the headlights of a problem and being unable to settle on a plan of action.
And Marvin.
I thought you said Marvin impulsively did the first thing he thought of.
Amazingly, he manages to combine both, doing whichever is least appropriate to the situation.
OK, well, what's good here is that we're fostering a real openness between the 2 of you.
Yes, that is good, isn't it?
Well done us.
All right. Where are the asbestos fire gloves kept?
Yes, brilliant. I know this one. In the galley, on top of the microwave.
No, they're behind the captain's seat.
They're not, though. They're on top of the microwave.
Yes, I know that's where they actually are.
Right then.
But that's not where you should say they are.
Why not?
Because we probably shouldn't let the CAA examiner know we use vital safety equipment as oven gloves. Mr. Sergeant, I
didn't hear a thing, madam. In the Air Force, we used to use the CO2 fire extinguishers to cool the beer. Just don't let Dr. Duncan hear you. Speaking of whom, madam, the good doctor asks if you could bring your company portfolio to him in the seminar room.
The seminar room?
Oh, yes. How would we won the Battle of Britain if we hadn't had our portfolios in the seminar room?
Yes, of course. Arthur, stay here and keep revising.
You're having trouble revising, are you?
Yeah, I'm not at my best with exams and stuff.
What are you at your best at?
Probably crazy golf.
All right, well, look, you didn't hear this from me, but should I tell you an interesting thing about the passenger oxygen generators in your aircraft?
Oh, yeah, please.
They produce oxygen for exactly 12 minutes.
That's not very interesting.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
See, if I was a young lad studying for an exam, I'd find it very interesting indeed.
Oh, right, because it might come up.
Oh, I'm certainly not telling you that. I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
Ah. Well, thanks, but no, I don't think so. It sounds like it's mainly going to be stuff about where stuff is.
Right, so you don't reckon that's the sort of thing they'd ask, whereas I, as someone who works in the test centre, reckons it's exactly the sort of thing they'd ask. Well, we'll just have to agree to disagree.
OK.
You're an idiot.
I know, that's why I'm worried.
All right. So, in this session...
Hang on, where's Martin?
Oh, well, this is a breakout group just for the first officers.
All one of us?
Yes, I see what you mean, but best to stick to the plan. You see, a common problem in flight decks with poor crew resource management is that the first officer is overly in awe of the captain.
Is it now?
Yes, now... The method I want to teach you is the 5-step statement. So, Douglas, imagine you've noticed a problem, but you're shy of bringing it up with your captain. Step 1...
Hang on.
Yes?
No, it's just this is going to need really quite a lot of imagination. OK, got it.
OK. Step 1.
No, it's gone again.
Step 1, first you get his attention. Now, depending on how you get on, that might be, excuse me, sir, or, captain, or in an informal flight deck, it might just be, hey, chief.
Might it really?
Yes. So, step 2, state your concern in a non-confrontational manner. Hey, chief, I might be wrong.
I might be wrong?
Yes. That's a good trick for taking the sting out of it. I might be wrong, but I think we're low on fuel. Step 3, let him know how you feel about this. This makes me feel uneasy. Step 4, propose a solution. One thing we could do is reduce our speed. Step 5, obtain buy-in to your idea. How does that sound to you?
Well, frankly, it sounds like the biggest load.
No. That's what you might say. How does that sound to you?
Ah.
So, do you want to role-play that through now, Douglas?
I would love to. Hey, Chief, I might be wrong, but I think we're flying into a mountain. This makes me feel scared of the mountain. One thing we could do is pull up and fly over the mountain. How does that sound to...
Yes, of course, in that situation you might need to react a little more instinctively.
Oh, do you think so?
All right, lady and gentlemen, welcome to the pool drill. No doubt Dr. Duncan's given you some fascinating glimpses into the psychology of the aviational mind. But what we're going to do now is check you know how to get off your burning aircraft and into your nice, safe, floaty boat.
Mr. Sergeant?
Yes, son.
This is brilliant.
Good. Right then. So there you are, up in your little plane somewhere above the North Atlantic, when suddenly, oh dearie me, beep, 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 2 engine failures. Not the best of news, seeing as you only have 2 engines, and you have to glide to a false landing. The exercise begins just as you have glidged the plane to sea level.
Sorry, glid?
Yes, glid. There's something funny about it?
Not in the least, no. I'm very glad we glid.
Right. Then when I blow my whistle, jump into the pool, inflate the life raft, and conduct standard emergency procedure. Hooray! Good lad! Well, come on, the rest of you. In.
It's all right, I'm getting in.
Oh, God, it's cold.
Yes, madam, this is what we tend to find in the North bleeding Atlantic Ocean. And what about you two? Come on in.
Yes, I'm just putting in my earplugs.
You don't need bleeding earplugs, sir.
Well, I do, actually. I have a slight abnormality of the inner ear. I can't go swimming
Get
without...
yourself in the bleeding pool, sir. Now!
Arthur, here's the dinghy. Catch.
Thanks, Douglas. So now, what do I just pull this... Whoa! Look at that!
Hey, sir, why are you not in the pool?
First officer retrieves dinghy, conveys it to cabin crew.
Yes, well, first officer's done that. Now, first officer gets in the bleeding pool himself.
I think not.
I don't care whether or not you bleeding well think so. Get in the pool.
No. You see, the problem is I was never in the RAF. So, rather sadly, I've never managed to cultivate a fear of shouty, red-faced little men with bristly heads. I was, however, in command of an aircraft for 13 years.
Though not now.
And I picked up a few little things along the way, such as, if the engines are stopped, there's no risk of fire, and so it would be a poor decision to waterlog my clothing and risk hypothermia when I can remain on the wing of the aircraft and wait for the gallant steward to steer the dinghy close enough to it that I can step in like so. Hello there, Arthur.
I suppose you think you're very clever, don't you?
I'll let you into a little secret. I sometimes do.
Right, another quiche, I think. Anyone else? Skip?
No.
But you've only had one.
Yes, I've had one. One is the correct dosage of quiche for the adult human male. How many have you had now?
7. And we have got 100 each to get through.
It was a mistake, Arthur, not a challenge.
Wait a minute, Arthur. Listen, all of you. We've only got the exam and the fuselage drill to go. The exam's in the lap of the gods, but in the fuselage, we are going to concentrate. We are going to be disciplined. We are going to listen to one clear voice of command. Got that?
Yes. Thank you, Carolyn.
Not you, idiot, me.
But I'm the captain.
Yes, Martin. Everyone who's ever met you knows you're the captain, but I am the alpha dog.
You say that, Carolyn, but...
I do say that, Douglas, yes, because if you'd seen the documentary, you'd know that what makes an alpha dog is not languid put-downs. It's providing the pack with their food, their shelter, their pay, their hotel rooms, and most of all, their aeroplane.
Goodness, I wish I had seen it now.
So, in the fuselage, everyone listen to me and follow me, especially you, Arthur. And Arthur, in the exam...
I know. 19.
No, Arthur, that's only the answer to one question.
Oh, right. Which one?
All right. Individual questions now. Martin, how are the passenger oxygen masks activated?
Automatically by a barometric pressure switch when the cabin altitude is 14,000 feet or when the pass oxygen switch on the overhead panel is positioned to on.
Yes, perfect answer. OK. Carolyn, how many smoke hoods are there in the rear stowage compartment? 2. Yes. OK. Do you want to elaborate on that?
There's one, and there's another one. Totaling 2.
Yes, OK. Fine, yes. Douglas, a slightly obscure one for you, I'm afraid. At what number of passengers does it become compulsory to carry at least one flight attendant?
That is tricky.
You would get that one.
Still, I'll have a stab at it. Could it be 19?
Quite right. Finally, Arthur, for how long does a passenger oxygen generator produce oxygen once activated?
Oh, that's a coincidence. Someone was just talking to me about that. Was it you, Douglas? Or Mum? Someone, anyway.
So what's the answer?
I don't know, I didn't listen.
All right, lady and gentlemen. Ignore the pool this time. Concentrate your attentions on the mock-up fuselage. Inside, it has been laid out in exactly the same way as your aircraft, with the tiny improvement that we've filled it with smoke. Also, somewhere inside is Adrian, a life-size, life-weight dummy representing an unlucky passenger. Obviously, any passenger of MJN Air is by definition an unlucky passenger. But this one is unlucky even by your own high standards, because he is relying on you to save him. When I blow my whistle, you will don your smoke hoods, enter the fuselage in a random order, locate Adrian and retrieve him in under 5 minutes. The random order is as follows: Arthur, Douglas, Carolyn, Martin.
Oh, I mean, hooray, but also... I don't think I should go first.
No, nor do I. That's why you're going first. On your marks, get set. Come on, hoods on, quickly, right. In you go. In. Not all separately like sheep that have got into a bleeding garden. Hold the back of the belt of the crew member in front. 1 minute left, come on.
For pity's sake, 4 minutes gone, Arthur. Are you sure you haven't found anything?
No.
Hasn't gone anyone?
No, but I'm a bit...
45 seconds.
We'll have to abandon it.
What was that?
It was Skipper! He's fallen down! Martin, are you all right?
Arthur, how do you know it was Martin?
I was holding onto his belt. But you were in the lead. But Mr. Sergeant said everyone holds someone's belt. But not you.
Never mind that now. Is Martin all right?
I think so. My screen's a bit misted up. I'll just...
So what exactly happened?
Yes, what exactly happened? Let's see if we can piece it together for the good doctor. For starters, how many bodies did you rescue from the fuselage?
2.
2? Which is pretty good going, given that I only put 1 in there. Carolyn, whose body did you rescue?
Arthur's.
Arthur's. And why was Arthur's body lying in the fuselage?
I got a bit smoke-filled.
Yes, you did. Because in the smoke-filled cabin, in order to see more clearly, you took off your smoke hood. And what was you trying to see more clearly?
The body I found.
The body you found. The body Douglas, in the end, brought out of the fuselage, the body of...
Martin.
The body of Martin. And why was the body of Martin lying on the floor?
As I believe I mentioned before, I have a slight abnormality of the inner ear. It's perfectly airworthy, but it means I black out if I get dizzy.
If you get dizzy. And why was you dizzy?
Because we were going round in circles.
And that was because?
Because Arthur was holding on to my belt.
Explain exactly. Because you was all holding on to each other's belts, going round and round the smoke-filled cabin, playing Ring-a-Ring-a-Roses. While Adrian the Dubby looked on, burning merrily to a crisp. In which circumstances, I hope it will come as no surprise that you have well and truly failed the SCP.
No, you can't fail us.
I not only can, I have to. And I not only have to, I want to.
Quite right, Mr. Sergeant. Absolutely. Though, of course, you could maybe let them retake it.
I could, at my discretion, allow a retake if I had any reason to think they were under an unfair disadvantage, which I don't.
Oh, but we were.
Oh, yes? And what was that?
Arthur was in the lead.
The crew is only as strong as its weakest link, and your weakest link is very weak indeed. If you want me, I won't be in the seminar room.
Peter, can I have a word with you?
I'm sorry, Carolyn, but Mr. Sergeant's quite right, and Arthur did fail his exam as well.
Look, this is a very safe aircraft. I have a good pilot and a safe pilot. And the safe pilot's in charge of the good pilot. Martin won't let them get into trouble, and if they do, Douglas would get them out of it.
But it does have Arthur on it.
Yes, but Arthur doesn't do anything. He just serves the meals. If anything went wrong, I'd handle it. And if I wasn't on board, the pilots would handle it. Arthur is basically just a passenger in a hat. That's only because he made himself a hat.
Hey, Chief.
What?
I might be wrong. Sorry, I really must learn to say that with a straight face. I might be wrong, but I think Arthur's about to lose us all our jobs.
This is not...
Hang on, I'm only on step 2. This makes me feel unemployed. And also a little surprised, given that I'm sure I've heard quite a lot recently that the number of passengers at which it becomes compulsory to carry a flight attendant is 19. And I just wonder how often that situation's going to occur in our aircraft, with its 16 seats.
Ah!
And how does that sound to you?
Thank you, Douglas.
You're welcome. Enjoy the hearty beast.
Dr. Duncan, we've had a slight company reorganisation in the last few seconds. From now on, Arthur will no longer fly on the crew roster. Henceforth, any flights he happens to be on, he'll be on the passenger roster.
As a passenger?
Precisely.
But still acting as a steward?
Certainly not. Of course, as a frequent flyer, he may choose to help the other passengers, you know. Always be first to offer to get the coffee and serve dinner and stay behind after to hoover the aircraft. But in the eyes of God and the CAA, he will simply be an unusually helpful passenger. who wears a hat.
Well, that would make things a lot easier.
Yes, it would.
So long as the rest of you pass the fuselage drill.
Peter, it has long been a maxim of MJN Air that when Arthur stops helping, we can do anything.
All right. 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The very definition of barely adequate. But you rescued Adrian, you're in time, and therefore on the strict understanding that Arthur has no official role on the aircraft whatsoever, except possibly Chock, you all pass.
Hey!
Except you.
Why? What did I do? Please give me another chance.
Not you.
Oh.
You.
Me?
Yes, my friend, you. Because for all your smooth talking and your smart answers, matey, no one passes my SEP training without demonstrating to my satisfaction they can swim strongly in uniform and rescue a body from the water.
I see. Well, then we'll just have to see what the CAA adjudicates when I take...
Douglas, shut up. Martin, pass me Adrian.
Here.
Douglas, fetch.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our onboard transit process today has now reached its ultimate termination.
He means we've landed.
Yes, so as yourselves prepare for disembowering, if I could kindly ask you to kindly ensure you retain all your personal items about your person throughout the duration of the disembarkation.
He means take your stuff with you.
In concluding, it's been a privilege for ourselves to conduct yourselves through the in-flight experience today, and I do hope you'll refavour ourselves with the esteem of your forth-looking custom going forward.
No idea.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Johannesburg.
OK, Martin, 2 miles to run. Descend to 500 feet. Stand by for visual on target.
Douglas, are we certain about this?
Quite certain.
Right, it's just... I'm sure it's going to be fine.
Excellent. I'm also sure it's going to be fine.
The thing is, though, I'm not sure it's going to be fine.
What an exquisite paradox. Luckily, though, I'm still completely sure it's going to be fine. So, as I'm 100% sure and you're 50 each way, that still gives us a comfortable 150% working majority.
Douglas!
Target in sight. Level 500 feet. Left, waggle wings, and open air brakes. Now. Oh.
What? I can't see. What happened?
I may have very slightly overestimated how fine it would be.
What were you thinking?
Look, all we were trying...
Shut up, Martin. Douglas, what were you thinking?
I just thought, since I had to work on my daughter's birthday, it would be nice to do a little fly-past of her party on the way.
Barrow-in-Furness is not on the way to Paris. So first you stole my aircraft.
I wouldn't call it stealing.
I paid you to fly it 300 miles southwest. You flew it 200 miles northeast. What is that if not stealing?
Hijacking at most.
Carolyn.
Shut up, Martin. But, of course, you were just warming up, because not only did you steal my aircraft, you then chose to mark your arrival at the children's birthday party by dropping a bomb on it.
The idea was perfectly sound.
The idea was terminally stupid. Was it your idea, Martin?
No, it wasn't. Oh, and I'm allowed to speak again now, am I?
No, shut up.
It was my idea. It occurred to me that if we filled the air brake cavity with boiled sweets and then opened it just as we were flying over...
You could strafe your daughter's birthday party.
No, not strafe. We weren't going anything like fast enough. We did check.
I did the calculations.
And we were quite sure the sweets would flutter gently down to the excited children beneath. And so they would have done, if it hadn't been rather a hot day. And the sweets in the metal compartment hadn't melted a little. And then, up in the cold air, solidified again into
a sugar brick.
Yes.
Which you dropped on your ex-wife's house.
Yes, but we were very lucky, really. We could have hit her conservatory or her BMW.
Or a child.
Now, don't exaggerate. All the children had run for safety long before it landed.
That is not as reassuring a sentence as you seem to think.
I'm just saying we couldn't have hit a child. But I admit we could have hit a car.
But you didn't hit a car, did you? You hit a carp.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how much a koi carp costs?
I do now, yes. But don't worry, I don't expect you to pay for it.
Of course you don't expect me to pay for it. Why in heaven would I pay for it?
Well, as you pointed out, it is your plane.
Yes. And I paid you to use it to fly a franking machine to Paris, not to fly a multicoloured confectionery brick to Cumbria and drop it on a fish.
Well, to be fair, we did go to Paris afterwards.
Martin, really shut absolutely up.
Right.
Look, both of you, I'm being serious, with my serious face. You cannot keep doing things like this. I will spell it out in words of one syllable. If you waste my money, we will go bust. You will have no job.
Cash, not money.
Please, will you take this seriously? We can't go on like this. Look at the trip budget you've submitted for Johannesburg next week. £14,000. Are we flying there on the backs of unicorns?
It's pared to the bone, I promise you. I can't compromise safety for economy.
That's rich, coming from the bomber of Barrow.
I'm sorry, Carolyn. It's just that the captain and myself are deeply unmaterialistic. Our souls are rather beautiful that way, actually.
Is that so? All right, then, First Officer Gandhi. I'll tell you what I'll do. On a one-trip trial basis, if you can magically shave, say, £2,000 off that pared-to-the-bone budget, you can split it between you, which should just about pay for the carp. But if it comes in so much as a penny over £12,000, you pay me £1,000 each. Deal?
Absolutely, deal.
No, wait, Douglas, the budget really is pretty tight. How on earth are we
Oh,
gonna...
Martin, trust me. Deal.
Chaps, my galley's been burgled. They've taken the trolley, the duty-free, the microwave, even the hot water boiler.
Sorry, Arthur, that was me. The lighter we keep the plane, the less fuel we need, so I've offloaded all unnecessary dead weight. Speaking of which, how much do you weigh?
But how am I supposed to heat up the catering?
Oh, I've cancelled the catering.
You cancelled our food for a 12-hour flight?
Needless expense. Don't worry, I rustled us up a little something myself.
Oh, Douglas, you should have asked me.
Should I, though, Arthur? Really? The inventor of fizzy yoghurt?
To be fair, I didn't invent that so much as discover the process that makes it.
Yes, yoghurt plus time. Here, take these.
Righto, how do I prepare them?
Take lids off boxes, empty onto plates, give to pilots. And I can't stress this strongly enough, do nothing else to it whatsoever.
It's not really going to save us much money, Douglas.
Every little helps. Why, what have you come up with?
Well, I had a good think last night, and I think so long as we get the long runway at Joburg, we may be able to land without using the wheel brakes.
I see. And that'll save us what?
Well, it'll prolong the life of the brakes.
To the tune of...
Obviously not in a calculable way.
Terrific. Well done.
Well, all right. What else have you come up with?
Turn off air conditioning, only take half the liquid oxygen, keep air recirculation fans on, and only use one engine to taxi. And I'm just getting warmed up.
So, if doing those things saves money, why don't we do it all the time?
Well, the most tiresome of pettifoggers might question whether it constituted absolute best practice.
You mean it's horrendously illegal?
Horrendously is a strong word.
I notice you're not quibbling illegal.
Not dangerously illegal. It's not like I'm suggesting we only fly on one engine, although...
No! This is excellent, Douglas. Did you really cook it yourself?
I did indeed.
It's lovely.
I'm very good at cooking.
Is there anything you're not very good at? Douglas?
I'm thinking. There are things I haven't tried yet. I suppose it's possible I'm not very good at some of those, theoretically.
Well, this is great. Unusual flavour. What is it?
Carp.
But not...
When I pay £1,000 for a fish, I don't just throw it in the bin. Now then, when we get to Joburg, obviously we can save a lot on hotels.
How?
By not staying in one.
So where will we sleep?
Well, I'm a happily married man, so I shall sleep in the plane. But you, my lad, have 4 hours in hand to get yourself invited to the Johannesburgian bedroom of your choice.
Yes, I'll sleep in the plane too.
That uniform's wasted on you, it really is. Ah, fancy that.
What?
Little flashing warning light, Captain, anti-icing the starboard wing, declaring itself rabbit of negative euphoria.
What?
Not a happy bunny.
Right, okay. Isolate the anti-icing valves, port and starboard, prepare for landing and...
Whoa. We don't need to divert. We can do without anti-icing.
No, we can't.
Martin, we're currently flying over southern Spain. We're about to fly the length of continental Africa. May I suggest that ice may not be our most formidable foe?
You know perfectly well the hotter it is, the quicker ice will form if we fly through clouds.
But I have a strategic masterstroke to counter that. Let's not fly through any clouds.
But there are clouds, look.
What, those little fluffies? We can just weave in and out of those, and we only have to keep the starboard wing out of them anyway. It'll be fun.
No, Douglas, we're landing and getting it fixed.
You know what? I was wrong about the warning light. It's not on. I made a mistake.
I can see it.
No, Martin. That's an optical illusion caused by the fierce glare of the sun. The hot Mediterranean ice-melting sun, which will beat down on us as we pay landing fees and engineers' fees and hope they'll fix us in time to get to Joburg tonight. In Spain. Lovely people, magnificent culture, not famed for their snap-to-it efficiency.
I know, but I'm sorry, I have to.
Oh.
Madrid, Golf, Tango, India. We have a system malfunction. Require radar vectors to nearest suitable airfield. And post-landing checks complete.
Gentlemen, I can't help but notice we've landed 3 hours after takeoff, which means either you have discovered a hitherto unsuspected warp drive button, or this isn't Johannesburg.
Carolyn, I'm sorry, you can rant and rave all you like, but we had to divert. The anti-icing system was not...
Yes, fine, whatever you think.
Really?
Yes, of course. I'm sure you had your reasons.
Well, yes, but don't you want to hear them and then disagree with them? I thought you'd be more furious.
Yes, it's curious, isn't it? Curious, I'm not furious. It turns out I mind losing money a lot less, just so long as Douglas is losing it too.
And me?
Yes, but for some reason you losing money doesn't make me happy the way Douglas losing money does.
Oh, well, thank you, I suppose.
You're very welcome.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, Carolyn, but I have no intention of losing any money. The landing fee should be pretty light in a tiny airfield like this, and it doesn't shut till 5. Plenty of time for them to fix Gertie.
Chaps, have we landed?
Yes, Arthur, well spotted.
Well, since you've taken away my water boiler, can I order some hot water here?
Yes, of course.
No.
Oh, come on, I'm not flying the length of Africa without coffee. We need hot water.
Certainly, but we don't need to pay 30 euros for it. There's an old flying school trick I know.
Of course there is.
Arthur, get a wine bottle, fill it with water, and using the asbestos gloves, place it very carefully on the lip of one of the engine exhausts. Hey presto, boiling water.
Good heavens, Douglas has discovered his inner womble.
But doesn't the air come out of the back of those engines pretty fast?
Arthur, the engines aren't on. Clues to this include the aircraft being stationary on the ground and eerily quiet. But they'll still be hot from the flight.
Oh, right, yes. Because I was thinking, otherwise I might have had a bit of a job.
Balancing a wine bottle in a 1,400-mile-an-hour jet blast? Yes, I imagine you would.
I'm sorry, we have no engineer at this airfield.
Right. So what do you do when you need an engineer?
We call Diego out from the big airport at Alphabetical.
Well, can you do that now, please?
I can.
Then do.
But he won't come.
Do you know, I think what I like about this conversation most, Douglas, is that you're the one having to have it.
Why won't he come?
He cannot. His car is broke down.
The engineer's car is broken down?
Yes.
That's not a terribly good sign, is it?
Well, can we go and get him?
I suppose, but how? You have no car.
Ah, he's got you there.
Can we hire a car?
Not here. Maybe from the airport at Alphabetical.
The place we want the car to get to?
Is the nearest place.
Well, can we borrow a car?
Whose car?
Well, I don't know. Your car.
No.
Why not?
It's a nice car. A BMW.
Well, Douglas here has an excellent safety record with BMWs. Only last week he didn't drop a brick on one.
Carolyn, you're really not helping.
I know, I'm not trying to. It's fun, this, isn't it? Chipping in from the sidelines. I can see why you're so fond of it.
Senor Quintanilla.
Si.
Surely there is a vehicle somewhere on this airfield. We can pay you €100 to let us drive to Albacete and back.
Maybe there is something.
3 men went to mow a meadow. 3 men, 2 men, 1 man and his dog. That's where you say woof woof, Skip.
No, it isn't.
I think it is, because it's just after the word dog, and dogs go...
I mean, I'm not saying woof woof.
Which here you are.
We are driving across the Spanish plains in the heat of the day on a 60-mile round trip on unmade roads in a baggage truck. It's going to take more to cheer me up than saying woof woof.
Well, if you're sure, it always cheers me up. Can we have the air conditioning on, please?
There is no air conditioning. Why would you have air conditioning on a vehicle with no doors?
To keep it cool.
Arthur, I really am at the end of my tether here. Could you please just try your hardest not to say anything?
Really stupid.
No, just anything.
Oh, right. Will do, Skip. Sorry. Sorry.
Stop it!
Sorry. Ah!
Thank you. Now, let's just try and get through this with the minimum of fuss. Arthur, put your hand down. I know. Low bridge.
And 80 is 10,400.
Hello, Douglas. Doing your sums?
Yes.
Well, I won't disturb you. Just wondered if you'd heard from Martin yet.
No, he's not answering his phone. Why isn't he answering? There's no point even doing this if he's not going to be back in time.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm quite sure he'll successfully drive his baggage truck to Albacete, find and pick up the engineer, bring him back in plenty of time to fix the plane by 5.
Do you think so?
Not even for a moment. There's about 600 ways that plan could go wrong, even if it wasn't Martin doing it, and it is Martin doing it, with help from Arthur.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
I honestly don't know when I've enjoyed a trip more. I only wish I'd thought of this years ago. This way, if I lose, you lose, which takes the sting out of it enormously, and if I win, and thus, I win.
How nice for you. Oh, blast.
What?
The running total of this trip, £12,014.
Oh, dear.
Of course, when you said under 12,000, you didn't mean literally to the penny. That would be ridiculous. You meant to the nearest 100 or so.
Ah, your little face as you tried to look as if you remotely thought you might get away with that. And this is as good as a mile, I'm afraid.
Right.
No, it's not budging, Skip. It's really firmly wedged under. I think we must have hit the bridge quite hard.
Yes.
So, what now, Skip?
I don't know.
Okay. Skip, chap behind us wants to come through.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, okay. It's just because you weren't doing anything, I thought you hadn't seen. I still don't really know what we're waiting for.
I'm waiting for Douglas to say something sarcastic and then sort it out.
Ah, right. Of course, Douglas isn't here, Skip.
I know that.
I mean, I can try and fill in, but I don't know how good I'll be. I'm glad we're stuck under this bridge.
Shush, please.
That's a good thing.
Stop it, you're not helping. If it comes to that, what are you waiting for?
You to tell me what to do, Skip.
I don't know. I mean, all I can think of is I suppose we could let the tyres down.
Oh, right. And pretend we got a puncture.
No. To lower our height a couple of inches.
Yes, brilliant. Well, let's do that.
Yes, but what have I got wrong?
Oh, have you got something wrong?
I always get something wrong. And if Douglas were here, he'd point out what?
Well, he's not. So, should we just try it and see?
Senor Quintanilla.
Hello, yes. It's you again.
Yes.
Hello, senor.
And your merry woman.
Isn't she just? Now, Senor, I've just been looking through your airfield bill.
Yes.
And I was just wondering if there was any possibility at all of reducing it by, say, €20?
Was something not good? Are you not happy?
No, everything was good. We're very happy.
Me especially.
But I would appreciate it as a favour if you felt you could knock off a measly 20 euros.
This is not a market. I am not used to haggle. This is a fair price, yes? You do not think I try to cheat you?
No, absolutely not. Well, look, how about this then? Is there anything we could do around the airfield while we're waiting that would be worth 20 euros to you?
I suppose you could wash my car?
I'm not going to wash your car.
I don't want you to wash my car. I'm trying to help you.
Of course, yes. I apologise. Which is your car?
The BMW.
How could I forget?
Catch.
Douglas, are you going to wash his car? Are you really going to wash his car? This day just gets better and better.
Went to mow a meadow, 6 men, 5 men, 4 men, 3 men, 2 men, 1 man and his dog. What? Went to mow a meadow.
What, Arthur? That's what French dogs say, Skip. I thought I'd do one in French, because we're abroad.
But we're in Spain.
I know, but I don't know what Spanish dogs say. Do you?
No, I don't know what Spanish dogs say.
What's the matter?
Sorry, same thing again. I just automatically waited for Douglas to say something sarcastic.
Yes, he'd have had one in there, wouldn't he? What do you think it would have been?
I don't know. However, my young professor of canine linguistics, welcome to Alphabetical Airport. 20 minutes ahead of schedule, even with stopping to pump the tyres back up.
Nice work, Skip. It was a brilliant plan.
Oh, did go rather well, didn't it? Now, apparently the engineer's office is in the green hangar. It must be that one there. Follow me.
Right.
Gosh, sunny, isn't it?
Wow, Skip. Are those new? They're brilliant.
Oh, do you like them? Pick them up at the garage. They're called aviator shades.
They're amazing. You look like one of those guys in Top Gear.
God, do I? Which one? Not Clarkson.
No, Tom Cruise.
Top Gun, Arthur.
Oh, yeah.
I've always wanted a pair of these.
Well, why didn't you get one?
I suppose I thought Douglas would probably be pretty funny about them.
Oh, yeah. Yes, he will be, won't he?
Yeah, I'll take them off quickly before we get back.
Yeah, probably best. You know, Douglas is great, obviously. I mean, he's brilliant. But this is quite nice, isn't it? Like a little holiday.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Right. Is this it?
Yes.
Oh. Skip, it looks a bit...
Closed.
Yeah.
Why would it be closed on a Tuesday?
I don't know.
Oh, well, that's it then. We're done for. Should have known the thing with the bridge was just to make it all the worse when inevitably...
Yes, but you can think of something, Skip. You were brilliant last time.
Oh, well, we could try and find the manager here and see if we can get the engineer's home address, drive into town. But it'll be too late. We have to get in the air before 5, and it's, 2:15 now. Oh, what? 2:15 in Spain. Siesta!
What's that?
It's when they stop work for a couple of hours after lunch to have a sleep.
Wow! Can we start doing that?
And since the airport's so far from the town, I wouldn't be surprised if they... Let's just try. Hello? El Ingeniero? Welcome. Please answer. Por favor, it's important. Tre importante. We'll pay extra. Bonus lucre. Gracias. No, of course not. Well, that would just be too...
¿Qué quieren? Yes! That's brilliant, Skip!
Oh, you think so?
Ah, there you are, Douglas. I couldn't find you.
But then you did.
But then I did. Why are you hiding behind the aircraft?
I'm not hiding.
Not anymore, certainly. And my, what an excellent job you're doing. You're a demon with that chamois leather.
Have you come to help?
Even better than that. I've come to watch.
That's not better.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant better for me. It's a lot better for me.
You've brought a deck chair.
I always keep one in the hold for just such an occasion. Ah, this is the life. You know, I think this would be my luxury if I was on desert island discs.
A deck chair?
No, you washing a car. I think I could endure almost any hardship as long as I had the Bible and Shakespeare, Paul Graves' Golden Treasury, and the sight of First Officer Douglas Richardson grumpily soaping a wheel arch.
£2,000, Carolyn. Remember that. That's what it's going to cost you.
Cheap at twice the price. And that's only if Martin gets back in time. And really, what are the chances of that?
6 men, 5 men, 4 men, 3 men, 2 men, 1 man and his dog. Diego, wow, wow, went to mow a meadow. Wow, wow? When have you ever heard a dog say wow, wow?
Every time I have heard a dog, he have said to me, wow, wow.
Then you, senor, have been speaking to some very peculiar dogs. Arthur, where are we up to? 32? Very well, on my count, gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. 32 men went to mow a meadow.
20 to 5. That's definitely it, then.
I've said that every 5 minutes since 4 o'clock.
Yes, but there's no way we can do it now, even if he... Oh, look!
And his elephant!
Brah, brah!
Went to mow a meadow. Pra, Diego, really?
Of course.
Martin, good Lord. Maverick flies again.
Hello, Douglas. Can I suggest you save all the jokes about my shades for now, and we'll have them in a nice long stream once we get airborne. In the meantime, Carolyn, Douglas, this is Diego, a fine engineer, a useful light baritone, and a man with an inexhaustible knowledge of how Spanish animals go. Diego, do your Spanish cockerel.
Kikeriki!
Yep, that's my favourite one. Now then, Diego... Here's the wing. Get to work. Arthur, park the truck.
Where?
Well behind the plane, by that wet car. You two, get on board and prepare to leave immediately.
But, Martin, we've only got 20 minutes before they shut the tower. He can't possibly fix it.
Certainly he can. A man who can imitate a Spanish squirrel helping 48 men mow a meadow is capable of anything. Now, come on. We have to get a move on.
In other words, you feel the need for speed.
Seriously, Douglas, save them for later. Done.
You did the walk round?
Yes.
In 45 seconds?
More of a jog around, but I saw everything I needed to see.
But your walk rounds take days.
Well, maybe I've gained a little faith in my instincts as a pilot. Now, how are we doing?
7 minutes to 5. Cabin ready. Pre-takeoff checks done. How about the anti-icing?
Diego's still looking at it.
Well, then why are we bothering? There's no way.
Aha! Come in. Diego, anti-icing all fixed?
No.
Ah, then what were you doing up there? Go and fix it.
Not fixed, because not broken.
Not broken?
No, he's very well.
But it was definitely broken. Look, the little orange warning light's on.
Oh, let me see. Yes, little orange warning light. He is broken. There, all better.
Right, thank you, Diego. Now, quick, get off the plane.
Right, so all of this was in aid of a dodgy warning light.
Yes, well, just one of those things. Could have happened to anyone.
Could have done, but actually happened to...
To both of us. You didn't give the light a thump any more than I did. Anyway, it's a good thing. It means it's fixed now. We can still get away in time. We can still get in under budget.
But...
Douglas, be quiet. All ready in the back?
All ready.
Right, aircon?
Off.
Anti-collision light?
On.
Fuel pump switches?
On.
Hello, ground. Are we clear to start number 1?
Clear to start number 1.
Starting 1.
So, do I take it you had some sort of mystical awakening on your road trip?
No, nothing like that. I just had cause to remember that I'm not, in fact, quite as incapable as it suits certain people to make out.
Well, if it earns us £1,000 each, I'm all in favour of it. Engine stable.
Thank you. Fuel flow.
Engine malfunction number 1.
Shutting down number 1.
What have you done? What have you done?
We don't know. What's happened? What did you see?
You have fired a missile from your plane.
Is anyone hurt?
My BMW is hurt. You fire your missile straight into my car.
Martin, in the course of your jog round, did you happen to instinctively notice whether Arthur had retrieved the bottle of water from the engine exhaust? Oh, Martin, you've broken your new shades.
Welcome home, Golf Tango India. Vacate runway to your right and taxi to your stand.
Thank you, Carl. Oh, incidentally, be advised, as we landed, we saw a large hawk or kestrel about 50 feet from the runway.
Noted, Golf Tango India. What was it doing?
Watching how it's supposed to be done.
Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Kuala Lumpur.
Mum, can I borrow your car?
Why? What's wrong with your car?
It's really old, and it's a horrible colour, and it smells of duffel coats.
What's wrong with it that's stopping you driving it?
Only those things, but I thought since we were on standby this week, I might go for some drives in a nice car, like yours.
No, you won't. Because you and I will be using this week to see if we can ease your stewarding skills up above that crucial dividing line between very bad and merely bad. I'm going to be your mystery passenger.
Brilliant. Will there be clues?
I mean, we are going to sit in the plane and you're going to practice serving me.
Right. So what's the mystery?
The mystery is who I am.
And who are you?
I'm me.
That's not very mysterious.
Oh, life's too short. You and I are going to pretend to be a steward and a passenger.
Oh, right. Bagsy Beaver steward.
Hello, Carolyn. Just had a thought.
Oh, good. A pilot with a thought. How the gods smile upon me.
Just occurred to me, for weeks like this, we really ought to have a pilot's lounge.
A what?
A pilot's lounge.
Martin, the very last thing I want to do is encourage either of you to do any more lounging than you already do.
It wouldn't be for lounging in. It would be for our briefings, doing our logbooks. I thought maybe each month one of us could present a paper on some aspect of aviation that interests us.
And to think, a moment ago, I thought the idea couldn't sound less appealing.
But, Mum, you could make money out of it. You could sell drinks.
Without a licence to pilots?
No, I mean tea and coffee and things. To David and George from engineering and the fire crew and Carl the ATC, even Dirk the groundsman.
No. It would be a pilot's lounge. Not for those guys, for the pilots.
But that doesn't make sense. I'm not a pilot.
No.
But I'd be allowed in.
No.
Oh, Martin, if you can find an empty room on the airfield, you are welcome to sit in it. And if you can lure Douglas in and then keep him there long enough to read a paper at him, you're a better man than I am, Gunga Din. Close the door on your way out.
But...
On which you should now go. I'm sorry, I thought that was implied.
Any good, Skip?
No, Arthur, because it's locked.
Ah. Oh, I tell you where you could try, though. How about that scrap DC-10 fuselage out round the back of the hangar? I mean, it's probably full of rats and cobwebs and skeletons, but if we clean it up...
That's actually not a bad idea. Tell you what, though, Arthur, if it does turn out to be suitable, I thought we might strike a happy compromise between my idea of keeping it just for pilots and your idea of inviting everyone who works on the airfield.
What would that be?
Just the pilots. And you.
Oh, so I'd be like an honorary pilot?
No, you'd just be you.
Great! Although, the engineers and everyone are really good fun. George does these brilliant impressions of fruit.
Yes, I'm sure they're great, but what I want is a nice, civilized arena to compare notes with my fellow professionals. Right, here it is. Is there someone in there?
Sounds like it.
No, next one, right? Number 12, the conference pair!
Wow! Dave, George, everyone, hi!
Arthur, Captain Creef.
Could someone please tell me what the hell's going on in here?
Hello, Martin.
Douglas!
Welcome to the Flap and Throttle.
Hey! What a brilliant place, Douglas.
How long's it been going on?
We just had our 3rd anniversary, actually.
So before I even got here?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
Well, we were just waiting for you to settle in, you know, get comfortable with everyone.
I've been here a year and a half.
And we're still waiting.
I see. So it's an illegal pub for everyone who works on the airfield except me.
Well, to be honest, I didn't think you'd approve.
I don't approve.
I thought you might have told Carolyn or the airfield manager.
I might have done.
Right, so that's why we didn't tell you.
Yeah, but why didn't you tell me?
Because it was a secret, Arthur. And you are, without a shadow of a doubt, the worst liar in the world.
I'm not.
All right. Answer this question with a lie. What's your name?
Arnold Man, Cat, Sir, Man.
Arthnold Manakatsaman.
Yeah.
That's an unusual name. Tell me, is it made up?
Yes, it is.
Oh! You see, that's the sort of trick question you want to watch for. I'll tell you a secret. The way to lie convincingly is never make something up. Just tell a different truth. So, if you have to lie about where you were today, tell them where you really were last week. If you have to give a false name, use a real name you already know. Try again. What's your name?
Douglas Richardson.
Better? Not quite perfect.
Oh, I forgot. Mum's waiting for me in the plane.
What for?
She's being my mystery passenger.
Well, good luck. Let us know if you work out who she is.
Righto.
Douglas, an illegal pub on an airfield is incredibly dangerous and irresponsible.
Don't be so melodramatic. No one drinks when they're on duty. It's just a bit of fun. It's more about the secret club atmosphere, you know, like at school.
Not at my school.
Oh, come on. You must have had secret clubs in the lunch break at least.
No, actually, people weren't really around during lunch break. I think they went home or... Oh.
Ah.
Well, anyway, I thought you didn't drink. I thought you hadn't had a drink for 9 years.
Martin, that is a secret. I have carefully built up my reputation as a hard-boozing sky god, and I'm not having you spoil it.
So what do you drink there?
If you must know, you know every year I win a bottle of Talisker single malt from Carolyn.
Steal.
Win. Well, I keep it in the flap and throttle. Everyone knows it's for my personal use only. Not everyone knows it's refilled with apple juice.
Well, Douglas, look, I'm sorry. Either you close it down immediately or I'll be forced to inform Carolyn.
I can't close it down. It's not my pub. If you want it stopped, you'll have to come down and tell them yourself. All the mechanics, the engineers, the fire crew, Dirk, the groundsman.
I'm not afraid of them.
Or should you be? Not even Dirk.
Well, I'm not.
Good.
Why not even Dirk?
No reason. I just mean someone who was afraid of them would probably start by being afraid of Dirk. It's the natural place to start.
Well, I'm not. I'll come and tell them this evening.
Ooh, full moon.
Stop it.
Arthur, where have you been? I told you to meet me in the cabin half an hour ago.
Sorry, Mum, I've been to the dentist.
Oh, have you?
Yes, I have. He said I've been brushing really well, but to watch out for my gums.
Right, so no real change since last week then, when I took you.
Oh, yeah.
Leave the line to Douglas, dear. He's the professional. So, it's a normal flight. I'm the passengers. You're you. Off we go.
Wait, where are we going?
Well, it doesn't matter. Pisa.
Oh, we went to Pisa last week.
Well, where do you want us to go then?
Kuala Lumpur.
Why Kuala Lumpur?
It's like Helsinki. I've always wanted to go there. It sounds
Arthur, let me warn you, I am not in the best of tempers, and I strongly advise you not to start talking about a city populated by either koalas or Oompa Loompas.
I have nothing to say.
Good. And go. Excuse me, steward. Where can I smoke my cigarette?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. This is brilliant. It's like acting.
Get on with it.
I'm sorry, madam, but for your happy convenience, cigarettes may not be enjoyed anywhere on board at this time.
Oh, all right. What about this pipe?
I'm not sure. Let me just ask my...
She's not on board.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to go for... No. Sorry?
A reefer?
I don't...
It's medicinal.
Oh, medicinal. Well, I expect...
No.
No, I expect no. That's what I was going to say. I expect definitely not.
Arthur, here are the things you can smoke on board.
Oh, no, hang on, wait. I'll write it down.
You don't need to write it down. It's nothing. You can't smoke anything on the plane.
Nothing?
Nothing.
I'd still quite like to write it down.
OK, he's on his way. Now, remember, we're aiming for something between the bar in Cheers and the mess hall in Dambusters. And I know you'd think if you use captain in every sentence, he'll think you're taking the piss. But actually, he won't. Right, here he is. Hooray! Welcome, Martin, to the flap and throttle.
Pleasure to see you here, Captain.
An honour, Captain. A real honour.
What's going on?
I mentioned you were coming down, and, well, everyone was very excited.
Well, I hope you told them why I was coming.
Of course not. That's your job.
Now it's a proper club, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all very well having the first officer down here, but the captain, that's different.
Then why didn't you ask me?
Never thought you'd accept, Captain.
We thought you'd be one of those standoffish captains, Captain. Too grand to mix with the ground staff.
Yes, well, look, you don't have to call me captain all the time, you know.
Oh, right.
Skipper will do.
Thanks, Skipper. Appreciate it.
Well, all right. Listen, men, the fact is...
Oh, hang on. Can't have the skipper giving a speech without a glass in his hand. What are you having, Skipper?
No. I'm the chief engineer. I get to buy Skip a drink.
Well, this is just it. I'm afraid I simply can't...
Martin, a quick word.
Now?
Operational matter.
All right.
Martin, it's up to you, of course, but I just thought I should let you know. These people are very proud. In their culture, there's nothing more insulting than to spurn a gift. It's a terrible loss of face.
What, engineers?
Are you sure you're not thinking of the Japanese?
Well, there's so many great Japanese engineers, the culture's rubbed off on them.
Douglas, I can't allow an illegal bar to operate on an airfield property, still less partake myself. What would Carolyn say if she found out?
I don't know. Then again, these guys are all self-employed. If you close down their pub, they'll probably refuse to work for us, and then MJN would fold instantly. I don't know what she'd say about that, either. But it's your choice.
Here we are, Skipper. Your first point at the flattened throttle.
First of many.
No, really, stop it. You must understand, I really cannot accept this drink.
You can't accept it?
Well, why not, Skipper?
Because, as the skipper, first round is my round.
All right. Today, we're going to build on yesterday. We're not going to let yesterday get us down. Now, let's see you taking meal orders. Go.
Hello, madam. Chicken or beef?
Beef, please.
OK. How did I do?
Keep going.
Oh, righto. Hello, madam. Chicken or beef?
Chicken, please.
You said beef just now.
I was being someone different.
That's pretty confusing, Mum. Couldn't you at least do a different voice?
No, I couldn't.
Please? Because in real life they'd have different voices and faces.
Oh, all right. Chicken, please.
Certainly, madam. And for you, madam?
Sir.
I beg your pardon, sir. Chicken or beef?
How is the chicken cooked?
4 minutes on defrost, shake the bag, 3 minutes on full.
No! Don't tell them that.
Sorry, are you being you again? Or him? Or one of the others?
Me! Just don't tell him we reheat it.
Well, he must know. I mean, obviously we don't have a whole kitchen back there. He's not stupid.
Yes, he is. Everyone on this plane is stupid until proved otherwise.
Shall I put that on the list?
Isn't it there already?
The customer is always wrong, rude, late, witless, loud, drunk, thieving and sly. I suppose witless sort of covers stupid.
Oh, I don't know. Stick stupid down as well. Have you got rude?
Yep.
Put it down again. It's a good one.
You say that, Dave, but they equalised within 10 minutes, so I don't...
Evening, chaps.
Oh, hello, Martin.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on.
Oh, we were just talking about... Did you see the match, Skipper?
The match? No, I missed the match. I think we were on a trip.
It only finished 20 minutes ago.
Oh, that match! Oh, I was thinking of another match. No, I didn't see that one either. I missed both the matches.
Right, well, I was just saying, City never had a hope once they were down to 10.
Yes, well, then, as I say, I missed it.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, of course, yes, I see what you're saying. 10's not enough. You need a lot more than 10.
Well, you need 11.
That's what I mean, 11. Yes, that's what you need. Not 10.
Who do you support, Skipper?
In football?
Yeah.
England. No, I mean, obviously, England and, United.
Which United?
Nottingham.
Nottingham United? Never heard of them. What league are they in?
I don't follow that closely, actually.
Yeah, but you must know what league they're in.
In many ways, they're in a league of their own. Aren't they, Martin?
Yes, that's right.
Right. You from up Nottingham Way originally, then?
No, Wokingham, down Wokingham Way.
Why did you pick Nottingham to follow, then?
Well, Nottingham, Wokingham, they sound very similar. Tell you what, though, Dave, you'll be interested in this. You know that little Cherokee that was out doing circuits today? Well, on his third landing, he... Shot! What's going on? What have I done?
Talking shop, Skip. Sorry. Automatic round forfeit.
What?
Flap and throttle house rules, I'm afraid, Martin. Anyone caught talking shop has to buy a round for the whole bar.
Then how do you talk about flying?
Well, you can't, can you? That's the point.
So what do you talk about?
I don't know. Music, sport, women.
The meaning of life, anything but bloody planes, eh?
Yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah, who wants to talk about stupid aviation?
A-bomb!
Come on, go easy on him, chaps. He's new.
A-bomb!
Oh, all right, fine. Sorry, Martin. The A word is banned.
Oh, I see. Another round for everyone?
Ooh. No, I'm afraid having 2 consecutive forfeits incurs a whoops Johnny.
A what?
Whoops Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. Whoops Johnny, whoops Johnny, 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 Johnny.
Oh, God.
OK, same as yesterday, you've got chicken or beef, but today I'll throw in some unusual diets.
Great. Don't forget to do the voices. Hello, sir or madam?
Madam.
Madam, would you like chicken or beef?
Well, now, that all depends. You see, I'm a celiac.
Oh, lovely. Chicken or beef?
It means I'm gluten intolerant.
Well, I'll try not to be too gluten annoying.
It means I can't eat gluten.
We've got chicken or beef.
Gluten is in wheat product.
Oh, right, yeah, with you. I think they're both fine.
No wheat in either?
Don't think so.
Right, then I will have the chicken.
Okie dokie.
Which is coated in breadcrumbs, so I'll have a violent reaction, my airways will swell up, and maybe I'll die.
Perhaps the beef?
Arthur, what things are made of wheat?
Wheat cakes, Weetabix. Those little straw dollies.
Bread! Bread is made of wheat.
No.
Yes! What did you think it was made of?
It's not made of anything, it's just bread.
So, where does it come from?
Well, I don't know. Wow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so ends another eventful shift. Right, Martin? See you in the flap and throttle later?
Yes.
Good. And don't forget to bring your shin pads. It's Skittles night.
Why do I need shin pads for Skittles?
Oh, the way we play it, if you're not bowling, you're a Skittle.
Oh, God.
You all right?
No.
Why not?
I hate it, Douglas. I really, really, really hate it. I hate the drinking games and the pop quizzes and the round forfeits and the competitive farting and the whoops Johnnies and the bloody anchovies.
If it's any consolation, I thought you coped very well with being anchovied. You had a real, quiet dignity.
I just can't stand it.
Well, I suppose you could. It would be a wrench for all of us, of course. But you could stop coming in.
No, I can't.
Can't you?
Of course not. You saw what it was like when I first arrived. They were overjoyed. They said I made it a proper club, and they said it proved I wasn't standoffish. So if I stop going now, it'll prove I am standoffish. I only wish I'd never found out about the wretched place. And now I know about it, I have to go. I'm trapped. I'm trapped like a...
tinned anchovy?
All right. Today, we're going to put everything we've covered so far together. I might throw anything at you, possibly literally. Are you ready?
Yeah. And if I manage it, can I borrow your car?
Arthur, you haven't managed any of these things on their own. What makes you think you can handle them together?
I can't eat eggs and flour and sugar on their own, but I can eat cake.
All right. But only if you really manage it.
Actually, I can eat eggs on their own. And sugar. And flour.
Go.
Ding, ding. I say, Stuart, can my little girl go up on the flight deck for landing?
Yes, I'm sure that's fine.
No, it's against the law.
Right.
Ding, ding.
Excuse me, could you let the oxygen masks down so we can have a practice with them?
Yes, of course. I'll just go...
No, you can't. Ding, ding. Excuse me, my dear, I'm blind. Could you guide me to the toilet?
No, I can't.
Yes, you can. Yes. Ding, ding. Excuse me, I'm still waiting for my whiskey. Ding, ding. And when are you going to take away my tray?
Ding, ding. Mister, my tummy feels funny.
Shut up! All of you, shut up!
Arthur, you can't.
You too. Right. The French lady, I'll take your tray. You show the blind lady to the loo.
No, this is not my job.
Just do it. And Mr. Powell, could you please...
Who's Mr. Powell?
The man who wants his whiskey. I have to give them names or it's just confusing. And he looks like Mr. Powell, who taught me history.
Arthur, he looks like me.
Mum, excuse me, I am trying to talk to Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell, could you look after the little girl, please?
I will do nothing of the sort. I'm a passenger.
Okay. In that case... Ding, ding. Hi. Don't worry, mate. I'll look after the little Sheila. Oh, thank you so much. No worries, mate.
Arthur, you cannot be passengers.
You never said I couldn't. Ding, ding. And I'll show the blind lady to the loo. Thank you, mate. Oh, it's my pleasure.
Arthur.
Shush. So, Bluey, you'll look after the little girl. Yep. Mrs. Badcrumble, you'll look after the blind lady. I will. Madam Frou-Frou, let me take your tray. Mr. Powell, here's your whiskey. Now, ding, ding. The seatbelt signs are on. Everybody sit down and shut up. How did I do?
Well, it's not how they teach it in the training courses, but I have to admit it is what I might have done. Here,
Catch.
So, I mean, I was within limits, but it was a ticklish little crosswind, 60, 65, but gusting 70. And I thought to myself, well, I have 7 options here.
7?
Ah, quite right, Dave. Yes, 8. You see, I've been given the 19 runway, but do you know the airport at Nice?
No.
Oh, well, I'll just explain the layout. They've got this very...
Look, I mean, yes. Yes, I do know it.
Are you sure? Because you really won't understand this story if you don't. I'll just refresh your memory. There's a very odd link...
Hey, Fitz. Arthur, there you are.
Hi, Dave. I said I'd pop in, didn't I?
Yes, you did. You said you'd pop in at 7:45, and now it's gone 8.
I said about 7:45.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's here now. Come and join us, Arthur. I was just telling Dave about the landing into Nice.
Ooh, what about the talking shop forfeit?
Oh, I've paid for that.
Yeah, he bought me a drink, so now he can talk about flying. As much as he likes.
So, there I was. And
actually, I've got to go now.
Oh, really? I thought you wanted to see Arthur.
No, got to go.
Oh, well, I'll finish the story another time.
No, finish it now. Definitely. Arthur can fill me in later.
It's odd. It's exactly what George did half an hour ago. It's like you all can't stand to be in each other's company.
Oh. That is odd.
I mean, I must say, I do like it being this quiet. It just seems, strange given how busy it was those first few days. Oh. I see. Arthur?
Hello.
Where have you just come from, Arthur?
I had dinner and then I went for a walk and then I came here.
Where did you have dinner?
An Italian restaurant.
What, in Fitton?
Yep.
That doesn't sound much like you.
No. I'm quite enigmatic, though.
And I'd have thought you'd have had enough of Italian food since we were in Pisa last week.
No, that just whetted my appetite.
Who did you have dinner with?
Douglas and you. Wouldn't know the other person.
What was his name?
Mark
Manakatsa Man?
No, Mark... Ramprakash.
Of course. And the walk afterwards, where did you, Douglas and Mark Ramprakash, go?
We went to see the Tower of Air Traffic Control.
The Leaning Tower of Air Traffic Control?
How do people do it? How do they lie? It's impossible.
Where's the new pub, Arthur?
The mechanics' loading bay.
Right.
Douglas?
Arthur, aren't you supposed to be on Martin's sitting duty?
Sorry.
Hello, Douglas.
Skipper, welcome to the Windsock Arms.
Don't skipper me. So this is where everyone's been.
Where everyone's been busy preparing your surprise.
Oh, please, Douglas, don't bother.
All right. But we just thought, as captain, you were entitled to your own private bar, while we...
went off and set up another cooler gang that I'm not allowed in. Yes, I get it.
Well, bad luck.
No, Martin, don't.
Hi, Carolyn.
No.
I think you ought to come over to the mechanics' loading bay.
Don't say why.
Because there's an unlicensed bar in it, that's why.
Oh, great.
She's coming straight over.
I thought she might. All right, everyone get out, but drain your glasses first. Just do it.
There's no point in that. All the bottles are still sitting on the bar, and anyway, I have to tell her everything.
Really, Martin? Everything? Including the 4 days you spent as a pillar of the flap and throttle?
Yes, but I didn't want to. And anyway, this isn't about that pub, it's about this pub. The one you left me out of.
You wanted to be left out of it. You told me so. You wanted to go back to not knowing. I was trying to help.
What? Oh, no. Oh, Douglas, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't realise. Look, I'll phone her back.
Too late. Don't worry. Tell her everything like you were going to, but get ready to follow my lead.
All right.
What on earth is going on? Oh.
Evening, Carolyn. Welcome to the Windsock Arms.
Oh, Douglas, this is too far even for you. Providing unlicensed alcohol on an airfield to airfield staff on duty. Martin, how long have you known about this?
I've just discovered it now, just immediately now.
Who's been coming here, Douglas?
Well, the thing is, I have a terrible memory for faces.
I want a list of the names of everyone who's been drinking here.
Also names. Faces and names, those are my weak spots.
Douglas, I'm serious. We need to have a talk.
Always a pleasure, never a chore.
In which I may have to fire you.
Quite right, too.
I'm not joking.
Absolutely not. It's terribly serious. And that's certainly how you should react if I ever set up an illegal bar in the airfield.
You have?
Well, no, I haven't. You see, Carolyn, I am your mystery perpetrator of gross professional misconduct. Hello.
What?
Arthur was telling me about all the fun you've been having with the mystery passenger lessons, and I thought it was a shame for you and Martin to miss out. So I arranged this, and you both did terribly well.
Douglas, I am not an idiot. This place is full of booze.
But is it, though? Martin, pass me one of those bottles, would you? Absolutely anyone at all. Your free choice.
Here you are.
Ah, the Talisker. Excellent choice, sir. There we are. On the house. Tell me what you think.
Apple juice.
It does have apple-y overtones, doesn't it? Or if you prefer, I can do you water, cold tea, or I think this one's mouthwash.
You went to all this trouble just to wind me up.
You and Martin. It was an irresistible 2 for the price of 1 deal.
You are an infantile, time-wasting, sorry excuse for a pilot, and I ought to fire you anyway just to teach you a lesson.
Yes. Funny, though, wasn't it?
Martin?
Yes?
Are you still there?
Yes.
Then don't be.
Right.
Right. Now, Douglas, listen to me.
Yes, Carolyn?
A double gin and tonic, please, with ice and lemon.
Coming right up.
Do you think that went all right?
Very well, I thought. I'm impressed he took 4 days to tell you. I thought it would be sooner.
I'm rather insulted he believed I'd fall for that rotten apple juice trick.
All in a good cause. Now, Martin can return to blissful ignorance. The boys can relax again, and you can start coming back to the pub.
Where's the new one going to be?
We thought the fire crew break room, the hose and hydrant.
Perfect. Cheers.
Cheers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're now about halfway through our flight from Hong Kong to Limerick, and I just thought I'd let you know that I am bored. Bored. We are unbelievably still flying over Russia, which continues to be stupidly big. Really enormous. Far bigger than necessary. We've been in the air now for about a week. And it doesn't look like we'll be landing until the last syllable of recorded time. So, if anyone on board knows any card tricks, ghost stories, or would like to have some sex, please do make your way to the flight deck. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do profoundly apologise for my first officer and his badly misjudged attempt at humour. I do hope you weren't distressed by his outburst, and let me just say in his defence that up here in the flight deck it is unbelievably boring.
So boring.
So very, 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 very boring. Bored! Cabin Pressure by John Finnemore, starring Stephanie Cole as Carolyn, Roger Allam as Douglas, Benedict Cumberbatch as Martin, and John Finnemore as Arthur. This week, Limerick. Why does Tipperary always get the blame for it being a long way to? It's an even longer way to Limerick.
Only by about 30 miles.
Don't suppose they sing about it much there, then?
What? Where?
It's a long way to Tipperary in Limerick. Well, they probably have their own version. It's a short way to Tipperary. I'm just popping up there now, actually. Can I get you anything?
They're certainly both a hell of a long way from Hong Kong.
That's true. And all just for this. You'd think they could pop it in the post, wouldn't you?
Well, it's time sensitive, of course. And the chap was telling me it's more valuable, ounce for ounce, than gold. Rhymes for flight.
Bite, fight, night, right.
Ah, yes. Here's one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just flying over Gloucestershire now. You may be able to make out a town below, though it's quite hard to identify through the cloud cover. Or, as they say in Limerick, we hope you're enjoying the flight, On your left, we're just coming in sight of Swindon or Stroud, all covered in cloud. And it's much the same thing on the right.
Davina McCall.
Yes, fair enough, you can have that.
Hi, chaps. Nice one, Douglas. But just to settle an argument, though.
It's not an argument, it's you being wrong.
Just to settle a me being wrong, are we really over Swindon and Stroud?
No, Arthur, not for hours yet.
Told you, clot.
Wishful thinking, I'm afraid. And I felt Swindon and Stroud might be easier to rhyme than Krasnomaysky and Vizhny Volocek.
Oh, right. Mijny Molomek. Gizhny Gologek. Jishny Jolojek. Yes, I see what you mean. Vishny Folovek.
Yes, maybe we could leave you to go through the rest of the alphabet off the intercom.
OK. Oh, before I go, though, what's the time?
Where's your watch?
It's broken. I was trying to find out the difference between splash-proof and waterproof.
Well, Arthur, the time is just coming up to 9:16 now.
Yes, or to be a little more precise, 6:33.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, Damn, it's done it again.
You see, Arthur, you and Martin have something in common.
Brilliant.
It's that both of your watches are broken.
No, it isn't. It's just bedding in.
Arthur, it's an intercom, not a chat line. You're supposed to be putting the dinner on.
Oh, right. Sorry, Mum.
Just because you can't bear to admit that I picked up a genuine Patek Philippe for almost nothing.
In Hong Kong.
Look, I'm not stupid. I realise most of the watches in shops like that are fakes, and that's why I went for this one. This was the one he didn't want to show me.
Oh, yes?
Yes, you see, at first he got out his standard tourist trap tray of Rolexes and Obigas, and I just said to him, look, I'm not a tourist. I'm an airline pilot.
You should have told him you were a captain.
I did, actually.
Imagine my surprise.
No, but I was too clever for him. I spotted this one right at the back of the high shelf, and he said, oh, I was hoping you would not see that.
Did he? Gosh. So, just clarify for me, why did he have it in his shop?
What?
Why did he put something that he hoped he wouldn't have to sell in his shop? Why not put it, I don't know, under his bed? Is it like a forfeit system he's set up for himself?
Evening, drivers. Oh, isn't that a lovely sunset?
No, it's not.
All right. Now, Douglas, give me a bing bong.
Oh, but Carolyn, this is all so sudden.
Oh, ho, ho. Funny pilot, bing bong, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has now illuminated the seatbelt sign, so please ensure your hand baggage and duty-free are safely stowed, your tray tables are folded away, and your seat is returned to the upright position. Or, as they say in Limerick, the captain has turned on the signs, so stow away bags of all kinds. Then make sure your tray is folded away and your seat back no longer reclines.
Yes. Do I take it you're as bored back there as we are up here?
Well, honestly, 14 hours with a broken DVD player, no passengers to tease, and the ever-present fear that I'll weaken and let Arthur play charades.
No! You must be strong. That might well make the boredom levels actually fatal.
I know. Well, haven't you two got a game going or something?
We just started one, actually. Agatha Christie.
Yes, true. Russell Crowe.
Good one.
Well, what is it?
It's people who aren't evil but have evil-sounding names. Like Russell Crowe.
What's wrong with Russell Crowe?
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe.
No. Russell Crowe, here to save the day.
Mark me well. Soon you will rue the day you dared to cross Russell Crowe.
Oh, all right then, yes.
So far Douglas has got him, and I've got Agatha Christie and Davina McCall.
Because obviously it has to be a competition.
Of course. It's who can get most in half an hour, ending at 7. As measured by Martin's watch, which adds a pleasingly random element.
No, it doesn't.
Evil in war.
Not bad.
Coffee, chaps. Wow, brilliant sunset.
No, it isn't. Not.
Oh, OK. Rubbish sunset.
Arthur?
M. What? Oh, mountain. moccasin, magma.
What's this now?
Arthur's trying to learn the phonetic alphabet. He favours the spot check method of revision. None of the above, Arthur, no.
Molecule, mongoose, mosquito.
Shorter.
Mosque.
It's a name.
McNamara, Mitchinson, moon.
A first name.
Martin, Maggie, Millie, Molly, Mandy, Matthew, Michael.
Nearly. Shorter.
Mickey, Mick,
No, Arthur, the phonetic alphabet version of the letter M is not M. It's Mike.
Oh, I was close then.
In comparison to molecule or Millie, Molly, Mandy, yes.
Brilliant. Anyway, like I say, coffee.
Careful, don't put it on that.
Sorry. Why, what's that?
That is the cargo, the whole reason we're here.
Wow, that box. That's all. What's in it?
It's gas.
Oh, great.
This could take a while.
If there's one thing we've got, it's a while. Go on, Arthur. 20 questions.
Yes, brilliant. 20 questions. Or charades.
No.
But I've got a really good one. Oh, all right. Is it a diamond?
No, 19.
Is it a ruby?
No, 18.
You might want to start with more general questions, Arthur.
Okay, animal, vegetable or mineral?
Animal, 17.
Right. Is it bigger than a sheep?
Look at the size of the box.
Oh, yeah. Is it bigger than the box?
Is it bigger than the box it's in? No, it's not. 15.
Is it alive?
Ah, interesting. Debatable. 14.
Really? Debatable?
Wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah, I suppose so, yes.
Is it valuable?
No, of course not. The client just chartered a plane and 2 pilots to fly a packet of crisps halfway around the world. Arthur, you remember when I told you to put the dinner on?
Yeah.
Did you, in fact, do that?
No. No, now I think about it, I got mixed up and made coffee.
Then perhaps you could have another crack at it now.
Righto, what are we having?
Admiral's pie.
Okay. Is that the same as the fisherman's pie?
No, it's not. The Admiral and the fisherman favour entirely different pies.
Righto. How long does it get in a micro?
3 minutes, 1 minute, 3 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know when I've looked forward to a meal more.
Oh, be quiet. Is it me? Or is the sun not getting any lower?
No, it's not just you.
Because we're flying west into a sunset near the Arctic Circle.
And every time it just dips behind the horizon, ATC make us climb 1,000 feet, and up it pops again, like God's own fiery yo-yo.
Sorry, Mum, did you say 1 minute, 3 minute, 1 minute?
Oh, for goodness sake. No, of course not. What cooks for 1 minute and stands for 3? It's 3, 1, 3.
Oh, right. OK, actually, that's easy to remember, because I'll just think of 433 Squadron. I only remember to swap the first 2 numbers and take 3 off the middle one.
Are you insane? That's the stupidest way to remember anything I've ever heard.
Also, it's not 433 Squadron, it's 633 Squadron.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Skipper. So first, I've got to add 2 to the squadron I think it is to get the real squadron, and then swap...
No, don't do any of that. Just remember it. Just use your brain and remember the 3 numbers.
Yes, sorry. 3...
No! Oh, come with me.
So, how's Helena? What do you mean? What are you getting at?
I'm asking after the health of your wife.
Oh, yes. As preparation for a crack about her thinking... what she thinks?
No, as a way of finding out how she is.
She's fine.
Good. Why are you suddenly so...
I'm not suddenly anything. Anyway, how's your...
My what?
I don't know. There must be someone by now, no?
No, still no.
Oh, Martin. You're a young, single airline captain. How difficult can it be?
Really, really difficult.
Well, what about cabin crew?
Well, for 2 very different reasons, I'm afraid neither Arthur nor Carolyn quite float my boat.
Not our cabin crew. Everybody else is. All those gorgeous stewardesses down route.
Actually, I think the whole hosties are easy thing is a bit of a sexist male fantasy.
No, it's not.
Right. You pull stewardesses all the time, then, do you?
Certainly not. I'm a happily married man.
Yes, right, but you have done.
More than you can possibly imagine.
Well, that's not true for a start. I can imagine 1,000 stewardesses.
And your point is?
Chaps, 2 quick things.
Jay.
What? Oh, Justin, Jeffrey, Jilly, Jenny, Georgina.
It's one half of a famous pair of lovers.
June.
If you can imagine such a thing, a pair of lovers even more famous than Terry and June. Romeo and...
Jomeo. Julio. Juliet! Yes! I got that quite quickly, didn't I?
Quite quickly.
Yeah. Now, two things. Firstly, Douglas, what was that place again?
What place?
The one we were over? The one you said I couldn't rhyme?
Oh, Vishny Volocek.
Yeah. Well, I thought, what if you had a musical instrument, right? And you wanted to make sure there weren't any sea creatures on it.
Yes.
You'd do a fish-free oboe check.
Yes. Not bad. Not good, though.
Is it human?
What?
The thing in the box. Is it human, like a part of the body?
Oh, no. 12.
Right. So it's animal, not human, valuable, smaller than the box it's in, and may or may not be alive.
Like Schrodinger's cat.
Is it a Schrodinger's cat?
No. 11.
Is it an animal?
No. 10.
A plant?
No. 9.
But it might be alive.
Yes. 8.
Is it magic?
Arthur, why is there a half-cooked Admiral's pie congealing in the microwave?
Oh, I forgot about it. It was just having its little rest in the middle, because otherwise it goes all bubbly at the edges and you have to...
Yes, thank you, Heston Blumenthal. Just sort it out.
Righto.
Heston Blumenthal.
Yes, you know, the chef.
Yes, I know. I meant Heston Blumenthal.
Oh, yes, of course. Damn.
Well, that was mine.
Finders keepers.
Oh, all right. Callista Flockhart.
Yes, very good.
No, I don't think so.
What do you mean? Tremble, puny mortals, for I am she who is known as Callista Flockhart.
Well, you can do any name in the voice, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's, Callista is from the Latin for beautiful, and Flockhart. What could be nicer than a flock of hearts?
Callista suggesting calluses and blisters. Flock suggesting flog, pluck and pick. Callista Flockhart, the calloused, blistered one who comes to flog and pluck your heart.
Nonsense.
Just because she reminds you of one of your old girlfriends.
Well, not so much reminds me of...
I don't believe it.
Speaking of which, Martin, have you thought about internet dating?
Douglas.
What? There's no stigma to it these days.
Douglas, Carolyn's here.
Oh, we're all friends here. You should try it.
Well, I had a look at a site once, but you have to go on and on about your hobbies and outside interests and, you know...
Yes, not your strong suit.
Anyway, I don't want all the weight of expectation. I just want to find a nice, natural, low-stakes way to meet people.
I find walking the dog works rather well. Oh, hello. I finally found the flight deck mute button, have I? Any particular reason it should be so surprising that I might be interested in meeting someone too?
No, of course not.
Well then, as I say, I can wholly recommend having a dog around. Anyone with a dog is allowed to talk to anyone else with a dog. It's like a secret loophole for allowing the English to talk to strangers. What I don't so much recommend is having your 29-year-old son living at home with you. It's a biggish house, of course, and he has his own part of it, but even so, a house containing Arthur is very difficult to mistake for an empty house. None of this is any business of yours, miserable underlings.
No, it was wrong of us to ask.
Yes. Well, things to do.
Well.
Arthur.
F. Oh, fox.
Nearly.
Foxes.
Fox something. Fox what?
Fox what? Fox hat. Fox head. Fox clock. Fox face. Fox box.
No, not fox box. It's a type of dance.
Tango.
No, the phonetic alphabet for F is not tango.
Foxtrot.
Oh, I nearly said that. I got the fox bit.
Well done.
Anyway, I just popped in to ask, is it man-made?
What?
The thing in the box. Is it made by a man?
Oh, no.
Is it made by an animal?
You see, that's a really stupid question that you just happen to have got lucky with, yes.
Brilliant. How many have I got left?
Don't know, about 10?
Okay. Is it made by bees?
No, 9.
Worms?
No, 8.
Dogs?
No, 7.
Tigers?
No, 6. Are you sure this is the line of questioning you want to pursue?
Yes. Bears?
No, 5.
Horses?
No,
Martin.
Oh, yes, it is made by horses.
Brilliant. Now then, what do horses make?
Hi.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me, gents.
Douglas, look, at last. The sun's almost gone again.
Oh, yes, there it goes. Come on, you big red sod. Set, damn you.
There it goes. Come on, come on.
Tell you what, descending 50 feet. And gone.
That's better. Oh, isn't it lovely and dark?
The sun has taken his hat off. Hip, 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 hooray.
He's taken off his hat at last and gone a bloody way. Should I put the lights on?
No. Let's keep the flight deck dark for a while. Like a fighter plane.
Yeah.
You know, for what it's worth, I think you should give one of those dating sites a go. You can always make up a hobby.
Yeah, but even if I did meet someone, where would I take them? They'd expect an airline captain to be able to wine and dine them, and I'm always broke because, well, you know why.
You don't have to tell them you're an airline captain. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Does Carolyn really not pay you anything?
No, nothing.
So, how do you get by?
I have another job that I fit in around the trips.
Yes?
I am a man.
Yes, all right, Martin. You're not in an Arthur Miller play.
Let me finish. I am a man with a van.
Ah.
People call me up and I go around in my van and move their stuff for them.
I see. Where did you get a van?
When my dad died, he left me his van.
That's nice, isn't it?
Well, he didn't leave me any money. I mean, I didn't want his money, but he didn't leave me any. Simon and Caitlin got $5,000 each, but I didn't. I suppose because he thought I'd spend it on trying to become a pilot. Waste it on trying to become a pilot because I had spent thousands by then. So instead he left me his van and his toolkit and his sodding multimeter. I mean, he didn't leave a note in the glove compartment saying, for God's sake, son, give it up and become an electrician. But he might as well have done. And then 4 months after he died, I got my first job as a pilot. I mean, it was a rubbish job, but 4 months. And then I got this job, and I was a captain, but not making money. I went back to the van. That's why I don't have any hobbies. My job is humping boxes into my dad's old van. That's what I'm paid to do. This is my hobby. And it's not your fault, but it doesn't help that I sit next to you with your perfect life and your happy marriage and your salary and well, frankly, in any figures at all. It doesn't help.
Not a perfect life, perhaps. After all, I'm sitting next to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for those few kind words of sympathy.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant I'm not at Air England anymore. I'm here. And you know some things about my life. You know about Helena thinking I'm the captain.
Yes. Why did you tell her that?
I didn't tell her. She just assumed I was. People tend to do that. Don't know if you've noticed.
Yes, I have.
And I just failed to correct her.
Well, for what it's worth, I really think you ought to tell her. I mean, she loves you. She's not going to care, whether you're a captain or not.
Yes, I have told her now, actually.
Oh, right.
Yes, quite soon after you came over that day.
Right, and how did she take it?
Really well. Very well. You were quite right. She didn't mind at all. Not at all. She was glad I told her.
Right. Great. Oh, that's wonderful. God, I thought from the way you were saying it, she'd hit the roof.
No.
Good.
Very calm.
And wasn't I right? Don't you feel it's a huge weight off your back?
Yes and no.
And no?
What she actually said was she was pleased I'd told her my secret because it made it easier for her to tell me hers.
Oh.
Hers was the more conventional sort. If I had to criticize, I must say it lacked the verve and originality of mine. I mean, darling, I've been lying to you about the precise rank I hold in a small charter airline. I flatter myself that's not a confession often made. Darling, I've been having an affair with my Tai Chi teacher. Bit more run-of-the-mill.
Oh.
I mean, fair enough. Points for Tai Chi teacher rather than tennis coach or dancing instructor. But basically familiar territory.
Oh. So sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, God, if only I hadn't come round that night.
Oh, no, don't be silly. You didn't tell her after all. No, I don't blame you. I blame the Chinese.
What for?
Tai Chi.
I think that was the Japanese.
I bet you a $5 it was the Chinese.
You're on.
Gentlemen, why are you lurking in the dark? Do you not have 50p for the meter?
Oh!
That's better.
Yes! You've just temporarily blinded both your pilots, but hey, what harm could that do?
Oh, don't fuss. We bring many gifts to cheer you, such as, Arthur, dinner.
Here we go, chaps.
Good God. Is this the famous Admiral's pie?
Yep.
The Admiral's not a fussy eater, is he?
Well, you have to bear in mind that Idiot Features here has been reheating it and forgetting about it by turns for the last half hour.
I think I'll stick to the sandwiches we picked up at the airport, unendorsed by senior naval personnel though they are.
Yeah, me too.
All the more pie for me.
So be it, but gentlemen, we bring food for the soul, not just the body. I now present Mr. Arthur Shappy with the story of a famous Scottish actor who went for a solitary hike in Russia, got caught in the rain, and regretted not having packed with more care. Or, as they say in Limerick,
Sean Connery, in Vishny Volocek, in the rain, on a drizzly solo trek, said, "Forgetting my sweater has made me much wetter. I certainly do miss my polo neck."
Well, Arthur, that was just, wasn't it, Douglas?
Certainly was, and more. All your own work?
Well, Mum helped a bit with the writing of it. Oh, the thing in the box. Was it made by a lot of horses, or just one?
Just one. 3?
1 3?
No, one horse. 3 questions left.
Was it a famous horse?
I suppose so, yes. 2?
Is he famous for the things he makes?
Well, sort of, but not in the way you're thinking. He's not a famous horse potter. 1. Last question.
Right.
he's famous for making other horses.
Wow.
And now, of course, you're thinking of a horse Frankenstein, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's my boy. No. He makes horses in the usual way horses make other horses.
Oh.
The penny drops.
Is it the thing in the box? Ah.
That's right.
Oh, no. Oh, that's put me right off my pie.
Still, it's probably good for our souls. I mean, if we're ever in danger of becoming dazzled by the sheer glamour of this job, we can always reflect that the 4 of us once spent 3 days travelling halfway around the world and back as couriers of a bottle of
Thank you, Douglas. That will more than do.
But, Arthur, B. Oh, big, bag, bog, bob, bush, ball, bag, bug, bag, bag, bag.
It is not bag. 2 syllables.
Balloon, baboon, bassoon, bubble, babble, bag, bag, bag. Baghdad!
No, it's something you say at the end of a play.
Bye-bye.
No! What do you say to the actors?
Boo!
No. Like encore.
Boncore!
Bravo!
Oh, yes, I knew that.
You really, really didn't.
Another.
No.
Go on, please. Just one more. One last one.
All right. G.
Golf.
Yes, that's right.
Well, obviously you know some of them.
What's the time?
It is precisely 1 minute to 7.
Or, in fact... Oh, no, it is 1 minute to 7.
Of course it is, because this, loath though you are to admit it, is a genuine Patek Philippe.
So, who won the evil name game?
Oh, it's 2-2, I think, if I let you have Callista Flockhart.
Oh, there must be another one. How much time have I got?
What does your watch say?
I just told you... Oh, Patek Philippe. That's an evil name.
Is it?
Patek Philippe. Well, he's certainly not a goodie. Not sure he's the supervillain, though. Maybe his henchman.
Rolex.
That's the villain's pet robot.
Omega.
That's his doomsday device.
Tag Heuer.
And there he is. Martin wins.
Yes, I win.
What on earth is that?
That, I believe, is the sound 7 o'clock makes on a genuine Patek Philippe.
So, are we nearly there now?
Nope. 5 hours still to go.
What are we going to do now?
I've got an idea. And it's a really good one.
Oh, all right.
Brilliant. Here goes.
It's a film.
1 word. Airplane.
How did you know?